Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Karatuba dodiri chukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimmawu. Egumawego. Karatuba dodiri chukuma tukutuba dodiri ndimmawu. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruna oyibo
It is everyone. Be free.
ayandaba 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 asim ayandaba 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 Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Obo da sanye we mo. Yeah, we mo. Obo da sanye we mo. No basanye ga ponto mo. Iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
And there it is right there. Good day to you. So today is the 28th of December where I am, almost suspiciously where you are as well. But then, of course, we cannot say with any certainty because the broad spectrum of where we cover. We have people watching us from Afghanistan. I've got a guy, Alozie. He watches us from Afghanistan. You already know where World Peace is. Thomas is there in Australia. The bulk of you there in the United States, a lot of you in the United Arab Emirates, and quite a sizable amount in Nigeria as well. So how can you say with any certainty, how can you be categorical when you say the day of, you don't even know what day of the week it is. Also, certainly, it is Monday where I am, just barely. No, not Monday. You see, you lose track of the days, and it is Thursday where I am, just barely, just a few minutes more of Thursday. But in some spaces, it is heavily into Friday. Hopefully, nobody is in Saturday just yet, unless, of course, we're being watched by Martians. So there it is. So there it is. We congregate again. We do as we always do. Yes, Emeka Uz, not the usual Emeka, but Emeka Uz is watching us from Istanbul. It says, I always wait for the program to start, even though it is biased. I still enjoy the Ghost Grass. It's not at all biased, Emeka, and you should join us one of these days. I see your comments regularly on Facebook. Maybe one of these days you come and introduce yourself to the screen. So, the news cycle has absolutely nothing to offer us. So it's going to be more of a conversational sort of a session. So we would need a panel for this one. So if you are intent on hopping on, just hop on now, because we would need a panel for this one. It's going to be gisting. It's going to be reminiscing very heavily about the year that just was. So it's going to be a lot of reminiscing. What happened in the course of this year? What are we taking away from it? What were the goods, the bads, and the ugly? So the first storyline is going to flesh out that space. So they'll offer us what they have to offer us. But then in the course of the conversation, then we'll... and by the way, this will run all the way through to the end of the year. So this is the opening session for the auditing of the year that just went. So in the course of these and sessions that leads up to the end of this year, we'll be arriving at situations of the year. What situation stands out as especially decisive and seminal? I think that there may well not be too many arguments about that. We will also be discussing and arriving at who constitutes the woman of the year. So who was the woman of this year? And then, of course, who was the man of this year? So I know the usual go-to will be to political figures, but it's not really limited to the political space. So we'll do the Nigerian man of the year and the Nigerian woman of the year, and then we'll do a global man and woman of the year as well, and then we'll do a global situation of the year as well. So this, in the course of this session and in the course of sessions to come, in the build-up to the end of the year. I'm going to apologize, but not really for the late start. The starts are getting later and later, even though I promised you to be on time. But hopefully that's just the festive season thing. Circumstances, often instances, leads to this late start. So apologies for that if you've had to wait long for the session to start. But the session starts nevertheless, much to the delight of Chioma, who has a big grin on her face. So good to see you, Chioma. So the session starts, and then, of course, before anything starts, you know the form already. So you should be clicking on the like button by now. You should be subscribed. And if you're not, correct that. And as I said, this is going to be somewhat of a speak easy session. So you are highly encouraged to come and join us on the screen by clicking on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do all those. So let's kick it off then with the first storyline that we're going to be looking at. So let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with this. So we kick it off with this, and this essentially speaks to the deciding or the decisive moments that shaped this year. So the decisive moments, the moments in time that shaped the year that is just coming to an end now. General election. So of course, so there are so many. There are so many low-hanging fruits, especially for this sort of conversation, and especially for Nigeria. There's so many hanging fruits because so much happened in the course of this year. So much. We saw the emergence of Peter Obi as an entity. We saw the transiting of power. So we had Obasanjo, who kicked off the Fourth Republic, and then we had Yar'Adua. And then after Yar'Adua, we had Goodluck Jonathan. After Goodluck Jonathan, we had Buhari. And now we have Tinubu. So we've had 5 successive changing of the baton in the course of this Fourth Republic. And this is the longest yet experimentation with democracy that Nigeria has ever experienced. So that in itself, that's something that's happened that we've just glossed over it, but it's actually something that should be paused and acknowledged. Was it a good thing? How has that experiment been going? Have we evolved from 1999 till now, this latest election that we've just had? And what is the auditing? How are we auditing this experimentation, fourth attempt? Because you had the First Republic, of course, which was the Azikiwe, etc. And then you had a Second Republic, who was even in the Second Republic. And then you had another... the Second Republic would not have been Shagari, would it? So the Second Republic, was that Shagari and co? I'm not sure. Somebody will come and correct me. And then we've had 4 successive experimentations with democracy. And when you have an intervention or intersection or interruption, more the word, when you have an interruption by the military boys, then that ends that particular republic, because of course the military don't rule by the constitution and they don't really rule the federation as a federal entity. They rule by fiat and decrees. So when the military go, then you have the birthing of yet another republic, which is yet another experimentation with democracy. So we're at the fourth incursion of that. And how has that experiment gone? So, like I said, the longest yet uninterrupted democracy, in quotation marks, some people will say, that we've had. But how has that journey been so far? So moments though that shaped this year: general election, Naira redesign, other key moments that defined 2023. So now let's see what this has to offer, and let's see what we can add on to it. For Nigerians, 2023 will become, let's do that again. For Nigerians, 2023 will become one of the most remarkable years in recent memory in terms of defining moments and major events. Some are cheery, whilst some are not very pleasant. So yes, this is just as there were significant global events that highlighted 2023. The News Agency of Nigeria takes a look at some of them. So, of course, the easily most important events that happened in the course of this year, Nigerian, was the general election. So, 2023 general election, following interesting events that preceded the polls, many believed it will go down as the most anticipated election cycle since democracy returned in 1999. Perhaps the fact that it was the first time since 1999 that 3 major frontrunners contested to become the country's president added to the anticipation. The election lived up to its build-up as Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC, Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, and Peter Obi of the Labour Party won in 12 states each. So, a lot of people criticize and poo-poo this election, but it's the most keenly fought, and it was decided on a knife edge. And yes, Tinubu had a sizable lead, but if you look at the spread, it was just a glut of voters here and a glut of votes there, all coming together really to form that victory. But it wasn't a runaway victory, as the numbers would suggest. It was a shifting of the bottoms all over the place. The election lived up to its build-up as Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC, Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party, and Peter Obi of the Labour Party won in 12 states each. I don't think that is a data that is often enough acknowledged. They actually won in 12 states each. Can you imagine that? Tinubu was declared the winner with 8,794,726 votes. Mr. Abubakar came second, whilst with 6.9 million, whilst Peter Obi came in with 6 million votes approximately. One political analyst said the 2023 election was the most consequential in the history of Nigeria since 1999. As expected, post-presidential election litigation went to the Supreme Court, which affirmed Mr. Tinubu's victory. So I think I'm not sure that there will be I'm not sure that there will be a lot of debate to argue that these are the most significant thing that happened in this hold on. Yes, I don't think there will be that much of a debate that the most significant thing that happened in the course of this year in Nigeria. So the election, certainly the most important thing that happened in the course of the year. So that stands at number one. Naira redesign, and that comes in as well. Although a spillover from 2022, when the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) announced the introduction of redesigned 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira banknotes, its impact was most felt in 2023. The policy was greeted with public anger and frustration as the new notes were unavailable, whilst the Apex Bank mopped up the old ones. There also were political undercurrents in the implementation of the policy, leading to the Supreme Court issuing an interim order for the policy to be halted. Many economists and financial analysts termed the Naira redesign policy as the worst economic policy ever implemented in Nigeria since the structural adjustment program was introduced in 1986. So there it is. So now, JAPA, mass emigration of Nigerians. Before 2023, Nigeria experienced mass relocation of professionals and students, often young, who used the study and work permit routes routes, if you're American, to migrate abroad in search of better lives. While they traveled to Canada, the United States, and other Western countries, the United Kingdom was the most common choice, especially for those using the study route. However, in May 2023, the United Kingdom government said that from January 2024, international students would not be permitted to bring family members with them. Sensing the purpose is defeated with that policy, 2023 witnessed the highest relocation of Nigerians to the United Kingdom through that specific study route that enabled them to take their family along. So they used that final window to push hard. The migration pattern, now called JAPA, has left the country grappling with shortage of certain professionals in health, financial services, education, telecom, ICT sector, etc. So there it is right there. Osinhe and Oshoala are African football king and queens. So apologies, I don't know this guy quite that much, Victor Osinhe. I think Osinhe is how it's pronounced. Following his exploits in Serie A club Napoli in the 2022-2023 season, Nigeria's striker Victor Osimhen was named African Footballer of the Year at a ceremony in Marrakesh on December 11, 2023. Osimhen scored 26 goals to help Napoli to a surprise triumph in Serie A last season and was the leading goal scorer in Italy's top league. He beat Egypt's Liverpool forward Mohamed Salah and Morocco's Paris Saint-Germain right back Hakimi, and then the Sisat Oshoala won the prize for the women. So the winner, female and male footballer of the year, Africa Nigerians, Hilda Bachi's Guinness record. So that goes as a key moment as well. And Akeredolu's death just at the last minute at the closing phase of the year. So those are the decisive seminal moments of 2023, according to this piece. But are you on board with that? Do you agree with the list? How many of that would you remove? And what would you add? So comments in the comment section, hop on board to come and share thoughts. Federal government 50% fair slash. Abuja records 70% compliance. So I'm only really bringing you this story because there's been characters coming on this platform to telling us that the initiative was a scam. But then of course, but then of course it's not a scam. Discordant compliance has continued to trail the 50% fare reduction proposed by the federal government as passengers have different stories to tell. The government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the 20th of December revealed companies that will be participating in the 50% slash. According to the special advisor to the president on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, the 5 participating transport companies in the scheme are God is Good, Chisco Transport, Young Shall Grow, God Bless Ezemwata, and Area Motors. The presidency also posted a document showing 26 routes that the buses will run. However, correspondence checks on Thursday, 28th of December, revealed that the reduction recorded 70% compliance in Abuja. So this is independent checks by correspondence. While some companies are partially complying by slashing prices for some passengers flying some routes, some are not complying at all. When our correspondents visited GUO, I don't know what that GUO is, Utako or Abuja Terminal, the manager Uchenna Udoka stated that they are complying to the federal government's 50% slash. Mr. Uche confirmed that only buses heading to Owerri, Enugu, and Lagos observed the price slash for now, pending when they get another directive from our head office. The passengers are very happy whenever we tell them that we have to refund half of their money. They shout with joy. The discussion on reimbursement is actually with our CEO. I don't know the major they agreed with the government on reimbursement. My duty as a branch manager is to execute. For now, they have not asked us to stop, but give and take from now till the 31st of December for people traveling from here. A cashier in God is Good Motors stated that today they refunded passengers going to Enugu, Owerri, and Ajah, Lagos. He informed that the whole exercise is expected to continue till January the 4th. I mean, these are correspondents really checking and confirming that it is indeed as the government had intended. But a lot of people come here to tell us to the contrary. Let me take you to this space. Dangote Refinery receives third crude shipment of 1 million barrels to start diesel and aviation production mid-January 2024. So that's Dangote again making promises that he's struggling to keep. So that's Dangote making promises that he's struggling to keep. CBN investigator fires Titan Trust Union Bank investors, threatens government takeover. So the chase after the billions that Emefiele stole are still ongoing. So the chase after the billions that Emefiele stole still ongoing. So let's okay, I'm not actually going to show that one. Okay, let me make this one the last one, and then we'll see if there's anybody available for the conversation. I'm bringing you this one really off the back of the Ganduje Gandola storyline that entertained us a few years ago. Zambian minister resigns after he was caught on video receiving cash bribes from Chinese businessmen. So there it is right there. Zambian Foreign Minister Stalin Kakubo has resigned after he was allegedly caught on video receiving cash bribes from Chinese contractors. In the 2022 video, the minister had promised to sell rich mineral mines to Chinese businessmen, but he reportedly failed to live up to the terms before the video surfaced online. The minister said he resigned because he did not want his controversy to distract the president's administration. Mr. Kakubo, however, vowed, in due course, we will provide the accurate context surrounding the recent development. The president promptly accepted his resignation whilst appreciating his commendable contributions and leadership as minister. The viral video shows two men sitting by a table counting the neatly stacked cash, both US dollars and Zambian kwacha. Their faces are not visible, but it led to a frenzied speculation on social media that the men were Mr. Kakubo and Chinese businessmen. So let's have a look, see what's going on in Zambia.
$16 for the So bring them all this and how much? My 50.
Yes, 50,000.
So this is how much? This 100. This one 100. And this 100. 100, 400. Yeah, 400. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500.
All right. I think we get the gist of that. Bribery and corruption, Zambian style. But the only real difference is that at least he had the dignity to resign. So he had the dignity to resign. I've only got one person in the studio at the moment. I'll play the Kegite music, bring him on, and then we'll see what happens after that. But first, to the, where are they? Well, first to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bọ́bí màsà kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. ṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neruwa Gweche, amen to that of me and myself and you, my friends. Ikuko Neruwa Gweche, we've got Ajanle Koko here, but I'm not quite sure if it's fully ready because Ajanle Koko often instances are driving from one place to the other. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
What's up, one man?
Yeah, good to have you, Ajanle Koko. It's just you and I at the moment.
Where are our people? What's wrong with them?
I don't know. I think maybe is it that the timing or all of those alcohol from Christmas leftover. So I want to move you, you know.
For them, no problem.
All right. Are you ready to go,
Let's go.
Or should I just wrap it up? Okay. Let's kick it off then. General elections, Naira redesign, other key moments that defined 2023. So there are so many things that happened in the course of this year. The biggest thing that happened in the course of this year, of course, is the general election. But then this article here, this is from the News Agency of Nigeria. They are saying the general elections, the Naira redesign, which was 2022, but the spillover effect was this year, the Japa syndrome that amassed more people than ever left the country, and then some Nigerian boy winning footballer of the year alongside a Nigerian girl, and then the Akeredolu death. So do you concede that those are the defining moments? It was there a moment I'm missing, but certainly the general election, the biggest moment of the year.
Yeah, thank you, Wama. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. So I agree with them with the details of events, as they mentioned, that characterize 2023 in Nigeria. And the top of them all is 2023 general election. I totally agree with these people for a good job done to highlight all those key events. So we went through, it's a mix-up of good and bad. The worst of them all is the Naira redesign. That period, Nigeria went through hell. It hell. When you're talking of hell, that was what we went through, economically and financially. Suffered. Both rich and poor. It's like heaven. It's like I don't know. It was just for everybody. Even those of us here who went through the pains and suffering too, because a lot of us tried to help our people. They couldn't get money. So it was a period in the life of that country and people that are alive that we will not pray to have such situation to happen again. So yes, that was the worst time, one man, that I
think in the course of this year, Nigeria went through probably, setting aside the civil war, the most trying, most difficult period. I'm not sure that we've ever witnessed this bad in that country. That people literally, remember when Umaru Diko said he's not saying Nigerians are going to eat from the dustbin yet. Well, they've started to do that in the course of this year. We've never known hardship as we've seen this year.
Yes, I agree with you. This year is the worst. That was the worst time. That is number one. The hardest of the hardest, time that I've seen people went through in that country since I was born. Then number two is when, Tinubu suddenly, unexpectedly removed petroleum subsidy, and the prices of commodities rose to the high heaven. And at the same time, Naira depreciated like 50% in value. That further, that one is another serious shock that the people of that country got. And though it looked like it's a little bit relaxed now, but people are trying to cope with the reality on the ground. They are trying to cope with the hardship. So those are the two events I can really describe as the worst of the worst events that we had in 2023. Well, some other people might say, well, in their own villages, in their own ancestral homeland, they are sacked, they were brutalized, they are kicked out of their, and a lot of people were killed by terrorists. So people will define it 2023 in different ways, the good and the bad side of it. People will describe it. So politically, the 2023 election is a remarkable event. For some people, the president in place now is a political achievement for them, because some people have been a ardent supporter of Tinubu since 1999, even before 1999 in the Third Republic when he was a senator. So let me follow him. And for him to, go through all the political turbulences and to be the president of Nigeria, it's a joyous moment to them. So it's a dream come true politically to them that yes, our man, the man we believe is now the president of Nigeria. While on the other side, the obedience that came in from nowhere politically, to support Obi. They came from nowhere. I'd say from nowhere. I don't mean what I mean is that Obi.
It was a surprise element.
Yes, surprise. Obi came, joined a party that in 2023 presidential election had 5,000 votes. And Obi on the ticket as the flag bearer now attracted so much support from some part of the country, and particularly the youth. They worked hard for him, they campaigned hard for him, both on the ground and on the internet. They spread the news across the world, and to the surprise of everybody, that party was able to give the two dominant parties the run for their money. And the result of the election, just as you described it earlier, they shared 12 states. Nigeria have 36.
Adale Koko, in spite of how people have chosen to rubbish that election, really for partisan reasons, it's certainly one of the most keenly contested elections we've ever had. And some of the results that came out, they were quite surprising, which is to suggest that they might well reflect the will of the people. When Osun State is lost to PDP and Labour Party wins Lagos State, then it will suggest that somewhat there was a free hand for the will of the people to reflect. Because if they had given Lagos State to Tinubu if rigging took place, then there could be there can't be many arguments against it. That if they say that, oh, Tinubu won Lagos State by over 50%, nobody will argue that really, because that would have been the expectation. But some of the results that came out, it shows somewhat progression in our electoral journey, in our journey with democracy.
Yeah, right. And in addition to that, some notable senators lost election. People that never lost election before. This new electoral system with the introduction of this
technology.
Yes, they lost. People that can never win election. Imagine an Okada rider who never prepared for anything, who just bought form to say, oh, let me fill in for Labour Party, who never campaigned, won election. So it's Obi came.
And that can only really reflect that votes were being counted and the will of the people were holding sway. Because if elections were being rigged, and a senator that has never lost an election would not lose that election, and so an Okada rider would not come and defeat a seasoned politician. Only really if votes are being counted, that is when things like that can happen.
Yes. But some people, just because Obi did not win, they concluded that it is totally. Yes, sir.
What kind of revisionist history are you people recounting here? Especially one man telling us that the election was reflected in will of the people. What will of the people? Those places, those places you were talking about that they lost, that were flipped over by Labour Party, or other parties like SDP or maybe these guys, Ganduje's, I'm saying Ganduje. Those party were predominantly those areas that change were no doubt inevitable. And the people, that space, the people who hold sway in that space, they don't have absolute control. Like Tinubu had that absolute control in Lagos. So now you're telling me,
rational mind. If they had said Tinubu won Lagos, would the argument? How can the argument? Yeah.
We understand what played out in Lagos, one man. Forget that. Well, all those optics that we saw later that Tinubu had 500,000 and then only like 10,000 votes and 5,000 votes was what what's his name? Obi used in defeating him. Forget those crap. It was all cooked up figures. Obi
why did they not cook it up to reflect that Tinubu won it?
They know what they did, one man.
Right.
Okay, go on.
What did they do? Because Tinubu owns Lagos, so if they say Tinubu won Lagos, I don't think too many people will argue strongly against that.
It is the same thing they are doing with what is going on currently right now. It was a distraction to make them look like, oh, after all, you won in my own side too. I mean, look at all the whole shenanigans were done in the north. They cooked up figures. The whole thing that was supposed to work, the bimodal, whatever crap they call it, that INEC spent billions of naira on, nothing working in the north. They were just stuffing ballot. They were just writing figures. Nothing worked. They know what they did. Okay, one man, we can sit down here and just do this revision, this kind of what happened. Like that's what they want us to see. That's what they want us to know, that this is what happened. Just like the same distraction they're doing right now, cooking up fomenting trouble here and there, trying to make people get distracted from the main issue of the economy and the dying country that is going down. Oh yeah, I heard the Lulu is dead. This one is dead. They keep people in Plateau State. this and that, they may fail it. Just want to distract us so that people will not talk about their crap. That's the same tactics they use during the election. They distracted people just to make people think that, oh, after all, you won in my state now. I mean, Tinubu, you owns Lagos. And then he won Lagos. I mean, you guys, okay, let's forget that thing for now. We know we can do all these revisionists because that's the optics. That's what they want us to see. That's what is out there. For one man, I'm not fooled. For one, I'm not fooled.
Yeah, they are not fooled. All right. But Adanda Koko, certainly there is no argument against. We've had 5 cycles of power changing hands since 1999. Our longest yet experimentation with democracy. A lot of people will query that we even have democracy, but whatever it is, our longest yet experimentation with our civilians are holding power within the Nigerian space. So it looks as though democracy is now here to stay in Nigeria, because after this long, you don't really envision a military interruption. So the democracy since 1999, have you seen slow improvements? Have you seen a big improvement? And was this cycle of election a quantum leap in terms of our improvements in our experimentation with democracy?
Yes. The longest republic that we have had in the political history of that country. However, the democracy that we have really should have worked good for the people economically and meaningfully. It's not really working for the people, but rather it works for the people. That is what we have seen in this Fourth Republic. And I hope that the politician can quickly, I'm not missing my word here, they can quickly backtrack from this that they have been playing for the past 23 years and start to work for the interests of the people. Because we have seen in some neighboring countries that the military junta took over, attack democratic institutions. There they have military rule. I cannot confidently say that we cannot, democracy cannot be ruled in.
You're breaking up a little bit, Adanda Koko.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay. So, like I was saying, the politicians should start to work for the interests of the people. Because in some neighboring country around us, military has torpedoed the democratic institution, and they have military rule there. I cannot confidently say that democracy has come to stay in Nigeria. It looked like that, but the more things get worsened, the more the state it doesn't run for Nigerian people, the more it gets worsened, something can happen. We have seen what happened in the past that brought in military junta. It was because of misgovernance by politicians. So can we say that it cannot happen again? I will say no, it could still happen. If the misgovernance get worse in Nigeria, yes, that could come in. I know some people might not agree with me on this point, but experience and the history rather, tells us that yes, that was what we had in the past when we had misgovernance by politicians. So military came in and to totally say that it cannot come this time. If the country is heading towards disintegration, then the military have a responsibility by the Constitution to come in and hold and put the country together. Because
what constitution is that? The military has, they have the authority, or they have the moral. They have the moral.
Well,
right
it's
to
not. It is not expressly mentioned, but they have responsibility to keep the country together. If crisis, on ending crisis, if politicians showed no capacity to hold the country together, then the military will do the job. In order to save the country from disintegration, they have that responsibility. Every, military in every country have that responsibility. That is why they are always at the last assignment when there is crisis or violence in a particular country. Military is the last institution that will be called to come and restore orderliness rather. If police cannot handle it, then the military will come to handle the situation. So most of the crises we are having in the north, what do you call it? The banditry, ravaging villages, maiming people, is because police should have been ordinarily do the job, because they cannot do it. That's why we see military, doing the job for them. So one man, yes, it's a democracy. This is a long time that we have. This is a republic, the fourth republic. Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't quite count the republic. So we had the independence, and then we had the coup.
Shagari was the second republic.
Okay, and then
and the Babangida was taking us into the third republic before the June 12th.
So the June 12th would have been the third republic, but it never happened.
It never happened. So
to all intents and purposes, we are actually in the third republic now.
No, this is the fourth. It was aborted because by the third republic, we already had local government in place, civilian running local government. We already had governors in place. We already had the Senate was in place. It was the last stage, which was the presidential election that we conducted. And for us to have civilian president, that the military, under the Babangida, annulled the result. That was how it was disrupted. So it was a third republic, ongoing back then that Babangida, short-lived. So we cannot wish it away like that. If we had not had it at all, then we can say, yeah, we didn't. But we had it in place. It was at the last stage, to fully institutionalize it, that Babangida, disrupted it, and that's why it's described as, disrupted the Third Republic. So this is Fourth Republic. It's rightly mentioned when we are in Fourth Republic. So we had 23 years so far, longest, against what we had in the past, and but it has not given the best that people expected. He has given the worst for Nigerian people. Some people will oppose me for some reason, but it is the worst that Nigerian people have gotten from this Fourth Republic. We have many institutions that describe 2/3 of Nigerians living in multidimensional poverty. I know the one man don't like to hear that. He doesn't believe in it. Some people doesn't believe. But the institution of the state mentioned it, came out with the data to support that. So he has not given the best for us. And I hope the politician can come together and start have everything and start working for Nigerian people. the highlight of event, the best for Nigeria, for Nigerian people on the social aspect is our children that won the award for the best footballer of the year in the continent, both the male and female. I think the youth of Nigeria, all the time, every time, have demonstrated to most people, to us, that if we can give them that chance to be in position of leadership, they can take that country and lift that country up to to be one of the greatest countries in the world if we can give them the chance. In the areas of music, they have conquered the world with Afrobeat music. In the areas of sport, look at them. They are number one among others. And these two guys are one of the best players in the world. I mean, with the female, is one of the best female player in the world. And the male is one of the best. I had an Italian that came to my store recently, and we were talking about Nigeria. He was mentioning about, he said, oh, you see my guy that won the African football. I said, who is your guy? He said, oh, he mentioned the name. He said, that guy is great. He said they love him in, is it not in Milan or where is he? Is it?
Napoli.
Napoli, Naples.
Napoli, yeah. I don't really follow that soccer anymore because I would have wished our own, our local league. So I would have wished that we have a well-funded, a local league that, we can be proud of. So I don't really follow this Europe and this English and all this thing. I don't follow it. So he was mentioning it, but I listen to the news all the time. So I knew about this guy that he won African Best Player. So an Italian was discussing this with me. He said, oh, yes, so it's a great player. They love him and this and that. So it is time for us and these crappy people we have in the position of leadership to please give the youth the chance. Give them the opportunity to lead and sit behind and advise them. That would be the best thing.
All right. Ajale Koko, thanks for holding the spot. The room is slowly populating now, and people are starting to wake up from their wine and eggnog. But let me take you to one more space, Ajale Koko. Remember last year we did Man of the Year and Woman of the Year. So we'll repeat that this year again. So for the totality of everything that happened in Nigeria, who would your Man of the Year be and why? And similarly, female. So just a snap response to that, and then we go to Rational Mind.
Well, Man of the Year, politically, or where do we get the Man of the Year?
Yeah, do politically and then do the totality of everything, because politics was the biggest thing that happened in the country this year. So do politically and then do the totality of everything.
Well, let me go with the woman first. So the Woman of the Year is that lady, that senator from Kogi State, Natasha. Is it Natasha?
Yes. Yeah, Natasha Akoti or something like that.
Akoti. I think with all the intimidation that she from the governor of the state, with all the harassment, with all the power of the state to stop her from contesting, to stop the people from voting for her. The people came out strong against the governor. You remember the government did everything to, frustrate the people. from voting for this lady, but people came out to vote for her. And I think she's in the same the same senatorial district with the governor. I stand to be corrected. I think she's from central senatorial district with the governor. And she won. She defeated the APC. She defeated the governor in that senatorial district. So, for me, I think it shows us that women can play important role in our politics, and women should start to think in the direction of voting for their fellow women and not the men. That is the only way they can get freedom. If they continue to dance around, and they're dancing foolishly to all these men, they will never be political. They will never gain that political independence. They will serve men forever. So,
all right.
Let me land one man now.
Yeah.
What is the rush for? I mean,
the room is filling up. So yeah, but yeah, carry on.
Let them take their time. If I didn't hold now, you will have gone. Let them.
That's true actually.
Let them calm. Let everybody calm. One man.
Okay, carry on.
We are not. I mean, where are we rushing to?
No, nowhere really. It's a festive season.
I don't want to come. Easy. So, this woman. Let me talk to women. Women in Nigeria. I don't know where you are listening to me. You should start to think of yourself. All these, what do they call it? What is it that women are requesting for, that they should have some stake in the governance of the country. They should be given some
like some affirmative actions or
it will never come. The only way you shoot yourself to the position of power by voting for women. If a woman is coming out for the position of governor or senator or councillor, all of you should line up behind that woman and vote for her. That is the only way. And that is when Nigeria will start to get better, because women are very good in the management of resources and discipline than the men. So, but you see, most of these women that are educated, they don't even regard the illiterate as anything. They think they are useless people. They think they don't need to be around them. They think they are dirty. They think they are this thing. They don't know how to get closer to them. They don't know how to bring them together. They don't know how to, to educate them. They always distance themselves. They think that they are better than them because they are more educated. And that is why you see them nowhere. They can never compete with men as far as politics is concerned in Nigeria. So that lady did very good. It should be encouraged. Nigerian women should focus on her, support her all the time, and other women. So she's my woman of the year in Nigeria. Then the men, let me tell you this, one man. The man of the year politically is Peter Obi.
I agree with that.
Peter Obi is the man of the year, except we want to deceive ourselves. Some people will not agree with me, but that guy, he taught us something. Even though I don't see him as the best choice, but what he was able to achieve is a message to us that Nigerian people, it is time to start to think in a different direction, to start to vote in a different direction. We should vote away this politician. That is the message that Peter Obi has brought to us, that it is doable. I see him as one of the old guard, as one of the corrupt politicians, but he has signaled to us that, look, it is doable. you can vote them out. Vote a different direction. That is the message brought. So maybe in the next election, you Nigerians will start thinking of it.
You know, Ajanle Koko, Peter Obi very much reminds me of Sowore. You know, when Sowore came onto the scene and he would stand almost literally in front of military formations against all of these tankers, instances even standing in front of tankers and holding his hands up to say, stop, enough of this nonsense. We are all aghast, just the bravery of that guy, that he took on the system single-handedly and he fought the system to a standstill. And then off the back of Sowore's bravery, you started to hear more voices of discontent. And then that spiraled into EndSARS, and that EndSARS spiraled into Peter Obi. So very much it aligns with what Sowore started.
Yeah, very, 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 very much. Very, very correct, one man. So,
Aja, are you sure you're not mistaking obedient movement and Obi?
You can't separate.
No, you have to separate them. No, obedient movement.
Obedient movement is the backbone of Obi politics. Without obedient movement, Obi will be nowhere.
That's why they deserve the man of the year, in my opinion. Sorry to badge him.
Oh,
sorry.
okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think, well,
I like that distinction that Baba is making, Ajanle Koko. That because, like you said, Obi is absolutely categorically an old guard politician. Peter Obi, as a person, is one of the people we're running away from. But the obedient movement is where we're running to. So I think that's the wider point that Baba is making.
Yeah, but yes, obedient movement, they deserve some credit.
The question, sorry, Baba. The question you should ask Baba is, how many votes will the obedient movement get without Peter Obi? Just erase Peter Obi from your mind and tell how many votes the obedient movement will get. Maybe you should have been the candidate.
That's a hard question too.
No, the thing you're not getting here is obedient movement. Okay. It's a vehicle, a special purpose vehicle. And I'm sure if they can find somebody without the blemish of a corrupt politician, they will back that person, and that person will ride on their tide to power.
So why did you think they chose an Obi? Or do you think they were dumb when they were choosing Obi?
No, that's what they have. That's what they have in front of them.
Yes, they didn't really choose Obi.
That's what you have in front of you. Just three corrupt politicians, and you choose the least corrupt of all.
No. Do you know why? You can't argue that. They had options because they were starting from ground zero anyway. Labour Party starting from ground zero anyway. It's not like they even started from any structure anyways. So they have options to choose. They made a wise decision. Remember that these people are young people, and then most of them are middle class and very highly educated people. And they made their decisions. They made their researches, and they put obedient movements. Even the name obedient movement was formed with the man's name.
No. So sorry, Baba. I'm not sure you are getting the wider point that is being made here. Hold on,
okay.
Uptown. Peter Obi is just incidental to the obedient movement. The obedient movement itself is a moment in time. And you're right, educated middle class, or young-ish, certainly futuristic in orientation. So that space is a fed-up space, and they found in Obi a convenience. Because the only other option was Sowore, who had been weighed and found not to quite be up to par. And then, but the narrative that Obi was speaking to was a narrative that space felt that is the direction that
sorry guys, you guys are speaking too much grammar. That's just an EndSARS. That's just an EndSARS movement, and EndSARS movement combined with sentimental politics movement plus people that are fed up with the status quo. And it's not the first time we're having that kind of movement. Buhari had something similar, but was just a northern flavor. So
but Obi is
Yeah.
Obi is incidental to what
Yeah,
you just said.
it's right place at the right time.
It wasn't really about Obi.
It was not about him.
It was more about the movement.
It's youth anger.
Youth anger. Yes.
Can I speak? How is it possible that the problem is that as long as some of us continue to exist, there are things that cannot be erased. For example, trying to pull out Obi from Obedient Movement, whereas even the movement's name was even formed with the man's name Obi. So you might want to cut out the Obi from the Obedient before you start walking down that path that you want to walk down.
No. Forget the name.
No.
The Obedient Movement would have still happened. Maybe not in this electoral cycle. Maybe or maybe not in this electoral cycle. But certainly, it would have taken some shape because, as Kulata rightly said, it's a progression of the EndSARS space. It's the language of fed up. So Obi is incidental to it. It wasn't really about Peter Obi.
Let me respond to that. Now, Nigeria has always been fed up of the system since 1999. Trust me. Nobody just got fed up yesterday. The problem is that there have always been a huge, and that's why we've always had a low turnout of elections. There have always been a low trusting. There have always been a complete loss of hope in Nigeria politics and politicians and government and anything that has to do with that from time immemorial, actually. So nobody should say that it just emerged yesterday morning. But what happened was a man that was able to mobilize and speak the language of most of those Nigerians that's always been that over the years. A man that then they looked and x-rayed, and not all, but majority of what he showcased was in line with most of things they wanted. Not all, majority compared with others. So you cannot say that Obi was just one corrupt politician sitting somewhere, and all of a sudden people just felt like there are better options.
I want to quickly ask a question, please.
Okay.
So, where was the Obedient Movement when Obi was in PDP?
Where was the Obedient Movement when Obi was? Should I answer you?
Yeah, when Obi was still in PDP.
Okay, good, very good. Now, I've said in this platform before, and I think most of us, I mean, these things are such a beautiful thing to.
No. Answer the question frontally. Answer it frontally.
That's what I want to answer you. That's what I want to answer you. Now, let me answer you. Go to YouTube. The first 1 million march that happened, it happened while Obi was in PDP.
Oh, that's not true.
I'm coming. Are we going to stake money? I mean, January is coming. I need money.
Uptown, that doesn't even answer the question. Whether it happened when it doesn't matter.
No, he said it didn't happen.
The time Akim is referring to is 2019. He's talking about 2019. So don't start mixing stuff up.
Are you speaking for him? Sir, are you talking about when he was in PDP? Are you talking about back in?
No, I'm asking the question I asked you. Where was the Obedient Movement when Obi was in PDP before he left PDP to the Labour Party?
So
where was the
Obedient Movement? Your question, I'm turning it upside down again.
What question? I just asked you before Obi left PDP to the Labour Party. When he was running for the PDP primaries.
I understood your question. Now, when Obi was running for primaries in the election in PDP, youth started gathering around. Now, amongst the youth, there were people that had descending voice that, see, we know we are talking about following this guy in PDP, Obi. But then, people like Macaroni came out frontally and said, yo, I am not going to support him as long as he remains in PDP. Some others are like, no, we can still support him since he's Obi. And then we started 1 million march across states, including even Kaduna. Across states, 1 million march. And we were saying, we marched. In fact, the Obedient Movement wing of Abuja marched to Wadata Plaza with placards. These things are on YouTube. You can verify. Tell them to give us Obi. PDP, give us Obi. That was what was written in most of those placards. People were shouting in front of Wadata Plaza, PDP, give us Obi. PDP, give us Obi. It's there documented on YouTube.
Okay, one man, let Ajale Koko bring it on, please.
I'm coming. At the tail end of Obi moving to LP, when it leaked that Obi wanted to move to LP, go to the Twitter trends. Everybody was saying, even if Obi moves to Christmas party, we are going there with him. This is documented. We cannot change history.
Sorry, one man, before you move on. At best, that's what they call astroturf. At best. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, carry on, Ajahn Lekoko.
Really want to be. Yeah, cannot say.
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better. Carry on.
I said, if we really want to be true to ourselves, you cannot separate Obi from the movement. Obi campaign strategy, rhetoric attracted so many people into that movement, and particularly to the formation of that movement. From consumption to production, campaign, rhetoric, from
cutting cost of governance, major.
All these things that this guy was saying resonated with a lot of people, particularly people that are not, that are looking for something new. So he was able to, package himself and market himself. He marketed himself very well, like as something new. And that is why a lot of people jumped into that movement. So Obi played that role that a politician must play, just like Trump. When Trump came with what did he call himself? What is the
Make
campaign?
America great again.
Make America great again.
And build the walls.
And he started saying that when Mexicans are bringing their people, they don't bring their breasts, they are bringing rapists, they are bringing all these things he was mentioning. Some people woke up and said, yes, hallelujah, Messiah is here. So the same thing Obi did. So if Obi has not campaigned effectively to the delight of so many people, young people that were looking for change and other people that are looking for something new, so Obi wouldn't have had that movement. So we have to give the credit to that guy, whether we like him. You might not like him, but you have to give the credit to him. Like I said earlier, he has pointed to us that it is doable to kick these people out, vote for something new. Unfortunately, to me, it doesn't represent that new person. It doesn't represent that road to the promised land. Showore is the person that represents that road to the promised land. I hope this you and other people can put their energy into the right, behind the right person that can fight for them and take Nigerian back to work for Nigerian people.
Ajahn Lekoko, can I ask you a question? 5 seconds.
Yes.
I think the misunderstanding is this. Was Obi incidental to the movement or a pioneer of the movement? We have to distinguish between the two.
No, he's the pioneer.
I disagree. But
No. You can't say it's the pioneer when the movement is an offshoot of Showore, NSAS, and then obedience. It's a progression of something that is already existing.
Yes, they are existing, but they jump behind Obi and form that obedient movement.
It's a groundswell that reached a crescendo.
So, like I said, his campaign is effective campaign. Draw them to him, and and fight for him to get him to where he is politically in that country. So he played a role of a political leader that it's very, very effective political leader. That's the role that he played. So I give it to him. I'm not separating them. I'm not giving the obedient. Yes, we have to give that those guys try, but I cannot separate them from Obi. They are both intertwined. Without Obi, they will. Who knows where they're gonna be?
May I add? So if I can have, so here's how I say it. NSAS movement didn't just started 2021. Is it 2020 or 2021? Didn't just started there. They've been doing. If you look online. If you look online, you've already seen video of people doing it way before 2021 or 2020. They've been. I think it's 2020. If I'm right. So they're already bunch of musicians that's already campaigning. They do there's already a movement for answers. Every single time police kill people, they're already doing that. But what happened is the 2020, it looks like a lot more people were aware and they just joined the movement and they did the answers. So that's number one. Number two, people are already looking for alternative, which started with Sowore, for example. A lot of people got behind them. And a lot of people actually travel home just the same way they traveled 2023, thinking that something is going to change. So people are already doing that. So what 2020 did was that the fact that it did they killed allegedly the people were killed, and government didn't really like every single thing that they were asking for. It didn't actually go people's way. So a lot of people are already disgruntled, like they want something else. So I think if you look at it, based on that and the fact, based on the answers, a lot of young people that were already like, they just don't want the people that are already there because they just disrespect. For example, after answers, the way Buhari treated the young people with his televised what am I calling it? With his televised whatever he did on TV. It's more like he didn't really see what the movie is all about. So I think that's number one to the fact that people are already looking for change. So when it just happened that they see Obi as some other people that's not like that, I would say to you, if somebody else like Obi, somebody else is in that race, just like Obi, they probably would have go for him, because a lot of people that were for Sowore, they seem like he's outsider, number one. A lot of people didn't really like fell for what he was doing starting from 2019. So a lot of people don't want to waste their vote. So you just figure out that the right person for 2023 will be Obi. So that's the reason why I think Obi just happened to be at the right place at the right time. So that 2027, don't be you'll see that if somebody else that's able to be like more like Obi come into the race, you might see a change where they would think that person might be the better person. So that's what I think. I don't really think he just happens to be in the right place at the right time.
No, that's what we said. Obi is incidental to the movement. It's not the main hub. It's not. It did not instigate the movement.
Yeah.
The movement created him.
Yes.
But I'll land it at Jande Koko, and then we go on to Rational Mind if it's available.
I disagree with you. The movement did not create Obi. Obi created the movement. Obi was the one. Outside, he marketed himself very well to the delight of a lot of Nigerians, and they jump into that movement. So it's not that movement that created Obi. It's Obi's that created that movement. So let's leave it there. And I just hope yes, sir.
I want to ask you a question real quick. Do you happen to know or come across or has been established the financier of the NSAS movement?
What's the question? You said, do I know what?
I said, do you know or has been made known to the public the financiers of the NSAS movement?
I don't know the financiers. I know that the Obedient they donated a lot of money across the world outside Nigeria.
Before the Obedient, before the electoral period, do we know, the Nigeria knows who was behind the finances of the NSAS movement?
All right, if you know, tell us. Dewale, it sounds as though you
I
know.
was trying to establish that was a ground scheme. They knew what they were doing. Obi knew what they were doing. I'm even surprised that you.
Are you? Hold on. Are you claiming that Obi financed the NSAS movement?
How would we have known? You know,
yeah. So you don't know. So you.
No. I don't know, but I'm trying to put two and two together. It's a lot easier.
Well, I know who did. I know couple. I know something. So here's the thing. They put together GoFund and they blocked that. A lot of people have brought us. Let me land. A lot of people have brought actually donate money. They blocked that, and now people started using the blockchain where they can really trace out the money with the help of Twitter as well, because people were donating on Twitter as well. So I don't think any of the politicians, because I know where you're going to, that it seemed like the politician were doing it behind. No, they don't know any. Just like I said,
how do you know? How do you know? No,
because hold on, Oriola. Hold on, Oriola. Hold on, Dewale. He knows because that was how it played out in real time. We all saw the NSAS movement play out, and they were quite. They were quite emphatic that they don't want a figurehead for that.
One man. What if that was a false flag?
We're in the realms of conspiracy theory.
One man. Listen, please, sir. Listen. It may sound crazy, may sound absurd, but I want us to understand something. Nothing happens in vacuum. Things happen by program, by being orchestrated, by being scripted. And I'm telling you this, there's no way, Nigeria does not have that in them for them to be protesting for almost a week, to the point almost creating an anarchy in Lagos State, and you're saying this is just a spontaneous event. There's no way. It may sound like a conspiracy theory, and I don't want to be saying, I'm privy to those things, but it's even almost impossible to absorb a politician into a move without him already wet the ground. That is what I'm trying to establish and to link that together. I mean, before now, we've seen Obi going to an event, trying to distance himself. That was after he had finished his second term. Distance himself from the regular politician, trying to portray himself as somebody who is different. So all this is
let him land so it doesn't get rowdy. Yeah.
All these culminated together to a novice like you and I. There's no way two are connected. But I tell you what, there's no way. Politicians do not just act or, they must have done something. I mean, to get somebody, a politician, absorbed, we've seen the antecedent of this man as a politician. But for a movement to just, take him and say this is our preferred candidate, a lot of them must have gone. I mean, for a protest that has gone for almost a week. Come on now. We know Nigeria. We know ourselves. Nobody wants that. Anyway, let's carry on. But I'm surprised that you say he's the most interesting man, the man of the year. I'm kind of.
No. That's Ajale Koko's choice, and then we'll come to you momentarily.
Let me
all right.
One man, so I can give chance. So, what we have seen now, I think. What happened in the case of Obi and the movement showed us that when you vote for politician or one of them or group of people that look like politicians, they can never work for you. All the representatives of the Labour Party in the parliament today in Nigeria, who are they working for? Have they not joined the politician? That is why we should rest. I'm telling you that you cannot vote for them or people that align with them or people that associate with them. You can't. They can't get you nowhere. And that is what makes Obi, to me, not the best choice So we have to start thinking. But Obi has shown us that, look, with this movement, that there's a way out. We can do it. Don't let us, look at it that these two parties must dominate us for the rest of our life, our political life. Let us look for, another way out. And Obi showed us that it is possible. So next time, Nigerians, you have to go and look for Sowore. That is the man that will fight for you. One man, let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thanks for holding the fort. Ajanle Koko would have built a long time ago, but thank you, Ajanle Koko.
That is not excellent. Too. That is not excellent.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was excellent because it was just Ajanle Koko and I. Yeah, you can, but I'm keen that the room has filled up, and I want to get to people's voices quickly. I was going to go to Rational Mind, but of course, Alexander turns up, so we'll make a quick pit stop with Alexander Gomez, and then we're going to Rational Mind. So, Alexander, we're debating then who the man and woman of the year is. Your choices, Alexander Gomez. On mute.
Hello, folks. Back home in Sugarland, Texas. Man of the year, without a shadow of a doubt, is President Bola Tinubu. He proved to the nation that he was the smartest, most knowledgeable politician of his time. Almost in the same bracket as Awolowo, almost. Definitely in the same bracket as Obasanjo. But Awolowo has a special place amongst Yoruba. So he, against all odds, he played and maneuvered, even sponsored Obi to a certain degree to neutralize Atiku. Because I said it a long time ago, Atiku was supposed to win that election. I don't know how Tinubu did it, but he did his calculations and permutations right. So you can't take that away from him. I think the most impressive would be Obi. What I gained from him is humility. I don't know him personally, but I know a lot of friends and colleagues of mine who are very good friends, and I think my wife is close to him. But I don't know him personally. I haven't met him. But he came out a superstar and a big political figure.
Egmont, did you gain humility or did you gain the projection of humility? Because both of them are almost the same in terms of perception.
Based on what I saw and based on information coming back to me, he's a very humble human being. He's a humble human being. I know a lot of people that know him personally. I have a very good friend, Dr. Gujia, for his medical doctor colleague of mine here. Went to St. Gregory's College, Yibo, but grew up in Surulere. Knows him personally, and I'm very close to Dr. Gujia for. And he says, "What you see is what you get." That's one thing that we don't have. We don't have as a people. We don't have humility. That's our butt. We're very self-assured, reassured, cocky. And you can only find out how cocky we are when you're amongst other Africans. But I think our music is taking us to another level now. So people now look at us like the Black Americans of Africa. But by our nature, we're very cocky people. We are obnoxious people. So people of status, billionaire status, ex-governor, they're not accessible. They have an attitude problem. This man is not like that. I like I said, I don't know him personally, but I know a lot of people that know him personally, and they swear that what you see is what you get. It's not pretense. It's just being himself. So I think the superstar of the year will be Obi. I think the saddest event of the year is Akeredolu. That broke my heart. I had so much respect and love for that man. He had this political swagger about him. You know, he just he was larger than life, in my opinion. You know, he had so much guts and gumption, you know, and his demise really broke my heart. I think it could have been. I think his ailment could have been treated much better than it was. A man of that status shouldn't have gone through that what he went through when they're looking for machine to. I don't get that. That's sad. That breaks my heart. I don't know the woman over here. Maybe you can give me names, but no one.
I couldn't think of one immediately as well, which is maybe an indictment on the Nigerian female stock. But Ajale Koko came with Natasha Akpoti, which I was happy to go along with, or the female footballer that won the African Player of the Year. Beyond that, I cannot think of a woman that did. We can't go to Madam Ngozi again because her achievements is already documented.
Yeah, if I have to choose between the two, I think I'll go for Senator Apote or whatever, however you pronounce that word, because that governor gave her hell and back, and she rose above it. She was tenacious. She went for what she had. They almost killed her, and she still kept on going. So yes, now that you say it, I would give her the Woman of the Year award. It won't be the footballer. The footballer will get an honorary mention, but I think the senator would be the Woman of the Year for me. So thank you for having me, one man. I appreciate it. I'm a little bit tired, so let me go get some rest. I have a 4 o'clock meeting in the office. So thank you, and it's good to be back home in Houston.
Thank you, Alexander. Well done. So that's Alexander Gomez has made the long journey from California back home. So Alexander Gomez, thank you. So let's go to Rational Mind, who I think may not be fully with us. Rational Mind.
I'm here, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. You were so quiet. You sounded like you were driving when you first came in. So I thought maybe.
I just got home, so yeah.
You sound tired. Kilo Shele.
Well, work now, and I have to leave like Gomez too. I have to leave very early tomorrow. I have an important inspection to do something.
No rest for the wicked, Abby. So there it is. So let me take you to the conversation then. They were somewhat trying to document the moments that shaped this year. In this, I think it's actually a piece by the News Agency of Nigeria, which was picked up then by several outlets. So the moments that shaped Nigeria, according to the News Agency of Nigeria, obviously the general election. So there is not much to debate on that. The Naira redesign, which was 2022, but the impact felt the most this year. And then Hilda Baki, the woman chef that got her way into the Guinness Book of World Records. And then Governor Akeredolu, his demise. So those are the moments they picked out that shaped 2023. Do you agree with that? And do you think there are bits missing, or are there bits that you'd like to remove?
Well, I think they got it right. I would say I will concur with them on some of the things that they mentioned. Well, there are some other things that came up, you know. I think everybody has, I don't know what was the metric that they're using to target that, as to what events and people that are worthy of notes this year. They come about that. Is this some like opinion poll for that, or is it just some some NTA staff that just sat down in one of their old whatever studio and they just pick up whatever they want us to speak? So I don't know. I think everybody, if you ask everybody will have to write them to speak. Like Ajale Koko was saying that Natasha Akpoti and what's his name? Obi with the young man of the year. But if you ask me, I might say I am my own man of the year. I will vote for myself because this year it's been an eventful one for me. So, and I would say I have been able to achieve certain things that I've longed to achieve. So for me, I would say I can't myself as man of the year for myself, but I'm not known. So yeah, so I would say I am. So then, if I have to look outside, for me, I think I want to go with that Obi too. Politically speaking, That is politically speaking, I would say Obi is now he achieved some feats. There are some people as I hear some people here on this platform, they were just all rambling and all of that. The other people, they must not hear. I think just know the kind of disdain they have for that guy. They must not hear that name Obi. On my you start calling out of their hole, whatever they have. People like Kulata, they just start. I mean, how was that I had Kulata on this platform? Just had a peace voice like this. It just started coming out. I started that is what about questions. I mean, like I just like you know, sure people, you know. I mean, yeah, well, no, I'm sorry, would you rain your kitchen? Huh? I mean, you mustn't hear that guy's name like this. You want to do
Rational mind, your mic. I don't know. I think your connection. Is it?
Is it my mic? No, I just muted. I think
okay. I mean, you were. I don't know. Your connection was.
Yeah, you sound distant and quaky somewhat. Is what you say.
My phone is in front of me here. I have to switch to my laptop on my phone. So yeah. So can you guys hear me very well? Better? Is it better?
Yeah, that's a bit better. Carry on. You were advocating for Obi, which was somewhat predictable coming from you as the man of the year.
Like I said, I'm my number one man of the year for my own self. Me. So I would just say, secondly, I would say Obi. That is because nobody knows me, so I would say Obi, which is another popular man when it comes to the 2023 election, and the things that happen after that. So,
anyway, what did you do that you're giving yourself a man of the year?
What make you number one?
Yeah, well, like I said, I don't want to blow speaker. I don't want to do everything.
What do you mean? When you mentioned it, you cannot then back it up. Now, what exactly have you done?
I achieved so many things this year that.
Are you saying number one man of the year on one man went?
No. For my own self, I would have for my own self. I know everybody have their own number one man, but I'm just saying for my own self. You see, you want to pick a lot to Boboy Ajayi, you want to go to Gani, go up Bumije. I saw somebody in the comments section. There was a guy on that comment section was like, I mean, somebody threatening me on this platform. I mean, like, so anyway, so my point is,
rational mind is quite a thing, you know, and just off the back of your contribution, then I'll ask you for another, but it's quite a thing. A lot of us find you mild-mannered, good-humored, very charming sort of a guy, but there are certain characters that you just rub them. Why is that? I mean,
I don't know. You can't satisfy everybody.
Somebody like Mike, you only have to hear your voice and pause starts to come out of his body.
Just, you know, like
Ganiyu, as soon as he hears your voice, he's jumping out of his I don't know, man.
I don't know. Those are people die hard. Those are
but they don't go after other people, and they don't go after Joel, who is even harder than
some people can't just stand other people. Some people can't just stand other people. You know, I mean, like the other day
you know why? Because he claimed to be
that's one of
because it's Yoruba, because it's
Yoruba. President is a Yoruba man as well, so that's why that's what jarred them so much. You want
if I'm not a real typical Yoruba, will I be speaking even every sentence I make I have to speak Yoruba? Maybe once in a while we'll just say one word and that's just it. I mean,
what is the difference between you? What is the difference between you and one man?
Shame me. If you go about your woman law, if me we were one man.
Yeah, right.
Your Yoruba is as bad as mine. I think you and I were in the same bracket.
English man.
But me and Rational Mind were in the same bracket.
I would advise both of you should register for a Yoruba class.
We have to go and read Alawi again.
It's just sometimes, I have so many tongues on this. I have to switch sometimes, and that's sometimes I have to, my tongue kind of like twist sometimes because I have to switch from, one dialect to another dialect, So it's just, that's just for me. So anyway, so our friend Ganiyu, the last time that was what he was saying to me. But what is wrong with this guy? Why are some people so? They must not.
Rational mind. We gather here every day, and we sometimes we talk tongue in cheek. Sometimes we are trolling. Sometimes we're just fooling around. But I want to listen. There are people listening. Sometimes they digest it differently. You know that somebody has written me, and I kid you not, and I can go and bring it out now. A near 10-paragraph essay about you. And he sent it to me on his. I'll go and bring it out. I'll forward it to you. A near 10-paragraph essay about you.
You can block the person's name, whatever. I just want to read the essay. Let me see what the person says.
Don't worry. I'll forward it to you.
All right, please. I appreciate that. So let me go back to. So for me, like I said, I achieved something this year. Some very eventful things I did this year. So I don't want to mention. I just want to put it at that. So, but besides me, I will just say OB for me, OB. And then I will say 2 women I want to vote. I'm trying to look at who should I take among the 2 of them. One of them is one that Ajale mentioned.
Natasha
Akpoti. And then this woman, Kingibe. Remy, what's his name? Is it Remy Kingibe or what's his name? That's
yes.
The Labour woman. Ireti Kingibe. That's what I mean to say. Yeah. So Ireti too, because he defeated Senator Aduda. That guy has been the long-serving, what's his name, senator in Abuja. There, nobody has ever. Can you just imagine somebody like, and then you unseated that guy for the very first time? That's a feat.
You've
cost me $500. You've cost me $500 from Kolata. Told the police, I mentioned Tinubu like
I want to ask you about that. Listen. There was one session, maybe the one before the last one. Throughout, I went back and listened to it. I never mentioned Tinubu one day like this. For once like this.
That's impossible. Rational mind, impossible.
No, you can
that's your oxygen.
Go and watch 3 sessions. The third or the second session. That the last one or the last one I was, or the third to the last one I was. We spoke throughout. I never once mentioned Tinubu because we're talking about different things entirely. So I was like, let me even call one man.
But now you mentioned Remy. That Remy is affiliated to Tinubu now.
I mean to say it just because the name just came to my mind. Look on anyway, my own point is.
Okay, that's the question we're all asking. Anyway, so but Ireti is a good choice too. I think she's equal weight in terms of achievement with Natasha.
Yeah, she did because she
one man. That is not true. That's not true. She hasn't done anything at all. She benefited from the obedient wave that took place during the election. That was what she benefited.
But at least
she did not do anything special personally, but you cannot compare that with what Natasha did. Natasha was standing on that a PDP platform, and then with all odds of Yaya Bello, all the might of Yaya Bello. Do you even know what happened during Natasha's election? Yaya Bello went to dug up the road leading to a village. So you cannot compare that at all to what
we're talking about here. Akim, this is what we're talking about here. You see, when we mention labor, some of you can't just stand that name, labor. Anything associated with
it's not about labor. Can you see reason from what I said?
No,
I see reason, but it's personal choices. So I think those are his personal choices.
I agree with you, Akim, that if you are to weigh it more, I will weigh Natasha. That was why I mentioned Natasha first before I mentioned her. But I said, for me, that's why I'm still kind of like, which should I take among the two of them? Natasha still carry more weight, but for me, I'll go with Ireti. The reason being
all right. Yeah, go on.
Go on.
No. Land that, then I'll ask you one more question, and we'll go to Baba.
So for me, I just think Ireti for me would because he unseated Aduda, Senator Aduda. I mean, a long-serving who has been there, I think since 1999. What was the last time he said the guy? I mean, has been there for like forever, Sha. So for me, I will go with her because there was a movement, and that movement was swept like that through Obi. I mean, some people were trying to make some case here, like people like Baba and Kulata. Just to bring anything, just to put the guy down. Well, I mean, everywhere so anything anybody so. But for me, Obi is politically speaking is a force to be reckoned with in this last election. I just hope he maintains that momentum. I don't know if he's going to maintain that momentum going to 2027 if he ever contests. But then I just hope this other people will just let Mata just roll, because every time you always have to bring what about this, what about that. I mean, you cannot deny him. Bubu in 2015, they were telling us that he had 11 million votes banked for him. That was a crap they were throwing around, brandishing around, threatening everybody. Then that you people, you at least have 11 million votes from the north. So imagine that 11 million vote that even the last election, we saw that we could not even see it because they use a technology that really cut down on those stuffing of ballot that they were doing in the north. So my point is this: is that what I'm just getting at is that give credit to whom credit is due. Let us stop this crap of what about. I mean, he has 6 point something million votes. These are real votes because they use a technology to accredit those people that voted for him. So what are we talking about here? And then you want to strip him of his glory, strip him of his credibility. I mean, come on, let's stop this. I understand and I agree with some of you here that are saying that he was just chanced on the timing of it, or the NSAS. It could be, yes, I agree with you guys on that. But let us stop this wanting to bring him down, discredit him or make him look like he's nobody. Because come on, for me, I just
okay, so Obi critic.
Yeah, the NTA events, I mean, whatever they narrate, I agree with them on some levels, but I don't agree with them. Yeah, I mean,
all right. So
it's very, it's one of those events of 2023 that will always remain with us because the guy died in office. Another Yadua. I just want to say this real quick, one man. I think every Nigerian governor who is sick should be wary of having a deputy that goes with the name Lucky. Good luck or Lucky, because you might not end up because your deputy being lucky.
You might be unlucky. You might be unlucky if your deputy is lucky.
We've seen it now. We've seen like 2 times now. I mean, good luck. He took over from dying. I mean, a president who died in office, and now we have another Lucky. Another thing I want to say is the right pronunciation is Ayedatiwa. That's how we say it in our language. I mean, Ayedatiwa. That's how we say it. And they just according to me someone when they was just saying, so yeah, that's how they pronounce it. So I mean, Lucky took over from Akeredolu. Just look at it. And that guy was lucky, as some people say. I mean, not lucky at somebody's expense, but
and he still has close to a year to govern that space.
Yeah, that's what they want. A year, yeah. So it's up to him. Well, we shall see how that plays out. One man, give me the order to let me go because Professor is the.
All right. Skolata, you want to come in?
No, I was wondering why Mayegun did not make one man. I mean, I said one man, rational man's list. Anyway, no problem. Continue.
Yeah, we're not asking for gods now. What with Mayegun is God?
One man want to go next, please, if it's okay.
Hold on. I think BT wants to come in.
No, if you come before me, fine then.
Just briefly, I'm not gonna. Mine just barely 1 minute or so. So,
all right.
Man of the year, clearly Tinubu, but I didn't even come up to address that. It's on the women on the year side. I think I have 2 women it will have been 3 because I added Toby and Moson, but because of the drug allegations, until that is cleared up, I won't put them on the list.
No, leave her there because the size of her achievement always necessitates that they were alleged drugs against her.
Right.
So if you want her there, leave her there. Yeah.
But
we were expecting them to say that she was drugs. Yeah. We knew that was coming. Yeah.
But the woman of the year, in my opinion, that I'm surprised because I had to read up on her. I'm like, wow, why we didn't put the youngest female to be elected to any House of Rep at the state level in Nigeria's history. Rukayat Shitu Motunrayo, 26-year-old that won in the Kwara State House of Rep. 26-year-old won. I had to go look her up. That is the future. Like, if you have to look for any woman, any young lady for in that space, Rukayat Shitu, in my opinion, of Kwara, she won the House of Rep for, I think, Maya as a local government in Kwara State. That would be my woman of the year. What she had to go through to defeat, even within the APC, winning the primaries at that very young age, and also defeating the establishment and defeating the PDP.
Is she the daughter of? Because nobody can just come from.
No, she's not linked to anything. The only thing I have here, she was a head of student union of our school, Open University of Nigeria, and somehow she won. She won in the APC.
Not the family member, the Shitu family.
No, she's not related. She's not related to them. So she's just like a journalist at that age, campaigned. People loved her in the APC. She won the primaries and she won the elections. 26-year-old. And I've listened to her. She's a Muslim, but very moderate. So I think she has a political future at the federal level. So to me, Rukayat, the second person would be Oge Obasi. You know, I'm a sucker for movies. I'm a cinephile. And I have to say that when it comes to cinematography, this is hard for me to say. Somebody just stopped mainstream productions. And I'm saying that she has, excuse me? I'm saying that
Baba, the youngest lady you are talking about is from which party?
APC.
Oh, forget about it.
APC. No. I'm saying no. That's my own woman of the year, 26-year-old. In my opinion, she had to defeat all this establishment in our political party. And I've read her story. I've listened to a couple of her interviews, and I can see that she genuinely loves the people, and she's a Muslim, very moderate in her view. So she has a political future at the federal level. I think her and Akpotiye, they're gonna make some noise in the future. But when it comes to movie making, Oge Obasi, I cannot believe I'm saying this. I think she just stopped mainstream production. I cannot believe. And you know how well I rate mainstream production.
So sorry. What did she do? What's her movie? What movie?
Was nominated for Oscar, isn't it?
Yeah, she did the Mami Water because I love the black and white contrast. That's my thing. I love black and white.
Oscar, you know Oscar?
Yeah, they put that in for nomination, but she didn't make the final cut. But they put that in for Oscar consideration for 2024. That was a well shot. I have to say, we have a future when it comes to cinema.
Is it Mami Water? Also, sorry, I've not heard of her. Who is she? What does she do?
She's a filmmaker, cinematographer. I know she's done some MTV stuff before the local level, but I think as Nollywood expands, we have cinematographers, movie makers that I think can handle that, and for her to be female and can also rival what I term the best ever to ever do it mainstream. I think, in my opinion, Oge Obasi we have a future at that Hollywood level in the next 10-20 years. That would be my woman of the year as well. So her,
is she an Americanized Nigerian or a Nigerian?
She's Nigerian. She's Nigerian like that. So yeah, so Oge Obasi and Rukayat, I think she too are my two women of the year, and maybe you can throw in Toby as well. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Before you go, pick one.
I have to go with the politics because I'm thinking, she's in the APC. Rukayat Shitu, in my opinion, I think she has something special to offer Nigeria. I think she appeals to. She has that cross appeal. I'm like, oh wow. I've not seen this in a while. She appeals to the youth, to the women, to the the lower class, the poverty. She knows how to communicate, effectively communicate as a female, as a politician, and as a citizen. So I think she's the future, in my opinion. I think she has something to offer Nigeria. I'm just saying, but look out for her. 26 from Kwara.
Okay.
Well,
Okay, you're headed here from
Well, man. Hey, Zabati, look, I think we guys need to move away from politics a little bit. We concentrate on picking the woman of the year from politics. We should look somewhere. And I tell you this. Look, you guys remember in January during the scarcity of Naira, right? And things were happening. But there are certain group of women in the society that we overlook.
I know. I know. Hold on. We have Abioye. We have the.
No, you are wrong. That's not what I mean. You jumped the gun. You are wrong. Look, I'm talking about the ladies in Lekki, ladies in Abuja, making life easier for Nigerians, especially men. They reduce their price for Nigerians. They make life easy.
All right. Okay. Allen Avenue, baby. Allen Avenue.
No, nobody goes to Allen anymore. These people looking upon themselves to make life easier for Nigerians, especially men. We should give them respect. We should give them their due as well. The price then went back straight down. So they did a good job. We should give them credit. They to me they are
all right. I don't know why you know these things, so but
that's what I'm about saying. It's like
they don't make news, but we know them.
You are a customer.
Which customer? No, look, you must put your head to the ground. Listen now, you must put your head to the ground to understand what is going on. See, these people are there to make life easier for Nigeria. And I tell you this, I mean, consider what happens in January, snowballed into the election era. There's a lot of stress on it.
Let's be serious. Let's be serious for a second. I'm saying that when it comes to movie making, one man knows how big I am a fan of the art, the movie.
Nobody cares about movies. I wish we can
let me tell land and then we'll move on. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm a fan of art, and I'm saying that it is beautiful for once to watch somebody talk about movies, produce movies that not only rivals the quality of what I've seen in the 90s with Tayo Gindor and Mainframe, but also with better cameras, 28 to 1.8 black. Let me go into those two. But I see we have a future when government invests in that area of our economy. We have people capable that can handle that. So, and on the political front, it's good to finally see women that even I'm comfortable even supporting. I have that much belief in the things I've seen about this lady, and hopefully she does not derail and she sticks to what she believes, because people believed in her for them to vote for her against all odds at that very young age, and being from Kwara and being a woman. So kudos to her. She's my woman of the year. Thank you, woman.
All right, give us those two names again before you depart.
So Rukayat Shitu from
Rukayat Shitu.
From Kwara. She's the young 26-year-old Rukayat Shitu, and I have Ogea Basi, movie maker.
As they find her as woman of the year, she's just a lady now. She's just a young lady.
She's not a woman. She's a woman.
She's not a woman. 26. Who told me more now?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
She's a parliamentarian. She's a parliamentarian discussing, making decisions on your future and mine.
So thank you so much, Wama. Politics and movie making covered by me for the year. Thank you. Okay.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, BT. If you have time, join us back again. So that's BT, of course. You all know BT. Let's go to Akim, and then we go from Akim to Baba. So Akim, the defining moment.
Is that all for me? Is that all?
Unless there's anything else you want to come in with.
There's one more thing you wanted to ask me.
Yes. Thank you. There's one more thing. Who is your panelist of the year on the platform?
Panelists, what kind of panelists are you talking about?
You've it's been 12 months now. Who is your panelist of the year on the platform?
On this platform,
on this platform here. Let me ask the comment section as well. Who is your panelist of the year?
Somebody who I would say, that's guys. I'm not trying to like be.
Mansat is your panelist.
No, you say, and the people to go. Look, I saw about. Ajala Koko is my panelist of the year. The reason is because he tries to see things from different point of view. Sometimes I know sometimes he lean because I think when people like you and you
should have picked me.
Hold on. Let him round off.
Yeah, like Adewale and all of them. Nobody from Ajala Koko ní àgbàdo jẹ́. Ọ̀nà máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí máa sọ̀rọ̀ bí àwọn orúkọ ẹ̀ this what's it called, the àgbàdo people. But I know sometimes you try to be balanced. So for me, guys, I'm not trying to say he's my favorite here, but why am I asking that question? So, and the simple reason why I'm choosing him is because he's balanced for the most part. He tries to be balanced. He tries to see things from different angles. Everybody I see everybody to be my panelist of the year, including you, one man. Everybody, Kulata, everybody. But
no, you can pick one now. You don't have to justify it. Don't worry. Everybody will pick one as well. Yes,
I said it already, but I'm just saying so that everybody knows that I regard everybody here.
I love you, Olabi. Oscar speech.
No matter how we not see and high on anything, I just believe that sometimes we need these different views to shape in all of us, so that when we hear different views, we don't have to look things from our own view alone. So yeah, Ajala Koko remains is my panelist of the year. Let me leave it at that.
Well, right,
yeah.
You know why Ajala Koko remains the favorite of a lot of people? Because on this platform is a political offer. It doesn't have, his favorite. He has nothing to run about. So it's just like, okay, if I'm making my
are you saying that Ajala Koko is a bit like Allen Avenue Babes? Anybody
if anybody goes, that's why it's like today Atiku, tomorrow will be tomorrow Atiku. So Ajala Koko remains people's favorite because of his political favorite candidate. Nowhere to be found. He has no relevance as far as politics is concerned in Nigeria. So I won't be surprised rational mind picking Ajala Koko when I'm there.
Diwali, are you calling Ajala Koko a bat? Adoniwo?
As of now, it's not even he's changing color. I don't know whether it's political chameleon or whatever, but it's changing color.
All right,
Kulata
Look at that, Akim, you're up next. So
thank you very much, man.
Yeah, defining moment of the year, man and woman of the year, and now as a Rational Mind opened up that space, your panelist of the year as well, Akim.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening to yourself, and good evening to everybody on the panel, and greetings to those on comment section. Like, share. One man, defining moment of the year. You've said it in general election and stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
It can be about 3 to 5 moments. So it doesn't have to be one moment, but what the moments that you feel shaped this year? Yeah.
I think the defining moment for me will be the general election itself, and the victory of Victor Osimhen at the AFCON Footballer of the Year. So I think that award we haven't won it in a very long time. I think the last person to win it was Kanu Nwankwo, and ever since we have not won that award. If we think that we've produced a lot of talent in that country, but to be eluded from such prestigious African award, I think it is well deserved for Victor because of the work he did during the season with Napoli, helping them to win their first Italian league in over 30 years. So I think that for me is a defining moment for our country. So man of the year for me, that will go to Professor Yakub Mahmoud, the current INEC chairman. I think
what did you say? Yakubu Froster. Is that what you say?
People are going to lynch you on the streets for that. But carry on.
So Rational Man, you already made your own submission. So can you please let me do mine, please? So one man, Professor Yakub Mahmoud, the current INEC chairman, conducted the most credible election that we have seen in years. I think if you take the June 12 election out of the way, this is the most credible election that we've had in my generation, in my own generation. So I think the man have to be given credit, regardless of the noises you hear from different quarters, regardless of the IRF did not work, regardless of all those trash you hear from all those quarters. One man, if you sit down and you dissect the result of that election, you will see clearly that the people's voice spoke loudly in state after state after state after state after state. All you have to do, one man, is you go and look at previous elections. In states where parties were not popular, they were still winning by landslide. But this election was different. If NNPP, right, if they could not rig NNPP in Kano State, whereby even if they were to rig Kwakwaso in Kano State, it still would not even contest the election in the first place. But the result stood in Kano State. Forget every other place. Okay, use that as an example. Look at state after state after state up north. I don't even look at the southern state anymore because I know that a lot of people always bet. They just concentrate on the northern result. In state after state after state where APC had governors, PDP were winning those states, not Labour Party this time, PDP won 10 out of the 13 states in the northeast and northwest. So for me, I found that election super credible. The man should be given super credit. And in my own opinion, Professor Yakub Mahmoud, man of the year. So, woman of the year, I'm going to go to the woman of the year. I think I would have gone for Natasha Akpoti, but I think one or two people had already gone for her. So I'm going to go to is it Professor Oti, the lady who was the INEC reg at Abia governorship election. The woman against all odds, against all forces from different quarters, she stood her ground to make sure that the people's voices came true. So I think for me, what she did was a very remarkable feat. It's not easy for a Nigerian. A lot of those who are part of the elite, when they are being given offers from different quarters, it could be huge amount of money being offered to her. She turned everything down. A lot of forces were against her to declare the wrong result. She refused, and then she stood her ground and made sure that the voice of the people came out very loudly. So for me, I think the woman of the year is going to go to her. Then the panelist of the year, I'm going to have to go with Kolata. Kolata did a very good job, one man, during that election with the numbers that he was coming up with. And if you sit down to digest all those numbers Kolata came up with, one man, you will see that at the end, Kolata was not far off from the actual result that was announced during the election. He did a lot of work. If you remember, he did result in Obi's favor. He did result in Atiku's favor. He did result in Tinubu's favor. Then he had a neutral result. And then one man, you just have to go back and play.
It was a big piece of work that Kolata did in that space.
Yes, very good work he did. And if you go back and you play back all those tapes, you will see that Kolata actually did a very, very good job. And even if you remember the time, Kolata kept saying that if Obi and Atiku merge together, Tinubu will be in trouble. He kept saying it because all the numbers at the time were showing it, and he was making projection in that direction that if PDP and Labour Party was to come together, then they would trust Tinubu at that election. So for me, panelist of the year goes to Kolata, and I want to say kudos to him. Thank you very much, Roman.
All right, brilliant, excellent.
I'm sorry, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go on, Uptown. Did you want to?
Yeah, I want to ask him a question. He said,
I'm not far from Akim, by the way, in Mahmoud Yakubu being the man of the year. I'm not far. And there's one name that I'm looking for. There was this Nigerian lady that I think over the course of the last 2-3 weeks was emerged the president of, is it Oxford or Cambridge? So I'm looking for her name. Come in.
Yeah, that was a big one too. But yeah, the question I wanted to ask my brother was who said I think that's probably the most controversial statement ever made on one man's platform, apart from Emeka's statement about Obi not winning any state in Southeast. You said Yakubu was a man of the year, understandable from your own perspective. But again, you went ahead to say that Professor Nenoti is your woman of the year because of the bravery she showed against all odds of all the influence coming to her to manipulate that election. Refused. Professor Nena granted an interview after that, and then where she talked about how Abuja mounted pressure on her. That means INEC from the Abuja mounted.
So Abuja is not INEC. Is that you? That is your own meaning. That she never mentioned INEC. She said Abuja. So what do you mean INEC?
No, brother. See what she said. She is a resident. She's the person in charge in Abia. And when the whole thing started, she said she kept getting call from the headquarters in Abuja for her to not review and for her to submit. She said she won't pick those calls and she was going to do what the Electoral Act mandates her to do. They said it mounted pressure on her. They did everything, even when she was talking in her university as well. She said she won't, those Abuja calls, she's not going to pick it again. And then the Electoral Act mandated her to make those reviews and do those things there, and she's also going to do it. So is it not contradictory if saying that the Abuja guy, Yakubu, the national, is your man of the year, whereas Nenoti is your woman of the year? That's like a clash of the titles.
All right. Respond to that, Akim, and then after that we go on to Baba. I want to keep this under 4 hours. Sorry. And one more thing. Hold on. Kulata, check your phone. So carry on, Akim.
Uptown is very biased sometimes when he's making submission. The same lady, Professor Oti, in those same interview at the time, said he spoke directly with Yakub Mahmoud. And Yakub Mahmoud, what did she say Yakub Mahmoud said? He said, do the right thing. That was what Yakub Mahmoud told her personally, that she should do the right thing. So, what are you talking about now? Why did you cut out that part of the conversation?
My brother, I didn't hear Nena, Professor Nenoti rather, say that people told her to do the right thing. And
okay, that's all right then.
Yeah, that's all right. So I'm going to confirm that. But if I didn't see it, I'm going to humbly ask you to please provide me with that. Yeah. But that was just my question.
All right.
All right, brilliant. Baba, you're up next. So the defining event and moment of the year, man and woman of the year, and your panelist of the year on the platform. Baba.
Yes, thank you, one man. Good evening, panelists, and good evening, people on the comment section. And please, to our listeners, like, share, and subscribe to this platform. But by all means, do that right now. What you can do, which is to click the like button. Yes, one man. My man of the year, of course, undisputed, is Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, GCFR, the president of Nigeria. Yeah, we've never had a man like him before in the political corridors, in the political history of our country. He has come up against all odds, against all calculations. He won the election fair and square. Those disputing it today will come back in another decade to admit it, whether they like it or not. Arithmetics don't lie. Arithmetic don't lie. The equation remains. Why I chose him as my man of the year. We've been having a lot of problems in our country. We are not where we are supposed to be. And what are the things holding us back? 4 things, key things. Fuel subsidy, forex, subsidy on electricity, subsidy on agriculture. They are the major things that is pulling us back as a nation to progress. We can climb the economic ladder. And I think it was self-inflicted because we know these things. We know what to do, but nobody had the courage until this man comes along, won the election. OBJ was there, a general, in his own estimation, fearless. Yaradua illness didn't allow him, so we cannot really interrogate his term. And Jonathan, well, I think history will take care of him. It has already absorbed him. And for Buhari, well, the jury is out. Only unfortunately of recent, I've been hearing that some accolades from some sections of the country about him. And I am shocked. I am shocked. So this man came along. One, foremost, is a man who fought for democracy. He's a man who believes in human rights. He's a man who doesn't hold grudges. He's an astute politician and a successful businessman in his own right. On day one, without fear, on day one, after taking oath of office with a presidential fiat, he removed the fuel subsidy.
He did not remove it. They already removed it. You see, when we come here with
please, rational mind.
Can I suggest you?
What do you want to explain? You want to tell me June, it was removed for June, there was nothing. I will tell you for free.
Okay. Can I suggest you?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
This on the same platform. No, you see, I just don't want. Okay, let me just go straight to the point. On the same platform here, I like that people like Kulata. I've had that conversation with him here. And other people, I don't want to mention name right now, but let me mention Kulata. On this platform here, we were arguing that, if we should have just waited, what did we hear? Why can't we wait? It's a law. It's a negative law. What's his name? Bubu has already put it into law. He cannot rescind it. He cannot take it back. Now you are now giving him the glory of Bubu. What Bubu did, he only had to announce it because he has no. There's nothing he can do about it because already it has been enacted into law that subsidy will be gone. So he just has to repeat it. So now you're not giving him that glory that he's the one who. Oh my God! And he also said some other things too. I want to bring it to. But I thought that one. I put that one first. That one I just said to you now. Why would you ascribe what was not his own handiwork? Simply because he just happens to chance into that time when the subsidy has to go into effect. And now you're not giving it to him like he's the one that did it.
You finished? Rational mind.
I'm done.
You're okay. Okay. Let me tell you for free. The fuel subsidy was a scam. So all these things they're talking about, he has budgeted for it to end 30th of June. Which money did he pay to NNPCL? Did he remit any money? For a period of 4 years, did the NNPC remit one dime to the federal purse? No. Nothing. Because I heard some people saying, oh, if it's 1 billion a month, what did Tinubu do with the 1 billion? Where was the 1 billion? I mean, everybody who fell for the fraud that is caused fuel subsidy. But this man came because he knows where the bodies are buried. And I'm not abashed to say, well, he was part of them. Because he knows where all the bodies, and he said, with emphatically, fuel subsidy is gone. The rifling effect, yes, that's another story entirely. Then a few days later, he mashed that up with the unification of the foreign exchange regime, which has been a terrible problem for us in our country. The third one he has not been able to attack is because of the unintended fallout from those two policies. That is electricity one. And he's going to do it. Because I hear every day, because a lot of people don't even know electricity is subsidized. And for people living in villages, using less than 1 kilowatt per hour, that is just having the electric bulb maybe in their hut and one outside and one in front for security. They don't even pay a dime. They don't receive electricity bill until when they start maybe using electric iron to iron their clothes and a refrigerator. Even fan is free because fan doesn't even use anything. How many people do know this for a fact? Because most of us just criticize for the sake of criticizing.
No. Baba, can I? You see, when you say certain things that some of us cannot stomach, it's just hard for us to just allow you just go like that and then start talking like that.
Well, I stomach a lot of things you say I don't like.
Oh, no, you could have. No, you see,
I bear it under pain.
No, if you don't have no problem, you can project it. I have no problem. But if I say just hold on, make I finish. Let me finish. So I finish, then you can project it. But if you don't want me projecting you, I won't. But it's just because what you're saying, I can't just stand here and you're saying all of this stuff. This same guy you're talking about, you see, when Jonathan was, you were saying it's a scam. Of course, we know it's a scam. We don't need a rocket, we don't need Professor Tinubu to tell us that it's a scam. We knew. Now, you were making it sound like he suddenly just discovered it's a scam. But he never knew when it was a scam when in 2014 or what was it, 2013, when Tinubu and Bubu that left there, when they were campaigning against Goodluck Jonathan, when they said he wanted to remove this subsidy there. So now he now discovered it's a scam. You see, sometimes
a president should have balls. That is why we cannot have a Obi who is a female. We cannot have him in the presidency.
Who are the people?
If he had balls, he will oppose that people and then give instruction as a president of a nation.
I agree with you.
Nice men are not supposed to be president.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. But who were the people who were instigating the people against the government then? Tinubu was one of them. Bubu was one of them.
Yeah, of course.
You said what?
Yes, of course.
So, but now, that sounds like a thief. We now see Professor Tinubu now discover that it's a scam. And
what you must realize is upon all the opposition.
All right, let Baba carry on. Yeah.
Upon all the opposition, upon all the threats coming from different angles, what has it boiled to? Nothing. Nothing, because the man there has an iron steel. Did you hear Professor Shoyinka call him Olori Kunkun? Did you hear that? Olori Kunkun. He's prepared.
Soyinka is not a metric for criticism. I said that one man, I said that again. Soyinka is not a metric. It's not a standard for criticism anymore. So if you say
I know before you embrace Obi and give him hugs and kisses, you will have sworn by Professor Soyinka 4 years ago, wouldn't you? So as I'm saying, panelists and listeners and everybody, so electricity one will be removed later, because if this thing it's not an easy thing to generate. Not an easy thing to generate. As we speak today, if we want power, there are estates in Lagos and some other parts of the country that have power 24/7. Ekene was saying yesterday, 2 days ago, that they have constant power. How did they do it? The community. They go to ECN or their power supplier in their village. They tell them, go back to your village committee people in charge of electricity, and they pay extra because power is not cheap. In the West here today, advanced countries, minimum 15 cents per kilowatt per hour. How much do we pay in Nigeria today? 0.0029 cents, less than 1 cent, which is 23 naira. So nobody wants to invest in that corridor. And what we are suffering today is, I cannot openly tell you the reason. I can't openly tell you the reason. There's another scam going on in that electricity thing. Because if we're ready to pay the premium price, the badge, these days we have badges, huge badges that can come here and power the whole of Lagos. All they use is you pipe them to gas, or you have a boat that brings in AGO on daily basis for the consumption. So until we are ready to level up internationally, then we will continue to suffer this way. Then at the agriculture one, I don't have problem with that. So we are in for governance. This man has taken the country 360 degrees to the starting line to re-engineer the economy of the country and to refocus us politically so we can measure up internationally or in the Committee of Nations. We may not see the results right now, but in a few months' time, we will see the results. No doubt about that. We have a man, we have a president with balls.
So, Baba,
still of nerves.
Baba, if I understand you, so Tinubu is the man.
You're breaking up, Ajay Lekoko.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah. So Tinubu is the man of the year to you, because he's been able to move all the subsidies that make life enjoyable and meaningful to Nigerian people. The petroleum subsidy, the culture, and all of these mentioned. Those are the things that have brought hardship, pains, and suffering on Nigerian people. So those are the things that make Tinubu.
Okay, Ajay, let's situate these things properly. This year alone, you understand, the whole world experienced what we call food poverty.
I believe you are a Democrat in America, but you people pushes for
me demo for LGBT. Carry on.
Are you not a Democrat? Are you Republican? Continue.
Okay, there is food poverty. Look, we talk statistics here. You started even with statistics, Baba Ajay. You talk about 133 million people being in what's that poverty level?
multidimensional.
Multidimensional. Well, I'll bob your bubble because even in the UK today, we have 4.2 million living in poverty. 4 million British, out of which about I think 1 million British school children go to school hungry. It's in the statistics. In the US alone, there is 44.2 million suffering from food poverty, out of which 13 million of them are children.
Why is all this figure, Mr.
Oh,
Rational mind. Let Baba run through so that I can get to other panelists. Yeah.
They are facts. If you want to check, you check. All you do is write down what I said. When you write them down, then you go to any. You have a laptop there. Check, cross-check, and check again. These are facts. So Nigeria, we are not living on another planet. We are not isolated from or immune from the vagaries, economic vagaries of the world. We are part of it. We are part of it. So what touches eyes or touches the nose will touch the eye. The world will get out of it. And woman, I think I will just leave that so that to save time. For the woman of the year, I think I will just go a little bit grammatical in the sense that I want to choose Nigeria, and by extension, Nigerians, as my woman of the year. Why I choose Nigeria / Nigerians? The president gave us the economic a kind of shock treatment. We receive a high voltage of it, but we didn't fall. We are very resilient people, and going by all the machinations of the organized labor and all the cash activists movements all over the place, they could not bring the government down. Not because they didn't try, but Nigeria and Nigerians, I think, have come to realize that it is the proper way to go. The suffering may be now, but of course, there will be a brighter dawn tomorrow. They are very hopeful, and that's how you define a Nigerian. So Nigeria / Nigerian, my woman of the year. And for my panelist of the year, I think I choose Bishop. Bishop because he comes with his facts. He comes with his facts, whether you like it or not. Historically, contemporarily, is mostly correct most of the time. So I choose Bishop. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. Bishop has abandoned us for the moment. Hopefully, we'll come back at some point. Yes, and you didn't tell us about the events that you feel shaped the year in Nigeria.
Yeah, the event that shaped the year actually is the 2023 elections. 2023 election. If I had given a chance to have number 2 choice, I will go the route Akim went. Mahmoud will be my man of the year also, but it's only one choice. Because that election actually defined the Nigerian space. A lot of people refuse and have been postulating that on this platform for a very long time since I started that, look, that election told me something. This 220 million, because if you put 5 Nigerians in front of you right now and said, ask each of them what's the population of Nigeria, they will start from 200 million to 250 million. We don't even know ourselves. But that election proved to me that Nigeria is not 200 million. We are below 200 million. That is one of the things that defined this year for me. And I know definitely if we conduct proper census, population census, we would discover that if we like, we can fool ourselves. We are not up to that. The election actually proved that. And the election, the way Akim described it, is the way I see it. It spoke my mind. One of the best elections we ever had. Or rather, the best election after the 93 one. That almost brought Abiola to power. So that is the defining moment for us in this country. And of course, for bringing up a president that is going to lead us aright. Thank you, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent by Baba, always excellent by Baba. Up next, yes. Let me go to War Peace next. See if it's there. War Peace, are you ready?
Yeah, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So to the conversation, the events that shaped the year for you, your man, woman of the year, and your panelist on the year. Yeah.
Oh man, this your rating is biased. Sorry, I'm working my son. Yeah, first of all, he's the man of the year for me anyway. Yeah, so I won't be rating anybody that doesn't have any minutes for me. Nobody's making money for his family, not for me. Nigeria is not helping me right now. So anyway, the way you put the panelists is not right, you know. First of all, you're supposed to make it like this. The most tribalistic political analysis of the year of this panelist who goes to Kulata, One Man, Baba, Thomas, Bishop, Emeka, because they're always one way. And the less tribalistic political analyst of the year on this panelist goes to me, War Peace, Adale Koko, Ola to the extension, and Baba Akure. And the most frontal panelist of the year of this frontal panelist of the year goes to Rational Mind and Joel of Nashville. And the most insulting panelist of the year on this platform goes to Passat. Now, I would say that this year was a great year. It was good and sad year. The event that shaped my life this year.
You don't consider yourself to be the most tribalistic?
No, I'm not tribalistic at all when it comes to politics.
Right. So if I say
I
Edo now, you will not start jumping up.
See you now. See, you took me there. I say
Edo now, you will not start jumping up and down.
I don't go. I beg me now. I didn't say tradition. I said politics.
Look, now person, now the thing with person they get, now you go protect well. No, we are not get bad at all.
Yes, now.
Now be small. Now get small in Nigeria. Make me the right of.
Yes, so I get protect my own. So, the most event that shaped my life this year is the loss of my elder sister. That really gave me a different thought. Well, one man, and I don't have much to say. The man of the year for me is my son, and one of the best panelists of this year on this platform is between me and Adale Koko, because we attack the message from how we say it. We are never fixed in one opinion, but you can see you and the rest people are fixed on one opinion. Rational Mind is Labour, you are Gbadorian. Thank you, one man. Let me give you the next person.
All right, brilliant. I'll go to Playtown next because he's in Nigeria, and then Kulata, if we still have him, if we not lost him to sleep. But up next, Playtown, the conversation uptown.
Yeah. One man went to the Ego. We are here at the end of the year 2023. It was really a very fast year. One man, just like yesterday, we were We were saying Happy New Year. Elections will be in February, and now it's already done, and an entire year is already gone. With the topic, one man. Let me start from the back, if you don't mind. You asked 3 questions, right? If I can remember, you asked man of
Yes,
the year.
the events that shaped the year, man, woman of the year, and as a Rational Mind introduced, panelist of the year.
Panelist of the year. Okay. So let me begin with the panelist of the year. That's starting from the back. I'll go a little bit different routes. I think the panelist of the year is 3 people. For me, as far as I'm concerned, number 1 is people we don't really think. I mean, these guys make my day every time I'm here as a panelist, and I think they are some sort of panelists, just that they are keyboard panelists. You know, our fire for fire comment section. You know, you see people that like you terribly, madly. There, you see people that hate you extremely as well. You know, but for the fact that they are always here with us, they put up with us, and also listeners are in that category as well. They put up with us even when we are screaming, when we are shouting at each other. They are there with us all through, and they dedicate their data, their time, and all that. So yeah, they are my number 1 men of the year rather. Second man of the year, I think it's Baba Alexander Gomez, and he's kind of occupying the spot I had reserved for Baba Jali, but he had a little bit edge why he filled that spot. So yeah,
sorry, I didn't. Who did you say was the man of the year?
Alexander Gomez, Baba Alexander Gomez. But no, I'm not. This is the man of the year. I'm still on the panelist of the year. I said I was given 3, right?
Okay, I thought you said man of the year.
No. I'm panelist of the year. I'm panelist of the year. I've given the 3 people. So I've given to the comments, our comment section, keyboard warriors. Then I'm giving to Baba Alexander. And my reason is really very simple. He's very correct. He's very simple in his conversation. Very short and precise. Serious. Now I'm always emphasizing seriousness in the platform all the time. When we come here, we talk about trial issue. People are causing division up and down. Nobody ever dedicated time to talk about real serious issues. But anytime he gets straight to the business, talks about the topic he comes for, and that is it. So yeah, the seriousness and then the honesty, very striking honesty, the unbiased views he has, issues, and again, very particular to him, it's political insider knowledge, which he always shares with us, and also his patience to listen to us. Mostly, even when you think he's not listening, he's listening. So, yeah, he's my man of the year as far as I'm concerned. The last man of the year, and panelist of the year, last panelist of the year, and one man is myself, Uptown. You know, I put myself that credit of finding number 3 spot there because one man, I survived across the historic gang of the fiercest bad supporters ever seen in the internet, and was off under the moderation of a highly back-leaning moderator, and I'm still standing strong, you know. And so yeah, I think that's a huge treat, you know. To a lot of people just want to run away from here and go to maybe some obedient echo chamber. No, we don't. We face it, and I give myself credit for that, one man. And I have honorable mentions, one man. Honorable mentions that Jali Koto, Baba Jali, just be for example, honest well, for never allowing himself to be boxed to the corner or bullied in any way. Ekene for his honest opinions, Jewel. I like Baba Akure also, honorable mention. Kulata, you almost lost from this list, but let me just put you there because you are my personal friend on the platform as far as I'm concerned. Even though recently you need some a little bit flogging. One man, in addition, the worst panelist we have here, as far as I'm concerned, as introduced by World Peace, is a enigmatic reason for using all his airtime here to fat members of the division. And the second is Emeka, for spewing the worst political prediction ever heard in the political history of Nigeria. The worst political prediction ever made by a political analyst was made by Emeka in this platform. So two of them has the award, the worst analyst in this platform, and I said it. Let me just go to the man of the year. That's man of the year.
So surprise us with your man of the year, as though we don't know what is coming. Surprise us.
One man, I wish I could surprise you, but maybe if you provide another section for jokes, then maybe we can make jokes. But if
I wish you don't make obese name now.
That's what I'm saying.
Would you bet money on that?
No. One man, I don't have money to lose.
No, you should have bet money now. It will tell you that January is coming and we need money. But one man, if only you create another space again, maybe tomorrow for jokes, then maybe I'll use that space to gamble and tell jokes. But if we are on reality, facts, datas, statistics, and what's played out before our very eye, we all know, no matter what your political leaning, come on, Ejo, Jare, we all know who the man of the year is. You don't even need to, but then, I mean, it's okay for you to want to, you can't wake up somebody pretending to be sleeping. Obviously,
if you don't want to mention it, just say that what Ajanle Koko said earlier. It's simple now. What is difficult for
you?
You
have to go on a long thing. I mean,
where are you going? Only you like
No.
For what?
Baba, I need the food to feel the pulse of their BP. You know, whenever they hear Obi,
that blood of Obi inside una body. Now so Obi go the answer question, go the dribble.
He will never answer that red question.
He will never.
Now wait till they pain them. See, let me tell you.
Obi don't train them well.
You all know who my man of the year is, but I need
to do it.
I can see their faces right now, and the way they are listening, they know it's Obi, but it's almost like their oxygen is breaking up. So I need to extend it.
Don't disappoint me, okay?
I tell you, if I was making a joke, I would have disappointed you. But on a serious note here, definitely is His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, the man I referred to as the philosophy king, the philosopher king rather, the man that single-handedly turned.
Which philosophy has he created? I mean, what has he said as philosophical?
It did not conduct local government election. That's
hold on. Obedient leaning person. It's not. People just over bloating sometimes. Now let me ask you: what is the philosophy? What's philosophical? What is philosophical about this Obi that you're talking about now?
He studied philosophy now.
But he says it's a philosophical. What has it done? I mean, what has it said?
It's just looking for adjectives and superlatives.
One more. Was it him that studied philosophy or his brother?
Who knows though? Because we're still
honestly, I came in my mind. I cannot think Obi knows anything about Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, Karl Marx, all these philosophers. Obi doesn't strike me as anybody that has a clue about those guys.
Obi doesn't strike me as anybody that knows. He doesn't know anything about anything.
Just tell him about container. That's it. Forget it.
One man. You see what I'm talking about? All the talking about panelist of the year and all that. Everybody was calm. I told you immediately. O entered even before I landed at the B. Bang. Everywhere is on fire, and this is the situation in the platform.
After everywhere is on fire, Ajali Koko pick the same person. Ajali Koko pick the same person. Nothing happened. It's the way you start putting rice and stew, put beans on top. That is why you are getting it back.
So
all right, run us through B, and then give us your female nominee, and then we go on to Kulata.
You should calm down. See, no matter how much people foam from the mouth when they hear Obi, people will say the Obi's topic will end immediately after February 14th. This is almost 1 year after that, and people are still foaming in the mouth. I told people that we are not disappearing anytime soon. I don't know when you people will be ready for this, because from 4 people tweeting in a room, from this is just noise on this, We are entering the second year, 2 years since this thing started. We are still full throttle. So people should just relax. Don't allow your high BP to go up too much because it's not disappearing anytime soon. Yeah. So everything about Obi is philosophical. Everything about Obi is philosophical. Whether you're talking about the idea of being prudence, whether you're talking about the ideology of the humility, having everything life has to offer, and yet something that very few humans, like Baba Alexander Gomez said, can pull off. That's embodying what you preach fully. A lot of things about it. You go online, you see Obi supporters that are always quoting their candidates. This is what Obi say. This is what Obi will say in this situation. This is what Obi will do in this situation. That means he's even predictable by his followers. It's a philosophical thing. So when you say somebody is a philosopher king, go and read through the ideologies and the embodiments of a philosopher king. When the person is a leader. When you go to leadership class, I don't know people that have attended leadership classes here, and when you get to the point where you say
anybody that attends a leadership class does not have the potential to be a leader.
Okay. I don't think I want. I don't. That would probably take another 1 hour. But
it's an innate thing. Leadership. You know, if you have to be trained to be a leader,
it can be learned.
Yeah.
No.
It's like training you to be a footballer. You know, you're either a footballer.
It's just like saying anybody trained to be a footballer cannot be a footballer. You just have to be a footballer without getting trained. You know what I'm saying? So it's not either or.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the point. But what's the point? Man of the year is the man that went into a federal national election with 0 states. Man of the year is the man that took a party from 5,000 votes to 6 million votes. That is about 50,000% increase. Man of the year is the man that went into a federal election with not one single governor. Man of the year is the man that went with 0 senators, 0 local government chairman, personal fund, almost running as an independent candidate against the 2 biggest political figures in Africa, Atiku and Tinubu. And if anybody doubts that those are the 2 biggest political figures in Africa, let them bring the facts. They are the 2 biggest political figures in Africa. He went against them. So Obi didn't run election against Tinubu.
So after two biggest political ones.
Let him carry on.
Yeah. Like political weights in Africa, the 2 biggest, literally, right now, today. They are. Nobody's bigger than them. Now, this guy didn't run election between the 2 biggest political only. He ran an election. It is very very important for people to. I know people don't like hearing this. That's why some people the whole plan should not speak. No. I will speak. He didn't just run an election between Atiku and Tinubu, who are the 2 biggest political weights in the entire Africa. He ran an election against, in addition to Atiku and Tinubu, against 36 governors, sitting governors. He ran against 109 senators across the federation. He ran against 360 House of Reps across the federation. He ran against 774 local government chairmen sitting, both and sitting ones. Yes, he ran against 9,000 ward chairmen across the country that was working against him. So these are people we ran against with. So what he did is simply a political wonder, and nobody has ever done it. And then he
but he didn't win. He lost. How can it be a political wonder when he lost?
Calm down.
No, he lost. He lost.
Put ice block on your head, my brother. Put ice block on your head. Now, so it's really very simple. There's no calculation. It's very easy. So telling me that I should give man of the year to somebody that went into election with 20 states, with 21 governors, with over 200 senators that have a rep, 400 local government chairman, with the structure of the biggest political party in Africa, which is APC, with the this thing of Lagos State, the funds of Lagos State, the
Uptown. But don't give. Hold on. Don't give us the long extended version. But that point that Akim just made to you now, those 2 points, all of this eulogy about Peter Obi, but ultimately he lost, and all of this condemnation regarding Tinubu, but ultimately he won. So he can weigh against the status quo, but if he had won, then all of this eulogy would have would have gotten a round of applause, but he lost. That's the thing.
No. It's not just about winning, which I know he won, but that is going to open a portal to another 20 hours of conversation, which I'm not interested in. But even with the INEC announced results, the achievements according to INEC, the one that has been officially documented, even the IREV is telling us he won 14 states and Tinubu won 10 states.
No, okay, let's not re-legislate that. Let's not re-legislate that. Yeah. But ultimately, he lost the election. He did well. He did better than people anticipated. But ultimately, the election is to pick winners and losers. It's to pick a winner, and then anybody else that didn't win is a loser. So that's just what happened. I don't know. But wrap up Obi and then give us the woman so we go on to Kulata.
So that is my good friends from the Abado side. That is something nobody from your camp can ever do in the next 100 years. If you challenge me, tell Tinubu or tell anybody from APC to enter SDP or enter any party, LP or any other small party and go for national election. If the person gets 100K votes.
No, they want to win an election. They want to win an election. They don't want to also run. They don't want also run.
No. It's about the raw capacity to galvanize Nigerians around you. It's not a small thing. One man, if you go and run for ward chairman in your ward, that's where you will know that it's not easy to tell somebody follow me and the person follows you. It's not easy. It's not easy. You need to go and do jazz safe in the shrine. So then you even tell somebody follow me and the person follow you.
All right. I think we're clear on Obi. Take us to the woman and give us the condensed version of the woman nominee, and then we go on.
Woman of the year, definitely, I will agree with my brother, I think.
You are breaking quite heavily. And I think we've lost you now. Say something. No, you're back now. Carry on. Give us the woman.
Okay. So I say my woman of the year is definitely Professor Nnenoti for the year because, I mean, politically, she did the previous 10 ever. I could honor Natasha Akpotey like Baba said, and thank you very much, Baba Jan Likoko. Even recently, just a few days ago, she commissioned over 300 street lights in her senatorial districts. And this lady just joined the Senate a couple of months, is it up to 2 months? And she's already doing things that a lot of lazy senators, including Labour Party senators, are yet to do in their senatorial districts. So it means that she knows what she's doing. She's brave like a man. She fought the clueless guy that calls himself a governor in that state to stand still. So I think that is, for me, is a tie between so the two women showed the biggest braveness I've ever seen in the political history of the country. If Aisha Binali had won that election and she hadn't pulled the stunt she could at the end of the day, I think she's going to be in my list, even though she's an APC person, because even though she's not the first female governor, but she would have been the first elected female governor of this country, and that's going to be a historic feat. And for the fact that she did what she did, even though she didn't win, if I'm going to give an honorable mention, I think I'm going to probably mention Aisha Binali as well. But for now, for me, it's a tie between Professor Nnenoti, the brave woman, who the guy in Enugu couldn't do what she did because it's the same situation that happened in Enugu. We won the election in Enugu, but they called the man from Abuja, told him to come. They wrote something and gave him. Even him, before he said, I didn't write this. This is what they sent from Abuja. I'm just reading out to you. That's what he said before he started reading out. Even only he had told the line of Professor Nnenoti, the voice of the Enugu guys would have been heard as well, like it's being heard in Abia, and they're enjoying good governance now. So yeah, she and the lady, Akpotey, they are my women of the year without any shadow of doubt.
All right, brilliant, excellent, always excellent by Uptown. So that's the excellent Uptown. So thank you, Uptown. So we go on from Uptown to Kulata, who hopefully is still there. Kulata, you are up next. You know what the conversation is. The events that shaped the year as far as your prism, man, woman of the year, and panelist of the year. Kulata.
Well, I'm going to start with the event that shook the year. That was Tinubu's inauguration. That's the event that had the most impactful. I mean, yeah, him winning the president and all, yeah, we get that. But the one that had the most impactful and direct impact to Nigerians is that statement: fuel subsidy is gone. Forget about whether it was planned, it was supposed to start in July or one thing or the other. The fact that he had the balls to announce it, a declarative statement, meaning I'm saying it with all my might and intention, and is going to carry on with it, something that we've been trying to do since the 70s. He made it, because a lot of politicians will cower. They will just postpone it. They will kick the can down the road, ask for supplementary budget or something to continue funding the subsidy. But he made that bold declaration, declarative statement, and of course the market moved. That changed the course of corruption in Nigeria. Institutional corruption. It's not gone, but a lot of it is reduced. And also it impacted...
And we're seeing the impact of it, by the way, Kulata, almost instantaneously. All of these monies for this palliative, for travel, for Christmas, is all from that money he recovered from that space. All these are quadrupled allocations to the states, all from that money. So it's an instantaneous...
It's an instantaneous thing. And it also impacted Nigerians negatively. Because we were used to like having cheap gas, right? Cheap petrol, cheap this, cheap that. And I mean, the fact that the leadership was shown, making tough decisions, tough and necessary decisions. Is like you take a kid, you know, when we were young, you had malaria. You know, if you guys remember one shot called chloroquine, that chloroquine is not the needle that hurts you, right? Is when they squeeze the liquid inside you and that chloroquine gets into your butt. That pain. So that's the pain we're feeling right now. And I think, to be honest, I think the country has kind of like getting used to it. Like the habits have changed, or they're changing. So it was a necessary decision, tough one, but that's, in my opinion, that's the most impactful event of the year, because we've had so many people get people that are presidents, they get sworn in, but there's no major declaration like that. I've never seen anyone as impactful as that. So from my opinion, that's the most impactful event as far as it concerns the life of Nigerians. Whether positive or negative, it's up to you to decide. So what's the next? Man of the year. Well, I'm going to start by saying everybody that has said Obi is this, Obi is that. Obi essentially swapped places with Sowore in 2019. That's not an achievement. There's nothing in Obi's run that Buhari did not beat in 2011. Buhari beat Obi as he came second. He had 11 million votes. He had the youth behind him. He had, it was a third party, kind of, if you consider AD was there. Buhari kind of like broke all this youth, all this, whatever. And again, he succeeded in 2015. So when we're talking about man of the year, we're not talking about E for effort, right?
Kolata.
Yes.
You know, even with your submission now, don't forget, Buhari was even the person that formed the CPC. Okay, he formed a new political party.
Yes.
You know, so they're making it look as if
How many
Obi has
governors
done.
and ex-governors
Labour Party is one of the oldest. Labour Party is
how many
is older
governors
than
and
APC.
ex-governors was with Buhari?
Say that
See,
again.
How many governors? Remember that Buhari was an ex-president of Nigeria and an ex-general.
Nah, Obi was
Now,
an
how many
ex-governor.
governors are
Obi was an ex-governor of
ex-president?
Anambra
An
too.
ex-president of the
Obi
nation,
came into
actually.
a party that was maybe the second oldest party. Labour Party is
With
older than
5,000
APC as a political party.
5,000 votes.
Labour Party had elected governor before. Mimiko in Ondo State was elected under
He
Labour
was
Party.
elected. Even your governor in Edo, what's his name, Oshimole, was in Labour Party before. So I don't get all this like Obi hype, because we know the factors. We know we had youths. Youths had always wanted to vote for a third party candidate. In 2019, they were conflicted between Fela Drotoye, Showore,
How many votes did they give them?
and what's it called, Showore, and Mogalu and all. So there was, I mean, those three could not even unite. So at the end of the day, the youth just left them because, I mean, they were left with really no choice because they couldn't even organize themselves. So they've been looking for an avenue. That's number one. That's just one voting block. Then you have another voting block, the Southeastern voters that PDP just rejected, because this was supposed to be the Southeastern in PDP. This is very important. They felt dejected because they skipped over Obi and went to Atiku. So of course, where Obi went, they went with him, and that showed in the result, 90-something% from a region. That's not rocket science. That's like sentimental votes. We understand why the sentiment is there, so nobody's, I mean, arguing about that. We have that. Then we also have the the Muslim ticket, where you have Christians, especially in the Middle Belt, that feel threatened. And I mean, the event that happened 2 days ago on Christmas Day really shows you why they should feel how they felt. So they, of course, poured out to go and support Obi, that was the Christian top of the ticket. So that's understandable too. So there's so many circumstances that just came to pass. Timing was right. And then you have the candidates, because this was the vice presidential candidate in PDP in 2019. I don't know why we have shallow memories. Like, come on. It was Atiku's vice. It was Jonathan's advisor, was the PDP, APGA, PDP, Labour Party. Come on, man. Like, let's not spin our heads and trying to spin our way into alternate reality.
Abacha's committee chairman on
it was he made his money on a Papa Wolf. I mean, wasn't Tinkan, sorry, it's Tinkan. Like, come on now. We know who the guy is, so there's no fable generation here. So there's no fable. We're not spinning fables here. We have his records. We have his receipts.
Last year you
we have everything.
Settle down now. Uptown. Everything that he said is factually true now. Is it not factually true?
Or can't we push back?
You can push back. You can push back against reality.
Everything he said is factual.
I wanted to ask Kulata, in this same platform, this person you are saying, you are making you are trying to paint him that he was already up there, so he didn't really go up like that from. So the marginal.
Well, I didn't say it was up there. It was by circumstance.
So
time and chance, and I'm trying to show you the element of chance and the different factors that made his third. I mean, he came third, by the way. He didn't come second. He came third. Number 3, Ipoketa in Yoruba language.
Kulata, you're a data guy. Are you a very smart guy? But
I'm not smart. I'm just saying the obvious.
No, you're a smart guy.
He came third.
But guess what? Some of us are still here to try to rubbish some of the things you want to paint, which are false.
Yeah, but did Obi come second?
But I'm not arguing with you on that.
Was he a PDP, then APGA? And when he was in APGA, he swore to his life that he will never leave APGA. And then he jumped back to PDP. They even gave him head of is this stock exchange or whatever. They just gave him something. Okay, and he ran with Atiku, one of the most corrupt politicians, and he even up till date acknowledges Atiku as his Lord and Master. Am I lying?
Campaign, Kulata, calm down. Let me push you at the numbers you brought are not. This is not campaign.
No, I'm not campaigning. I'm just stating facts.
Campaign is God. If you want to do campaign, we can.
No, I'm not campaigning. I'm stating facts.
I don't want to campaign. I just want
tell me where I've lied.
Ask this question on what all the things you're saying. And you say that we know the factors that lead to. Is there any of anybody that is not a gathering of factors leading to?
Buhari's zone was not a gathering of factors. That was a following.
Okay.
Not just a following. That was an organic following. They believed in the man. 11 million voters constantly showed true belief in the guy until the guy got into office. They eventually got him in. He won in 2015.
Okay.
Obi has not shown the capacity or ability to win. He came third.
Yes, exactly. I think you should first of all, Buhari was not a thought force. So let's get that out of the way. We're having a thought force, a viable thought force actually.
What's the name of that Buhari's party again? CPC. At the inception of CPC, initially, look, I don't know how old you were in 1999. We started with SDP and PDP, right? And then at some point in time, we had AD. And then at some point in time, we had another, Labour Party has always been there. So when you even say Labour Party, it's not like third force, because hold on. When the current NSA president ran, he was a third force too. The current NSA, what's his name? NSA advisor.
Ribadu.
When Ribadu ran, he won my own state. He won Osun State. He was a third force too.
Okay.
So this is not the first third force that are making a dent. I'm trying to let people know, because we should not have shallow memories. There's nothing Obi did that Buhari did not do better.
Ribadu was not an effective third force.
It was a third force.
No.
It was a third force.
Hold on now.
He won.
Who was the second force in that election? Who was the second force in that election? Who was the main
only one in Southwest. Where else did he win?
I think he won. He won some. He won.
He didn't win outside. He didn't win.
He won his own state. He won.
He didn't win his state.
He won his state. Let me finish. Hold on a second. Ribadu.
He didn't win the
state. He
state.
came second or third. So that's a third force. What the point we're trying to make is, this is not new. And nothing that happened, nothing that happened. Wait, Balande Koko, nothing that Obi did that Buhari did not do better.
No, hold on.
I think the wider point that Kulata is making is that there's nothing magical or sparkling.
No, that is not.
Ajale Koko. Everything that happened as a precedent.
It's totally baseless.
It's not baseless.
The analysis is giving us is totally baseless.
It's not baseless.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. What about the analysis of the Buhari journey? Buhari got 11 million votes.
11 million votes.
That was an effective thought. Yes, and we agree.
And I'm expanding on it.
That was an effective thought force. But this guy was not an effective. So
let me ask you one question, Ajale Koko. So is anything Obi did? Is it novel in our politics?
Look.
Did he break new grounds? Ajale Koko. Did he break new grounds?
Look.
Answer that question first.
Did he break new ground?
Oh,
yes, he break new ground.
What new ground?
Oh yes. What
new ground?
Was that it was able to penetrate some part of the north. Buhari wasn't able to penetrate the south at all.
Penetrate some part of the north. What do you mean by that?
Central, yes. He won in Plateau. He won in Taraba. He won in
because of the Muslim ticket.
Hold on.
The circumstance we already gave you. We gave you the lead in.
Sometimes some of you guys, you want to rubbish this guy achievement as if it's nothing.
Because it's not a new achievement.
Politics is a numbers game now.
Buhari got 11 million votes. Let us break it down.
Ajale Koko. So if it's called Ajale Koko, let me ask you a question.
Hold on.
Hold on. Ajale Koko, hold on.
They want country you. Let me land.
And I'll country you back.
Look, so between Obi and Buhari, Obi did better because
by what metric?
Obi won in the southwest, he won in the southeast, he won in the south.
It does not matter.
And he won in some part of the north.
Who was a better loser?
Buhari's 11 million.
No.
Let me land before you say no. Buhari at every election cycle only won in the north. His vote did not extend to the southern part of
How many votes did Buhari get?
Forget about the vote. We are talking about the
How do you forget about the votes?
It is the spread.
Election is a numbers game, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, it's a number, but
Nigeria
you can't wish out the spread. When we are talking of 25% and the spread across the country, Obi was able to perform better than Buhari. Go and check your record.
No.
Check your record. He just had the number, and it was a forged number too. It was a ridiculous number. Where are the number? The 11 million that he was having for 3 election cycles or 4 election cycles.
He got it in 2015 again.
For Tinubu?
He got it in 2015. Buhari is not Tinubu.
The number for Tinubu?
They are not the same people now. Why are you asking this kind of question?
Forget about it.
Akim,
11 million. All these forged numbers.
There was another candidate on the
number. Don't let us deceive ourselves.
You're not taking into consideration that there was another northerner on that ballot in that election. So basically, a lot of the northern vote went to Atiku. So you cannot discount that. The fact that Tinubu even did as well as he did in the north tells you that the man had a lot of ground game out there. So for me, at the end of the day, what I see that you guys are doing is kind of rewarding failures. There is nothing Obi done. There's nothing Obi did in that election that Sowore did not do. Both of them lost. So at the end of the day, it's almost like you're praising yourself for failing exams. Oh, but I got some answers. That's not the point. The point, did you pass or you fail? He failed, and he failed woefully. He came third in the election. So I don't understand how somebody who lost, who came third, is now man of the year. Or I don't understand what.
How do you get man of the year for getting F and because you use green biro to write your answers?
How do you even come up with that in the first place? The whole point of you surmounting challenges, overcoming challenges, is that you actually come out on the other side victorious. But this is not the case. So what challenges did Obi surmount when he lost?
Obi is as powerless as he was 2 years ago.
No, it's not different from Sowore.
It's not different from Sowore.
All of them lost. Look, once you lose, there's nothing like, no, you lost. Atiku, Obi, Sowore, everybody that participated in that election, the only person that can say, yes, I got what I want is Tinubu. Every other person, they are not different from each other. They all lost. You can say, okay, you lost by 200, you lost by 1,000, you lost by 1 million. All of them are all losers.
And in the history, in the annals of history of Nigeria, the best that it will get, if it even happens, is going to be a footnote in history. If that even happens. Because the number 3, nobody writes about number 3. They write the first and the second. Atiku runner-up, Tinubu the winner. Which takes me to the man of the year. In my opinion, the last man standing is the man of the year. And my reasons are this. This election is one of our, honestly speaking, is one of our best conducted elections. Well, which kind of like shows us the kind of elections we've been having. But as far as you are getting different people winning states, incumbents losing, incumbent lost a lot in this election. You even had people like some guy in one Lagos State local government, some guy from Kogi State winning, like from nowhere. You had someone from abroad that just bought Labour Party. I mean, this election, you may be butthurt about your candidate not winning. But in terms of credibility, this is one of our better elections. Maybe the one that tops it is maybe that Abiola, June 12th election. But this election, as far as the Fourth Republic is the best in the Fourth Republic. There's still a lot of work to be done. But the reason I picked Tinubu is the guy went through tough times from, of course, the presidency lukewarm. Buhari was lukewarm about his candidacy. He had to fight through the primaries. He now had to fight like the system. When I say the system, the CBN, the cabal, all these things, he fought through it. And it just shows the man is very powerful, because there's some things I heard that I can't even say on this platform that I was able to pull off. But let's just leave that one by the side. So he has the responsibility. It's up to him to do well or not do well. But as far as achievements, beating the odds, using brain, and I mean, putting everything together and pulling that win through, eking that win through, is the man of the year. So he has a lot of responsibility on his head. But please, nobody should come and tell me a second runner-up is the man of the year for trying. People have tried before him. They bested him in millions, by millions of votes, by breaking new grounds. It's not new. It's not novel. So there is no basis where I can even give him what's it called, man of the year. So one man, I think the president is the man of the year.
One man you can Kolata, you can give him Badge of the year. That's that would be
all right, and the woman.
Okay, my woman of the year is going to be Michelle Alozie.
But Kulata, let me say this: the vibrancy, the effective campaign slogan, and the theme of the of his campaign, and the social media campaign. I mean, effective use of social media, in our electioneering campaign. Look, you can't rubbish that man like that.
I disagree, Ajanle Koko.
Allow them now.
Let me tell you about effective use of social media. 2015 election was effective use of social media because they won.
Wait. The effective use of social media that
are coming up short.
Hold on. That put our presidential election before the world.
Come on, Ajanle Koko. The world always monitors Nigerian elections. It's not new. We are getting carried away by all these rhetorics.
Hold on. There are a lot of people across the world, particularly the youth across the world, that doesn't know anything about politics. Obi use of what do you call it?
Ajanle Koko, I think his use of social media was ineffective.
It was not effective.
Oh, no. Kolata, Time Magazine, tell them.
Yeah. He brought, yes, he didn't win the election, but he brought our presidential campaign to
what?
He brought it to the bearing of everybody around the world that something is happening in Nigeria.
What are you talking about? It's only Nigerians that were talking about Nigerian elections and a few occasional foreigners, like every other election.
Let's use one.
Hold on, hold on for the conversation. Yeah.
I mean, you are just making Ajanle Koko. You are getting carried away. Calm down, Ajanle Koko. Calm down.
That's the fact.
It's not the fact.
Hold on. I have a lot of youth across Africa that do business with me. Right? Hold on. The Sudanese, the Ethiopians, the Kenyans, all over, they were asking me to tell you, I'm following the presidential election in your country, and they're mentioning Obi. What are you guys talking about?
So Ajanle Koko.
You can't just sit down.
Yeah, but Ajanle Koko, that establishes that is ineffective.
You don't know what people were saying.
So Ajanle Koko, we should use your personal anecdotes to make an empirical judgment. Your anecdotes.
Ajanle Koko, let me just insert this. Yes. You see what you've just said. Then it really emphasizes that it was ineffective. Because if you are saying that Peter Obi was the adopted, hold on. If you are saying that Peter Obi was the adopted candidate of the social media, and we all know how expansive the reach of social media is, if you could not effect that social media to win that election by a landslide, then that was ineffective. There are two people that have used social media, as far as I'm aware, to win presidencies. That was, by my own reckoning, Barack Obama and Goodluck Jonathan. So there's this potency on social media to win as an outlier, as a complete outsider. Just
Goodluck Jonathan was an outlier.
It was.
Barack from the Metro US party was an outlier.
It wasn't mainstream. It was Goodluck Jonathan mainstream is not.
PDP is not mainstream.
PDP, one man, PDP.
Obama's party was not mainstream.
Let me just land it. That social media space, so it was ineffective. And the social media came out with a verdict on him, and that was 6 million votes. So the opportunity that social media presents, if he wasn't able to galvanize that to Aso Rock, then it was ineffective. That's just how I see it.
One man, a quick one here, a quick one. We had a situation whereby an opposition candidate unseated a sitting president. That was never
2015, exactly.
It was never hailed as
it was the political alignment that happened on ground. We know what
hold
happened.
Hold on. It was never hailed as unprecedented. We had a situation whereby somebody lost woefully, and then we are being told that it was what was unprecedented about losing. I want somebody to explain to me. Look, whatever you say, whatever you put together, whatever you try to explain, social media, youth, this, that, church, everything. Look, if you are not successful with all those moves, at the end of the day, it's all useless. There's no point in it. So I don't understand what you are trying to put together to make it look. If he had won, fine, you will have a case. But he didn't win, he lost. So there's no case. You can make social media this social media. What was the end game? Why did Obi run for election? Was it not for him to win? Now that he didn't win, all of a sudden he's the man of the year. How did you make that Uptown? Man of the year for losing?
One man. Okay, you allowed him to speak.
Yeah, a short little response to that, and then back to
just few weeks ago, just to give you an example. Months after election, everybody's lips is still talking about the man that came third. Just few weeks ago, the former president of what country again? One of the African countries came to Nigeria, took a picture with Obi, and when she wanted to address the crowd, first of all, she said that currently her age just informed her that she's trending out all across her entire country, that she met Obi, and everybody is trending across all her country that she met Obi. And when I talked about
hold on. She will also have trended. She will also have trended if she met Michael Jackson, or Kanye West.
Wow, you actually called Michael Jackson.
Or Kanye West. So what?
Do you know the weight of people you just mentioned? You mentioned the most influential woman on earth, literally. But then that, I think you already called a verdict for yourself. But see the thing. No matter how much we try to squeeze this guy into the bag, when you come out in the civil space and you gather the whole African countries and you gather the international community, when they are talking about the Economist, we know the article they wrote about him, and read the details of the documentation of the obedience movement.
Is he president? Is he president?
Up down. Isn't that up down? Isn't that an up down? Wait, up down, Farabelli. Isn't that an indictment? Up down. Wait, isn't that an indictment against Obi? The guy is supposed to be a politician. He's supposed to be president. But now you're here talking about, he's a celebrity. Like, really? Are we supposed to be impressed that he did not win, but it's some sort of internet celebrity and people? I mean, it's like Ashake or
yes, if that politician
like Ashake that can't sing.
If that politician took a picture with Ashake, she would trend as well.
She would trend as well. So what are we supposed to make out of this?
The point is what is called influence. I'm coming.
The point is power, not a power is the point.
It's not. I'm trending on Obi Ashake. I'm trending on the internet.
That is us trying to be clever by half. The point is point A to point B or point A to point Z. The point is marginal increase. The point, you cannot. We all we all went to school. We all educated here, and deep inside your heart, you know what you're doing. So in a normal space, and we want to talk about this, we all know how to measure 1 + 1, 2, plus 4, 7, and all of that. We all know calculation very well. So anybody that wants to, what you're doing now is just like in a lockout, and you know exactly what you're doing, and you just.
So if I'm supposed to rate celebrities, then maybe after Burna Boy, Davido, Ashake, maybe Obi will be number 4 celebrity.
Calm down.
Kulata, would that make you happy?
Kulata, in his last engagement online, almost everybody there was calling him Mr. President, and Abodo was boy.
All right.
What are we supposed to make out of that?
All right. Okay. So Uptown, when the Senate conclude on whatever bill is in front of them, they will take it to Peter Obi to sign it to law. But back to you.
But guess what? Final on that space, one man.
Yeah.
I don't think we are going too far in analyzing the impact on Obi and the forcefulness of Obi. We don't need to go too far. We just have to use one man platform as a lab rat. One man in the last 1 year, your platform, if your platform had 1 million hours, 998,000 out of the 1 million is Obi. And that's just a very, very simple litmus test.
Hey, it's a clickbait now. Obi is a clickbait.
So why is he a clickbait? Why?
Because of people like you, because of the wild lanes that like to.
But if we are in the minority, why are we that influence? I mean, this is a country of 200 something million.
So wait, Uptown, I'm trying to understand something. So if Uptown, so if we're talking about Alex Jones, right? Are we now supposed to say Alex Jones is man of the year, and we shouldn't pick? No, I'm trying to give you an analogy to show how weak your analogy is. If we have people, Alex Jones fans, coming here pushing Alex Jones like, it's the best thing since sliced bread, any reasonable person will push back and say, what are you talking about? What did you drink? Why are you talking like this? So that's bulk of that conversation is exactly like that.
See the point, even the conversation we are having now drives back to the argument one man tried to make earlier, trying to push Obi out of obedient movement. But all the time, 98% of the time you talk about obedient movement, you're talking about the man Obi and nothing else. And every single the obedient movement is up. In fact, Soyinka called it a personality cult. So I don't know why you want to cut out the personality from the cult, because even your
that's Soyinka's opinion now. Am I Soyinka?
I mean, you guys supporting this platform wanted to use him as the standard earlier some hours ago when Rashidama called him out. But then I just wanted to use it since you guys want to use my standard. But the point is, no matter how anybody wants to turn, you guys earlier on wanted to twist was there obedient his followers when he was in PDP. I busted out.
You did not bust anything. They allowed you. Let's even look. I don't want to. You see, the thing is, you're not going to. You see, the thing is, hold on. Uptown is my space right now. The thing is, you are the ones trying to drag it. We've kind of like dismissed the Obi thing, and we're about to move on to Michelle Alozie, but you are dragging it.
No, I was not, because when I was
there is something of the Jim Jones about that Obi movement. You know who Jim Jones is?
Of course.
Yes. There's something of the Jim Jones about
even you,
Koresh.
Yes.
Kulata, even you remember when Ovie was hanging out with us here at the early days of the campaign? All of you, everybody, remember how we started from Obi? We started from 50,000 votes to 100,000.
I never said 50,000 votes. I never said any of those numbers.
Ovie updated to 150. As the guy continued to campaign, we thought he didn't have the finance to do it. He didn't have the muscle to do it. He couldn't go around the country.
Okay, but he's done it. He came third. Big deal. He came third.
No, see the point. Every single thing you predicted for this man, except from that.
I predicted number 3. He came number 3. What are you talking about?
No. See. We didn't predict only one thing. There's a lot of things predicted in this platform.
Oh God, Uptown. At the end of the day, 6.5 million votes. Number 3. Let's let it rest. It's not man of the year for me. It's not.
Every single thing you Kulata, I think it was exactly you that predicted that immediately INEC rings the bell that the obedient movement will be swallowed and the real big boys will come and occupy the media.
But the big boys are running the country right now. It's not Peter Obi running the country.
Okay, this one is just this is not. I mean, this elementary club.
It's Obi that's appointing ministers now.
You know what we are
talking about.
All right. Playtown, let Kulata take us to the woman of the year. Because I don't think that will ever end.
Playtown, no hungry.
Yes.
Anyway, my woman of the year is Michelle Alusi. And the reason is she's one of these young. What gen are we on now? Whatever gen we have, is it Gen Z?
No, it's Gen Rito. That's where we are now.
My son just told me. I forgot it. He said he told me something. I don't know whether.
I will come back to Gen A again because I'm
Gen Alpha. Thank you. I remember what he told me.
What's the age bracket for that?
Like 2010.
Oh, all right. Oh God.
So that's the new gen. So Michelle.
So we are Gen E erratics. No, Gen E erratics.
One man, you are Gen dinosaur.
Gen erratics or something.
One man is baby boomer. One man a baby boomer.
You know, Kulata sent me a clip of my old school. I was shocked when I saw people. But take us to the women quickly before we start.
Okay, so Michelle, she plays soccer for what's it called, for Super Falcons. She was born and bred in America. I don't think she ever lived in Nigeria. But I admire the fact that she's always coming to Nigeria. She's playing, she's cheerful, and upon that, she's also in her professional career. She's a cancer research technician for Texas Tech, and so, in my opinion, she embodies the promise for Nigerian youths, because I've spent some time on Twitter. God, you guys, please do not go to that Twitter. It's terrible. I thought tribalism was going to be better for the next generation. I thought maybe the Uptown generation have somehow killed tribalism. It is devastating on Twitter. It's terrible.
I saw Uptown and Emmanuel on Twitter the other day.
My God, I was shocked. Do you think that X? That platform should be regulated in Nigeria?
They need to regulate it. What's going on in that Twitter, man? There will never be peace. Because I sat down, I read. No, I just came from vacation, so I had some spare time just looking through, and I was like, thinking, like, but in my personal life, there's an Emeka, there's a this, there's a that. We don't relate that way. We never grew up. We went to school. Like, this is insane. People, I don't think Nigerians are at war with each other like the way it is on Twitter. It better not be. Because I grew up, I went to church with Igbo people. They raised me.
It's not like that on ground, I can assure you.
It better not be like that, though. Because as I'm going to Nigeria, I have to take Auntie EJ. She raised me. I have to take her money. She Auntie Florence. These are people like, why are we on each other's throats? This is insane. But anyway, she looks like this Michelle. She looks like a promise that are not like the what do they call each other? There's the obedient and then the Ronus. That's what they call each other on Twitter. She's not like that. She looks like the promise, like her head is put together. She has an excellent personal career. She's also serving the country. So with that, I just admire her. I don't know why. I just really admire that young girl. So in my opinion, she's the woman of the year because she's an example many people can follow. And it also happens to come from Imo State, my favorite Southeast state.
Who is the candidate?
I don't know.
I don't think it's a political space. She's
not even a voter herself.
And to the rational minder thing, the panelist of the year.
Oh, I can't pick panelists. I love everybody. Now everybody gives me one insight or the other. From Ajale Koko getting under my skin to Ogbeni giving us lecture to Akin bringing some insights that nobody thought about, to Professor Ola, to Uptown, to Joel and his crazy self, to even my uncle Pansat.
And Ekene coming there.
And Ekene telling us the truth. Anytime we speak too much grammar, like setting us straight. Like I'm not the person that can pick favorites or one thing because I like aspects of each and everything. So
Kulata, when I tell you a tribalized analyst, you sound like
see One Piece. Look at One Piece now. I forgot One Piece. Everyone is start arguing Edo history versus Yoruba history. One Piece will come. I will be fighting, carry our fights to Instagram. So there's nothing I don't. I'm not one. I can't pick favorites. I interact with people. There's every single person I learn one thing or the other from every single person. Even Thomas late nights, when Simba and Remy and all of them. I mean, I listen to all those things. I cannot pick a favorite. I can't even.
I think we're going to rename that late night with is that to say late night with Simba and Remy. Because when the two of them gather, just forget everybody else. They say, wait, let me just add one thing, and then they will go on there. Unbelievable.
It's always fun because I mean, anytime I sleep early, and when sometimes I wake, my earphones is in my ear, and I'm just wake up and I'm listening, I'm just laughing.
When I wake up, I always skip through my beat and just go to Thomas, and then that's my background listening. Yeah.
And so wild things happen. Like Mike, I was listening to one with Mike in CBD and some other battle. It was just some crazy exchange. But honestly speaking, everybody adds to me here. Ogbeni, I mean. But there's so many names, like it's just
some great voices that we're waiting to come back. Saki
Fada, like I don't know why Saki chickened out because they lost the election.
It's still sulking, I suspect.
I should.
But that was your favorite.
Oh, Dewale and his Ogogoro rants. Like
I thought that was your favorite. This is not nice.
There was one day I woke up like Dewale was scolding Pansat. I was laughing. I'm sure my people would think.
Okay, that's another thing actually. Our favorite moments. Maybe we'll do that as
well. Kulata, I don't usually lose my cool like that, but the guy just crossed that red line on that day, and I had no choice that
I didn't know when you are joyous, but I'm sure if my kids see me, like, what's wrong with this man, this old man? My kids.
We should have added favorite moment. There was a moment you just mentioned.
I think the question should go around the favorite moment question.
Maybe we'll do that after we've done the round with everybody. But there was one moment, Kulata. There was this guy UFC. He comes occasionally every now and then he went after Kulata. My God. He gave him, but Kulata. I can imagine a fist clenched as Pansat was trying to grapple with this guy, and it was going, and the guy was monotone. His voice did not waver, and he was just prodding at him, and you could see almost visually see the rage as
one man, and that match Richard Ajanlekoko.
That's another one.
Oh God!
I couldn't believe what happened that day. He just tore into Ajanlekoko for nothing.
I mean, there's so many. It's a very entertaining plot. I learn a lot. I learn a boatload from everybody, but it's also for entertainment. Like, I mean, it's everybody kind of like knows each other one weird way or the other. Like, we spend so much time together, so I cannot pick favorites. Even the people that curse me or people that go and be abusing me, I still like everybody because it's not real. We have real lives to deal with. It's not personal. So I can't pick a favorite as far as this platform is concerned. But I have a lot of awesome memories and moments that you just laugh and laugh. It's too many to count. So that's it. My own take.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the magical Kulata. So the magical Kulata. Let's go on then from Kulata to the erudite Oriola. So Oriola, hopefully you're still there. Oriola, the Omomomi sounding Oriola.
Omomomi, how?
Look at that. Say something and then see if everybody agrees with me or not that you don't sound like an Omomomi. It's not a bad thing, no. I was an Omomomi. I'm the last born, so I'm an Omomomi too. So don't worry.
I'm the first. I'm the first. I'm not Omomomi now.
All right, Omo Daddy then.
I have like 4 after me. Yeah. So what I think about the event?
Yes, the events that shaped 2023, your man, woman of the year, and your favorite panelist, and we're not going to allow you to politic it out like Kulata just did. To you.
Wow, I don't even like politics like that. So what I think majority of what I have to say, I think a lot of people already said it. So I'm just gonna like brush through them. So what I think the event for 2023 to me, the election clashes, I think between the Yorubas and the Igbos, the Kano youth.
Did I surprise you that because I'd always thought that the relationship with the Igbos and the Yorubas was somewhat of a friendly rivalry, sort of like France, England sort of thing. But in the course of this election, it became quite apparent that it actually cut deep. Am I right in saying that, and did that surprise you?
Yeah, I think you're right, but I think there's always been a clash, but everybody always like kind of like they don't speak out. Where everybody just kind of like hold it in. We don't say it out. And I think since everybody was younger, every now and then like you would hear some part of your maybe your family member saying something about the other ethnicity. So I think that's always been there. And if you look at the past also, like if you're reading about the Awolowas, the Zik, there's always been that clash. And the thing is, it was never been talked about. And I think the reason why it came about for this election was the fact that the Igbo were thinking this should be their turn. And they were expecting everybody, irrespective of where you come from, especially the Yorubas, to just give them the votes. And I think, especially like the younger folks, they don't see it that way because that's what they were expecting. They don't think it's something that they actually have to say. It's just something that you should just have to do. And the fact that they didn't do that, I think that kind of like lead to the clashes. And if you go on Twitter, I haven't been on Twitter for like a year. I think this year is when I went back on Twitter, and I was amazed. What's going on Twitter now? I hope this is not what's going on in Nigeria, and I don't think it is. I think this is just like most young people that just come on board, like they were just talking trash. I mean, Twitter is bad, but the thing is, I think this is already in, and if we don't speak it out, if we don't have like the elders, especially history, need to be taught. Like especially we need to, you go to school, you learn about this other ethnicity, you learn about that. So when you meet or when you're in the same environment, you know how the culture that each and every one of us like we have. So there's no clashes. But I think that we don't learn that, we don't know it, and and this is not like something new. It's been happening. It's like part of history as well. So I think that's why. And the thing is, even if it settled down now, I won't be surprised in the future if it come back up, because if they don't talk it out, we don't teach ourselves about other people's culture. We don't understand where other people's perspective. This is always going to come back. So that's that as well. And I think the Kano youths for voting for NFPP, that's another thing. It was amazing because you can see it was genuine. Like after they won, it was genuine. You can see everybody everywhere chanting and jubilating. So you can tell like it's genuine. I think that's another thing, another moment that I see for the election of 2023. And I think the last but not the least for that is the president saying subsidy is gone. To be honest, I see nothing wrong with what he said. I think that's the best way to do it. That's what he did. That's leadership. If you play a leadership role where you work or you've been in an environment with leadership team, you have to understand the leaders, they will take every suggestion. They will take every single thing, but they will go back to their room, think about it, and they come out and they will give you straight up their decision. They don't have to like just like he was saying that part of the team, his team was telling him, "Oh, you don't need to say this. You don't need to say it like that." And he said he didn't even have a discussion with them. Yeah, that's how a leader works. Leader just listen to people, and at the end of the day, they think this is the best route for me to go, and they stick to it. What he did, nothing wrong with that. He said what he had to say. Let's let's face it. We face it. We see where we're going now. I think everybody has been saying it as well. Like the money that the state will collect now is a little bit higher than what they used to collect. So there's a lot of things that come out of what he did. And I didn't say anything wrong. He's a leader. And leader is not just going to sit there and just be shouting. He would listen to everybody. If they have to debate anything, they would debate it out. Then at the end of the day, he would just make his decision. So that's some of the 2023 events that I see. For the man of the year and woman of the year. So I'm not going to do man or women. I'm going to do men and women of the year. So my men and women of the year is the Nigerian youth, both the male and the female. So this will be the first time, like I'm saying, that during election, all the Nigerian youth, they were focused. They waited, make sure nobody tampered with their votes. They stood out there, make sure their vote was counted. This is the first time. So I have to give it to them, because this was I've never heard this in the news. I've never seen this where the youth actually care. And I know it came from the fact that they felt that they were bullied. Nobody listened to them. And they had to make sure that we are not voting for the people that we felt they do the Nigerian youth wrong, and they make sure they vote for the person that they believed in. So I have to give it to Nigerian youth.
Tell Kulata that I say there was nothing novel that happened. Tell him that.
Yeah, he's listening.
Please, can you guys say Southern youth? Because Buhari's movement from 2011 were all Northern youth. You need to acknowledge Northern youth. You guys don't. They're human beings.
Yeah, but I'm acknowledging all the youth, because all the youth.
No, because Obi's movement did not impact Northeast and Northwest youth. The best they did was North Central.
Right, but I'm not focusing just on the Southern, because you have to remember,
so it's not the first time. It's not novel.
Yeah.
Buhari too carried the youth.
No, because Northern youths have always participated in the election.
It is not novel.
Never participated. That's the difference.
No, let's not. So you can say, okay, maybe energize Southern youths. Then I'll say, okay, fine.
What about El Kano? You don't think the youth came out and voted in mass for the governor? They did. So I feel like in all of it, the youth, they shaped the election. Either way it goes, he went. We all know he went the other way. Even with the APC, the youth still came out as well. So it's not just LP. They came out for NPP as well. They came out for PDP. So I have to give it for the youth. And I also like the fact that the youth were able to hold INEC accountable for what they think was unjust. We have to give it for the youth. They stood up to INEC. I mean, they did stuff that never been done before. Like they stood up to INEC. They called them out. I also like the way they follow up with the Supreme Court. Like this was something that I feel like 4 years ago, youth would never care about it. But this year, they actually did care about all of these things. And the other thing is the youth, even though like some youths lost, like the LP, for example, they still follow up with the appointees of the president. Everybody follow up with the ministers. They want to make sure that the right people were put in place. I'm not going to say like all of them are the right people, but they make sure that they want the president to do the right thing. The youth, male and female, they stood up. They make sure they follow up with whatever is going on with the ministers. What else? Another thing that I know they're doing, it looks like some of them on Twitter, like they follow up with the ministers like every week to make sure that who is doing this and who is not doing anything. And I think maybe on one of the sessions here, they also brought it up to the fact that some ministers were doing some things while some ministers are just lazy. We don't know what they're doing. So we have to give it up for the youth, male and female. they did well in my own view. What else? Yeah.
And the panelist of the year.
All right.
And you can't take the Kulata escape route. If we won't allow that.
Actually, I don't. I actually won't give it to him, anyways. The thing is, I don't think.
By not picking one is what I mean. So you have to give us a name. Hey, carry on.
No, yeah, I would like to pick one, but the fact that this is more like a masculine-dominated show is like it's masculinated. I have to give it up for the women for the fact that they always come in most of the time at the right time. They input their own, especially when during the election back in May, June, you always see more women part of the panel. So I have to give it up for the women for the fact that they took some of their time out of their busy schedule to actually be part of the team, to be part of the panel. A lot of them, I mean, we have some frictions, and still the ladies were able to come back and still stood their grounds and input and pull and put their own submission. So I think that if I have to give it up for
are you watching Chioma toasting you in the comment section, by the way, Oriola?
Oh, she's toasting me? No, I can't see it.
You, but carry on.
So I have to give it up for the women. I like the fact that they were able, I mean, what I would like is the fact that I would like for more women to actually show up here. Just like you can see, like during the election in Nigeria, even up to today, a lot of women, you can see them, they're talking, they're not quiet. A lot of young folks were elected into office from House of Rep, even up to like the Senate. So, and you can also tell like part of the ministers, even though, to be honest with you, I'm really not proud of what they're doing right now because they have like about 4 or 5 ministers that are youth. And to be honest, maybe one of them is doing something. The rest, we don't know what they're doing. But my, for one man show, I think the women, I'll give it up for the women. So
if you are saying the women, then you can only really say the woman because we only really have Zita joining us on the screen. So
no, but that's towards the end, like from September, October. If you remember, from during like when the election is getting like serious, like March, April, May, June, a lot of like we have the lady from Texas, we have the one that got in fight with Bishop. I forgot her name now. Dupsy. Dupsy. We have Dupsy. We have the other lady from Texas. So yeah, they contribute. They contributed, and it was nice to hear women's voice. To see their own point of view, the side they see, even though sometimes feelings got into it, a lot of emotion. Though like this show is like emasculate, so a lot of guys just if they don't like stuff that other person said, they're not scared to tackle the other person. But it wasn't like that with the women. But at the end of the day, I like the fact that the women were able to contribute, and we would like to have more women also to be able to jump on board and say their mind the way it should be. All right, so that's what I have. That's my contribution.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. That's the elegant Oriola. So thank you, Oriola. Thank you for that. So from Oriola, so the language has been 100. Still keep it 100%. Ganiyu, you're up next. Ganiyu. Ganiyu. Look at that.
Thank you, woman.
So to the conversation, your contribution.
Yeah, I think
the events that shaped the year, the man-woman of the year, and then your panelist of the year.
Yeah, the event of the year is the election, really. And my man of the year is President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And because he fought a lot and he really did well. He won the election and he became the president. And my woman of the year goes to his wife, Senator Oluremi Tinubu. She's a woman that will stand by you, and that's type of a woman that someone should be praying for. When you have a woman who stood by you and said, okay, go ahead, that's the woman. We have to give it to her. And my panelist of the year goes to two people, right? Number one, Ogbeni. During the election, before the election, and during the court case, he analyzed everything for us. So and the number two is Kolata. He's a very good man. He said the way it is straight away. And I can even say somebody like Bishop as well. Bishop did a very good job during the election time, and now I can't even hear him again. I don't know what's the matter. So that's just it. And for some people calling me names, like like this, when Rational Mind came on board, he started talking about me. For what? I never talk about him. Anytime you come on board, you call my name. That means you want me to get angry with you again. You don't have to you don't have to mention my name at all. All I said is, Rational Mind, you are not a Yoruba man. If you are a Yoruba man, just tell me the name. Someone from South Coast side of nonsense. That's just it. I'm not fighting with him. I just want him to tell me where he's from. When you are a criminal for life. By lying, you call Tinubu criminal. You are a criminal. You are lying. You are not a full-blooded Yoruba, and you are saying you are a Yoruba man. That's a big impersonation. That's it. Oh man, let me stop there. So
okay. So you have DNA tested him to find out that he's not Yoruba.
Okay. One man. Let me ask you one question, please. If I ask you where are you from, you say you are from Oyo State. Where in Oyo? You say it. You can't be lying. You can't pull us. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm so passionate about Yoruba. One Rational Man is not a Yoruba. I can bet my life on him. That's it.
That's a heavy stake to wage.
If anybody likes, he believes. If anybody likes, doesn't believe. That is my own opinion.
Is it because he's not supporting?
He's not. No. I will tell you one thing, woman. We Yoruba were trained in a way. I have a friend. He's an Igbo guy. He was born in Shagam. I know him very well. He speaks Yoruba more than I do. He speaks Ijebu fluently. It doesn't matter. He's not ashamed to say I'm a Igbo man. You understand? But these people, because they can speak Yoruba from here to there, they will start calling. You know them by the everything they do. You know them. You call it Tinubu Akpa. I can never call anybody who is older than me Akpa. It's never.
Okay. So are you saying? Hold on. Are you saying that his commentaries they run contrary to the Yoruba way of speaking, and that is what convinces you?
Not that alone. Everything about him. It's not a Yoruba. When you are trying to pretend, you overdo it.
All the Yoruba young people online that insult Tinubu every day, that all not Yorubas.
Insulting who?
All the Yoruba obedience every day online that insult Tinubu from head to toe. They're not all.
Yeah, let me tell you something. How are you sure they are Yorubas? How are you sure?
Even Tinubu came out and said,
how are you sure? You see, there's still, let me tell you something. There's still this research we made. Yeah, we sat down, we look at the Yorubas, and we know them. You start from Obasanjo. You understand what I mean? You start from Obasanjo. Obasanjo has ruled Yoruba land from the beginning to the end. The same people and when we do the research about Obasanjo, we now find out his father is from Anambra. The same like Iyabo Ojo. When you see people like Iyabo Ojo, when they come out of this, started doing all their nonsense thing. The The blood is always their own blood.
Hold on, Ganil.
Yeah.
It is the turn on the Southwest. The Southwest has never been president before.
But we've had Olusegun Obasanjo.
No, Olusegun Obasanjo is an Igbo man. He came from Anambra State. His father is an Igbo man.
Do you have evidence to this, sir?
My friend, it is he who should come out and say, no, he's not an Igbo man. Everyone knows that it's not a hidden fact. His father became the Obi of Onitsha. Thank you.
All right.
One man the award as the worst moderator, as the most tribalistic moderator.
No. He said that, and the clip was already there, so it was the moment to insert it.
But
uptown, so no marginalization, no, you guys.
Yes. Why they had an Igbo president and his name is Olusegun Aremu Obasanjo?
The question I was going to ask my brother is that, so all the Yoruba, even Pade Banjo is from Owerri, Dele Farotimi is from Ebonyi, and they really know Odual and all of them online, all these influencers from the Southwest that used to insult the hell out of Tinubu, like he always say. He said, these children insult the hell out of me. That's what he said. Yeah. They are all
no. Hello, let me.
They are there. And
what you are saying now? You're talking about. You're talking about the bitter people. You know when you are bitter, when you have bitterness in you can't hide it. You see, people like Rational Mind, the bitterness is in him. He doesn't know what to say.
All right, Rational Mind is not here to defend himself, so maybe.
Yeah, but I wasn't there when he was talking about me.
All right, bring it home. So you've given us your. Who did you say your panelist of the? Who did you say your panelist of the year is?
Ogbeni Kolata and Ogbeni Kolata and Bishop.
All right. Thank you, Ganil. I think Dewale is back with us now. So Dewale, are you with us now? Dewale Obalola.
May I say this real quick, Shoma?
Yeah, say real. Yeah.
Shoma, I might have to send my wife to you.
Send your wife to. No, it's you that she wants you to. You wants you to send yourself to her, not your wife.
My wife who's gonna deal with her.
It's going to deal with her.
Oh yeah, I don't fight women, so I'm just gonna let my wife deal with her.
All right. Okay. there it is right there. And then you will have to deal with Kulata if your wife is dealing with her. You know, that's the way it goes. Ekene?
That's
man. For one man.
I do. I was going to the
one man. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll get back with you.
All right. All right. Then you take the floor then, Ekene. So Ekene, the conversation is at the moments that shaped the year, your man and woman of the year, and your panelist on this platform of the year. Ekene, why are you still awake at this time of the morning, even?
I don't already wake up now. I sleep till 4 o'clock. I try now. So, I didn't even know you have a section today. I just slept off. So I just came in this time. I will start from my worst panelist and the most tribalistic commenter. That is this guy that spoke last, the guy Gani or what is his name?
So are you giving Enigmatic a break? We were all expecting you to say Enigmatic.
Enigmatic is somehow my friend because I found Enigmatic very intelligent. Even though he's so much tribalistic. But he's a very nice guy. It's just that you need to follow it, take it easy with him. Even though he's a very tribalistic guy. But I cannot discount his intelligence. So that's all I will say about Enigmatic. But the most unintelligent and unorganized commentator or speaker is this guy that spoke last. Very tribalistic.
Easy.
Filled with hatred, filled with animosity, filled with pomposity. filled with ignorance. And I'm not saying that with any. I don't hide my mouth. He cannot beat me. He's the worst Nigerian that I ever know. So this Ganiyu, this guy that spoke last, very unintelligent guy.
Yeah, but what has he said that offense? He says he doesn't particularly like the Court of Rational Minds jib because he feels that it's
not only because of Rational Mind, but I used to follow his comment now.
Was it the one that you were going to swear for? I remember.
Yes,
now.
yes, he's the guy. He's the guy.
Okay.
Yes, he's the guy. I used to follow his comments. So the guy is very, very unintelligent and very unorganized. Sometimes I just laugh at him because I know he's sometimes when he writes something in the comment section, I'll just laugh. This guy don't get brain. That's what all comes to my mind.
You do have brain. Do you have brain?
I don't take people like
you have brain because you are IPOB. I'm not IPOB. I'm a Yoruba man.
That's how he used to speak. The only thing that he has to say is IPOB. IPOB. The only thing that guy
because you are criminal. You are living Yoruba land and you are a criminal.
That's the only thing he used to say. Criminal or that. The guy don't get sense. I mean, one man.
Sorry, one man. This guy is the type of guy we meet every day on Twitter, and some of the time they want to drag us down. But we see millions of his type on Twitter. But then we are already ready for.
No.
We too. We are ready for you guys now. We are ready for you guys.
After I don't get time for this kind of guy. The guy is very unorganized. Somebody. I don't get time for him. So I don't like. One man, you have one of the most wonderful panelists in this country, even from Abados. Kulata is a very nice guy. Enigmatic is a very nice guy, just that he has some atom of bigotry in him. But his intelligence is top notch. Then Rational Mind is my guy. Very intelligent, well organized. It's not all these people that have double mind and all these people that speak with double mind. He's a very consistent guy. He believes in what he know, and he tread in that line. He never shifts his ground. So I love him for that. Ajali Koko.
Can I please let me interject you for 1 second, sir, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Okay, just to add to your accolades for Rational Mind, I forgot to add this, and it's really very important. The fact that Rational Mind does not have to denigrate the Yoruba tribe, his tribe, just to please obedience, like we see people like Emeka and Madam Zita do. It's a huge respect on his part, because you don't need to denigrate your own tribe to please because you want to please a political divide. No, he just focuses on the candidate, the politics of the candidate. He does not.
He don't even weigh on the tribal issue, self.
You understand? He does not denigrate his. Some people feel like I have to insult my own tribe. If I'm in APC, I have to insult Southeast before I can be accepted. Or if I'm no. He does not insult Yoruba tribe. He respects his own tribe.
Do you think it's an insult or critical assessment? Because I've never once heard Zita or Emeka. You may be surprised that let me just say this. Emeka is probably more ego than you or Ikene. And do you know why I say that? He's able to, through want of the betterment of where he comes from, critically assess that space and not just surrender to some tribal jingoism and say everything is all right and it's everybody else's fault. He's able to introspect on that space, which makes him of more value than a jingoist.
Okay, let me even use. Sorry, Ekene. Let me even use your engagement with Mecca in this platform to give you an example, because he says something that even you and Kulata we are thrilled when he started denigrating, saying Southeasterners, the governors are just see what Southwest governors are turning Southwest to. everywhere. And even you were to tell him, okay, remove Lagos, what else are they really doing in other southwest states and all that? And then
that is true. That's critical assessment.
And secondly,
now.
Calm down. And secondly, he said there's absolutely nothing good from southeast, only IPOB. And then you reminded him that there was Innocent, there was this, that was like, okay. So what do you make of that? Have you ever heard rational mind? Even we know that if rational mind
is demanding. What do you hear when you hear Emeka? Because I think you are listening to him from an Afonja prism. You think he's somewhat of an Afonja character, but what Emeka is actually bringing forward is to critically assess.
You don't know anything about Southeast.
Hold on. You are not hearing what Emeka is saying. Emeka is saying that there are regions within Nigeria that are making quantum leaps. He has cited improvements in that Kano now is almost like a newly rebuilt city. Kaduna also, Lagos is referencing, is talking about places like Oyo, etc. And is saying that the space in the southeast, they seem to be locked. Well, you have to wait for Emeka to come and then take him up on that. But that's what I hear. What I hear from Emeka is demanding more. What is going on is not good enough, and that's what I hear from
one man,
and Zeta as well.
One man, he pleases to you. You understand what I'm saying? I know why he pleases to people like you, but the point remains that even if you remove Uptown out of this picture and you invite somebody like Daniel Bwala to listen to Emeka, or maybe somebody that does not have any leaning with Southeast to actually listen to Emeka over 1 month, the person is going to come back with the same verdict I'm coming with. And I didn't have any meeting. I never have any meeting with people like Ekene or whatever it is. But whatever submission I give, or verdict I give, I'm sure it's not going to differ from what Ekene gives. And you know Ekene can be also honest. So the point is, we cannot change the fact. We even know that...
but that's the problem now. It's a jingoistic template.
Well, you can call me a jingoist, a connecting jingoist, and even anybody that sees anything outside your APC cocoon, a jingoist. But the point is, when you are the modus operandi of Igbos in APC,
you know that you are Nekede, you're not that different from Ganiyu. You're tribal jingoists.
Let the person call out. If anybody, one man, I can stake $5,000 of every money I have. That if anybody can call out any jingo, anything I've said against Yoruba tribe.
You're not frontal because you're too elegant and too finessed for that.
Even bring out
the undercurrent of it. Yeah.
Even bring out the undercurrent of anything against Yoruba tribe that I've said.
Not Yoruba tribe. No, not Yoruba tribe, but
against any other tribe.
No, it's not against.
Can I say something?
No, it's hold on. It's an unfeasible and somewhat uncritical assessment of your space. That's the jingoism. Not necessarily slaughtering everybody else, but having. Okay, go on.
One man. See the problem we have in Nigeria. The problem in Nigeria is that people are not criticizing their own tribe better. The problem in Nigeria is that people are busy criticizing other people's tribe and causing divisions. See the point. You can be a proud Yoruba man. I don't care. You can have there's many proud Yoruba men I've seen, even within the obedient movement. You see them championing the Oduruwa cause, everything, and also it's a beautiful sight. But it gets very dirty when you go and start facing Fulani people or facing Southeastern people and denigrating them. That is the point. I don't have issue with you being proud of you. I'm a proud Igbo man. I'm a proud Anambra man. I'm proud of achievements we had in Anambra, and I always speak about it. And if that is jingoism to you, then I don't know why that is. Because if isn't a shame if you can't speak about your state and you're speaking about another state, that's where the shame comes from. If you come from Ekiti and you cannot speak about your state, that's the problem, which most people cannot speak about from the APC camp. So if I can speak about Anambra, that's pride. That's not jingoism. The jingoism is when you are always taunting about anything is another person's tribe. Anything is another person's tribe. You cannot make a 5-minute comment without saying something negative about other people's tribe. That is the problem we have in this Nigeria. So when people come, the modus operandi of, if you see any APC person that is supporting Tinubu, they use the same Ronu template. So what they do is that the only way you can be accepted in the APC camp is you have to, if you're a Southeasterner, you have to talk down on Southeast at all times. And Anambra is doing that. So many people are doing that on Twitter. The Igbo guys that are supporting APC. But watch the Yoruba guys in the obedient camp. None of them ever talks down on the Yoruba tribe. And that's why I respect them. That is why they are bigger Nigerians than APC supporters will ever be in their life. The obedient Yorubas never insult Yoruba people. They never talk down on Yorubas. Never.
All right. All right. I can get back to you. Yeah.
Uptown, sorry, I've seen some. There's some
you know the thing that puts me in this Yoruba supporters of BAT is that they say they respect elders, but the way they talk to that Ayadebanjo when he declared his support for
the way they insult,
the way they insulted that guy, but they say they respect their elders. They do this, they love their elders so much. So why not respect the man's opinion? They are the most respectful people in the region. But when Ayadebanjo declared his support for Fubi, they insulted the hell out of him, insulted the hell out of Obasanjo, insulted the hell out of him. So, even in this platform.
All right. Now, get back to the talking points. And Chioma is also now adding the most peculiar accent on the platform. So, her nominees are myself, Prince Daddy, and Mr. Triumph. So back to the conversation.
Chioma is the queen of the platform. Everyone wants to have an Igbo girl. Kulata die for her every day. So, our beautiful bride.
Be careful, there is a business Kulata.
Our beautiful lady from Imo State. Very wonderful. Whenever Kulata hear her voice, Kulata begin to melt. Everything about Kulata begin to change. Kulata, you do like Igbo woman. Chioma, I give it up to you. I give it up to her for going into the heart. At least she used that beauty to remove some tribalism in the heart of somebody like Kulata, guys that are from Abado.
Wait, Kenneth, do you think I'm a tribalist? I don't have an inch of tribalism in me.
No, you know what? You don't see that because Chioma comes use her beautiful voice, her beauty, and everything
to cure me.
To cure those rival things out of you guys. I love her for that. Continue.
What do they call that in Russia? Is it honey trap or something?
Honey pot.
Honey pot.
Yes.
That girl is very charming. She's very charming. Even though she don't come regularly here, but anytime Kulata sees her, the guy they charm Kulata well. The girl they charm Kulata well. And I love her for that.
She's flirting.
So one man, you have a wonderful platform. This guy, Emeka is my brother. I love him so much. Even though he say he's my brother, so I just accept him because he said he's my brother.
Is he an Igbo man? Is Emeka an Igbo man?
That's what he said. I will not throw him away. I will not throw him away. He said he's my brother.
Do you believe that Emeka doesn't know the name of his governor?
That is the day I begin to wonder where he came from. Do
you see why I say you are no different from Gadiyu? It's the same narrative.
No, I still have to accept him because I call him my brother. You understand? But you know, even when you say you are from Igbo, you have to defend everything. At least your past governor. You understand, one man. But he said he didn't know the name of his past governor. That is when I begin to doubt that Igbo-ness in him. So, and my best panelist goes to Rational Mind. Everybody tackle him here, but I love that guy so much. I love his tenacity. I love his confidence. I love the way he didn't miss one. I love people that speak the truth. I love people that is consistent. Not people that will just jump in today, tomorrow they jump out. I love people that are very courageous. I give it to Rational Mind. He's my best and the best that I have in this platform. So,
you see yourself. You don't call on me to contribute. That's why they are not calling my name now.
I called on you now. You said you were on a phone call that I should go to someone else. Everybody.
Even before now, you don't call on me. You call on your favorite. Like
don't worry. My own favorite panelist.
And now the lack of a Canadian beginning to call Emeka his brother and his friend. Can you imagine? They didn't even call my name.
No, Adewale, I didn't know you are here. You know you're a very kind guy. Even though the only thing I don't, the only thing about the Agbado is that sometimes baffles me is the way they defend failure. Even in this government, they defend failure. They don't come out. They don't come out to say this thing that this our president is doing is not. It's only Kulata. I will say the truth. It's only Kulata. But other people will use all the English in the Oxford English Dictionary to defend the failure of this man, even though they know that this policy is not favorable, it's not good for the society. We come out to speak against it. All the Abadorians will come, generate all the whole English in Nigeria and the whole world to defend the policy of this man. That's the only thing I don't like almost all the Abadorians. They make it look good. Well, we know it's not good, but they still defend it. So almost all of them wear the same clothes, and they never change it for once. They must find a way to defend it, and for that I give them. That's why I don't like every of them except Kulata. Kulata is somehow
Nobody like you, the obedience as well.
Nobody don't have to write. I'm not the president. You said I didn't win the election. So now we have to be talking about the president. So everything is to criticize the president and all that whenever he does things that is not good for the society. So if you're a good Nigerian, the only thing I expect from you, whether you supported Tinubu or not, is to criticize his policy when it's not favorable for the society. But you still see people come out to defend nonsense. That is the problem I have with them. You understand? So Obi is just my role model. Obi is just my father. Obi is just one of the best from my state. Not even the best from my region. Obi is just somebody that, apart from, I say it here every day, and I continue to say it. Nobody will beat me. I love that man so much, and nothing can take away that love.
I saw a clip of Obi earlier on today. I want you to debunk it if it's real or fake. There's a clip circulating on social media of Obi walking on water. Is it true that he can walk on water?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about you. Just gave that definition to him. But for me, I just tell you why I love the man. You understand? So any other person can continue to criticize him. But that man,
the way you love Obi, the way people love Tinubu as well. You know that.
Yeah, you can love Tinubu. You can love Tinubu also. You can.
And he has done a lot. What Tinubu did in Lagos, that's what you Ekene are benefiting in Alaba. You are there. Now, if you know Tinubu
that is where you come now. That tribalistic in you. You see, you say that is what I'm benefiting.
And you too, you are tribalistic as well.
So if you want to benefit from Anam, if you want to benefit from Anambra State, you can come.
I don't want. No, I
can't
come
you don't love Nigeria. You are tribal. You don't travel out of your state. You don't travel. You are very tribalistic, and you are so blinded that you cannot even travel. You don't study
yourself.
As a place to reside. You only want to stay in one place, and you grow up in one place, you die in one place. Is that what makes you love Nigeria?
I go to North a lot. I can't come to Anambra. You keep people. You
don't come to Anambra. Now nobody stop you. Nobody say you should come now.
You keep people there. Why can't you stay
even your state? If I see opportunity in your state, I will come in. You will not do anything.
Yeah, why can't? No, you should have. It's better for you to stay where you are.
If I see opportunity in your state, even in your community, if I see any opportunity in your community, I will enter.
They're not born you where you can never do that.
No. Ganil, settle down. Can I take us to your man of the year and your woman of the year, and then we're going to Diwali?
My man of the year is Obi now. You know now. Whatever you want to say, Obi is my man of the year. My woman of the year is Margaret Obi, our dear first lady. Very intelligent woman, very well organized, beautiful.
What did Margaret Obi do to deserve woman of the year?
Yeah, Margaret Obi is a consistent woman. She understands her husband very well. She's in support of her husband in everything that her husband does. So she's
Okay,
very
wait.
calm.
So Obi's cook.
She's
You never
cook on-
follow her husband to campaign. You don't know what you are saying. You don't have brain.
Daniel, now.
So Ekene, so because she serves Obi, she's woman of the year. So is Obi's cook, the person that cooks for Obi, is that the cook of the year too?
I don't know, but I love that woman so much. She's a very, very. You don't see
She's
her
pretty.
like
She's a pretty woman. For
she's a model. She's a model.
model Bawo Ekene
Apart from being first lady, she's a model.
Wait,
You understand?
she's the model.
The face of Anambra State. I had that time. I could remember when Obi was governor. Whenever that woman comes out to walk in the street with him, Anambra smiles. So we respect them so much.
But do you remember the time Obi cheated on her?
Now you carry that news now. No, we carry am. Now you carry the news now. That's why I don't pay for.
I'm not lying. I'm serious. So, but it's all these blogs.
Now you talk am now.
He did all these blogs. I'm not lying. I don't know.
Do you think she's pretty? I don't know. The verdict is she pretty?
Oh, she's pretty.
Do you think so?
I think so. I mean, if she's, our younger self will be much more prettier.
She's pretty.
She's pretty. That Obi voice is very deceptive. That is female voice. Is an Oshomo, you can see.
Our Akwa wife. We love her so much. Our best, one of our best first lady. So she's the woman of the year. If anybody don't want to give it to her, I'll give it to her.
But Ekene, you can't give her woman of the year without any achievement.
And I use Sabio. You don't achieve for me. Now you Sabio.
What did she do apart from saying she cooked for her husband? She sleeps with her husband.
She's a decent woman, a calm woman. So anybody knows when your husband tell you that, man, we have to abolish the office of the first lady.
Oh. If you see if they reach there, then go abolish office of first lady.
They did it in Anambra now. Why wouldn't they do it again?
Okay. The same way we didn't have local government election.
Obi sent her back home.
I am now. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ekene. So thank you, Ekene. Let's see if Dewale is ready for us, Ekene. Unless there's anything else you want to add.
Always ready.
All right.
Sorry, one man. Sorry, one man. You said Obi said the wife back home. After taking 10 billion to do round in Anambra, you think we don't know?
To do what?
To do what?
Anambra work. He said he want to know Anambra round, and he spent 10 billion naira. It's in the paper. It's the daily thing. I can send it to you. He's talking about this wife. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Is it the woman that did the land work?
Yes, Obi wife.
Did land work as surveyor what?
No, to greet people from Anambra land when Obi was the governor. He used 10 billion naira.
See, let me tell you, the only award this woman needs to get is putting up with a stingy man for 35 years. If it's easy, then I don't think any of our sisters can put up with somebody that is a billionaire and yet very stingy. That's why she's woman of the year.
Wait, guys, billionaire in what?
You say what?
You said billionaire. I said billionaire in what currency?
Kulata.
But Obi told us that he's richer than Joe Biden. Didn't he tell us that?
And so does that mean he's a dollar billionaire?
No, he's a. But all that money from
One man, what I was saying is this. The why I give it to her is this. For a first lady to accept for the office of the first lady to be abolished from the advice of her husband, and she accepted it wholeheartedly, very, very calm, very cool. That office never existed until they left office, just to enable the husband have some fun to do something for the state. You understand? I give it to her. Not everybody will. Not all these generation women. this current generation women, they will not accept such thing. They always want to flaunt themselves and say, no, now maybe the first lady of the state. So, but the woman said, no problem, my husband. I'll always be there for you. Very respectful woman from Akwa Ibom State. So I love her for that.
You can
so,
you know, I don't see any difference between Ekene, Uptown, Ganiyu, Enigmatic, and Mike. So those five, they go in the same.
One man today is all about exposing ourselves now. So Moku we expose ourselves now. Nothing there.
Nothing wrong with that though. Being proud of where you ahead.
Yes, nothing wrong with that. I'm very proud. I say it here. I love my see that Igbo tribe. I love it. I love it so much.
They don't allow one man that slight you. See, you cannot rump us up with people that's attacking other people's tribe. No. Enigmatic does not come here to showcase pride for Yoruba land. If that's what he does, everybody will like him. I don't think anybody will pick offense with that. He comes here to attack other tribe. That's the problem. So it's a huge, clear difference. That's the point that needs to be made. And again, the question for you, Kulata, is: will our first lady, Madam Senator Dr. Barrister William Tinubu, will she ever agree today if Tinubu said, let's banish the office of first lady?
Office of the first lady, can she agree to that?
Oh, that's a moot point. Why is she supposed to say that? Like, what's the point? So, I mean, why are they banishing the office of first lady? For what?
It's not constitutional now. It's not constitutional.
It's not constitutional in America too. They have it in America.
Yeah, it's the global norm now. It's the global norm.
No, we are tightening our belt. America is not tightening their belt.
Which belt are you tightening? We want to make more money.
The first lady's belt needs to be removed completely.
We want to make more money. We're not tightening any belts. We need more money. That's what we need.
Okay, we don't see it now. We make the money now.
All right, let's bring Diwali on board.
One man, just one Uptown. After I never come, I went to Ibuku today. Man, I work at Anambra State.
Yes,
they say Anambra no safe. Everywhere they cool. I just work at Anambra today. Ibuku to Newi to almost everywhere. I just decided to work out. One of my guy.
Ekene. I'm in Anambra right now, as I'm speaking to you. And funny enough, when some of us come and we say what we hear on ground, people come and say it is jingoism. You don't want to say the truth about your tribe. Okay.
Yeah.
I did earlier yesterday, some days back, when I came to the platform, when you hadn't moved out, I told you the news I am getting is that the state is safe. You can go out. Now you are going to confirm that it's safe now. But people like one man will say, oh no, Uptown should have that Southeast is on fire.
Let me ask you, how did you get to Anambra from Lagos?
You say, how did I get to? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, how did you get to Anambra from Lagos?
So we use private cars.
Are you sure?
Okay, what do you mean?
How come you? Because I have people in Lagos. How come you were spotted at the airport in Ikeja?
No, I didn't use airline. Who spotted me at Ikeja?
Oh, one of my agents.
It's not possible. The last time I used that airport was almost like 4 or 5 months ago. So yes, you will use the private.
Ekene and Uptown, I have good news for you, for people of the Southeast. You can fly directly to the Southeast 4 times a week internationally via Ethiopian Airlines to Enugu.
How is it good news? I don't understand.
It's good. Many people say that, they have to go to Lagos, they have to go to Abuja, they would like to fly direct to Southeast.
I've used ET before from Enugu, so that was operational before it got shut down.
But it's back up.
Then when they wanted to start, I think, repairing some sections of the airports under Buhari. And then now is Europe.
I think Dewale wants to claim his floor.
One man, let me ask Ekene a question. Ekene just inform us now that Iwaka go in with many places, that everywhere is safe. So, would you change your mind on Soludo now? Would you give it to Soludo that yes, he's able?
Soludo solution.
At least for this Christmas period, because I saw a lot of all these police road mount. When I asked question, they said they don't used to be there. It was during this Christmas. So even when we were driving, one guy, I don't know what the guy did there. They just dragged this guy out of the motor. They flog him, they beat him. I just they laugh. The guy just they jump off. They give that guy a serious beat, you know. After they don't beat and finish, they carry and put him back to the inside the vehicle. The guy just they rob him yard. So there is a very serious security along that Ibuku road. So, and when I asked question, they said that those road mount, those security men, they don't used to be there. It was during this Christmas period that they came in. So I give it to him.
So
At
where
least
would you obedient let somebody talk now? They've been dominating this space for a very long time.
Adewale, you come in. You know, I will also contribute to your session. Now you are my guy now.
So the point that this is what happened during the election. You guys will not hear each other's out, but you kept talking and talking. What is the difference between you, Playdown, and Mike? All guys are all the same.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Dewale. So to the conversation, your contribution. No. Let Dewale speak. Dewale, the moments that shaped the country this year are Man, Woman of the Year, and your Panelist of the Year.
I have a very profound, beautiful moment on this show. But I'll tell you the one that is outstanding. You remember when we, the likes of Bulata and another person brought the spreadsheet that we were analyzing the electoral numbers, figures, and all that. Those are the memorable time on the show. And I checked all the other platforms. No other platform did that. It was all the thing you hear was just rhetoric and things, conspiracy theories and things that are not found. But we were practical on this show. We analyzed, even though some people didn't agree with some of the numbers being brought up, those are the memorable moments on this show and in Nigeria at large, I think the electoral process time was very memorable. We have a lot of, every day you see one breaking news or the other. And the event that led to the election actually make it very, very, very memorable. But I think the person that I would give the cake to, being dominated in faith, talked about the most, from the beginning of this year up to this moment, is State Noble, and that was the reason why the time I named him the man of the year in the edition. So I mean, you can't take it away from him. This is a man that fought a lot of battles from front and back. And there is the president, isn't it? I understand that the obedience that Babajale Group was saying his cousin, Peter B, is the man of the moment. I still don't understand the yardstick that he used to, put him in that pedestal as the man of the moment. This is somebody like a
want me to explain for you. If you want to listen to my explanation why I choose him as the man of the year, I will explain to you.
I did listen to your evaluation, but I just don't find that very credible because, Obi as a person is like a ditch who never established. It's not bias. It's
no. You have a bias. You don't want to have an open mind and objective.
No, I mean I understand where you came from. I listened to your analysis
into the president,
but the fact that he never established a platform. I mean, grow it to the point that he'll be able to have a say. All he did was just to lecture to
a man that
come from nowhere, but we already have an agreed group of people already, yearning for someone like him. And I was pretty
Buhari was only in the north. Buhari never penetrated into the south. He never won one state in the south. But Obi won states both in the north and the south. You have to give it to him. So Obi performed Buhari.
You were told earlier that what was the end game? Did he win? Absolutely no. So I mean, you can't praise failure.
It is not only when someone wins an election that you want to acknowledge the vibrancy and the what do you call it, the competitive
competitiveness that he brought into the contest. That is what you have to consider, and that is what Obi brought.
What you are trying to highlight is
hold on, Obi
split. What you are.
Look, from a party with 5,000 votes to 6 million votes, and he shared the state equal with the two other big political parties. I mean, you have to give it to him. He's the man of the year. 12 states, he won 12 states. I think we won 12 states.
Well,
yeah, Tinubu won 12 states. Come on, man. From nowhere. And you people
you are pointing out some of those momentary aspect of the election that
Dewale, we're losing you a little bit. Dewale, we're losing you.
I'm here, one man. I can hear you.
Carry on. Yeah, it's clearer now. Carry on.
Okay. Okay, Baba is saying that because of his minimal victory in some part of the country, I expect him for someone in the PDP to at least get some numbers. But the thing is that he didn't win, and that cannot make him man of the year. Propaganda can only last for a minute. It can't take you far, and that is just the point. But when you have people that have done their due diligence, stay all night strategizing, and then it resulted to that person winning the election. I think we should give credit to where credit is necessary. I'm not trying to diminish Obi's impact, but it's just that his political maneuvering is just not par. With people that have the dexterity and the wherewithal. But I can understand the sentiment of saying, okay, Obi did well. Obi did some penetration in some part of the country. I expect him as a Nigerian. Him being a Nigerian, I expect him to do well in some part of the country. But the moment that limits you to the point that you are unable to get to the crossing line, then there's nothing to celebrate. Where would you put Atiku? Atiku won Osun State, didn't he? But what has that got to do with does that even bring him to that position of being celebrated as man of the moment? No. But so I won't celebrate a bit or put him in that the box of man of the year. By 2027, we'll be able to see the effect of what he did in 2003 and see if he's able to carry that momentum. As far as I'm concerned, Tinubu take the cake and put cherry on it, because this is a man that has been diligent in his political dealings, and here we are, president of Nigeria. So give it to him. His name is on the lips of every Nigerian, and the events that led to him being crowned as the president, those momentary times, they were significant. Was it when he was campaigning? Some of the speeches, some of the things being said in the news, or even on the social media. For those who have said that Tinubu, I agree with them tonight, and I align with them that Tinubu is actually, the man of the year. But on this panel, one man, I heard everyone that have said that because I don't know, maybe they're trying to play fair. They say they can't actually pick a particular person as the man or the panelists, their favorite panelist. There's a guy called Jide on this show. You remember, one man?
Yes.
Yeah. Jide and Baba are my favorite. I can listen to these two people all day long. You know why I fell in love with their analytical method? They are so meticulous. I'm not saying others are not. Others have their own style. Sure, you understand. But I just fell in love with the way they start from somewhere and bring the bigger picture at the end of their analysis. And that is what I love the most. What I've realized is that people don't have the patience to listen, and people talk too much on this show. A lot of us talk too much without saying much. But it's similar to the Babajale Koko, method of analysis as well. But those two people, they have what they wanted to talk about, and they bring it up and they talk about it in a short period of time and rest and let others take it from there. And that is why they earn my respect. And I'm honestly, I love the analytical method of others, Rick Kulata, that always bring the figures and all that. And our erudite lawyer, the likes of Ogbeni and Ekiti people, we are so proud people. We are very, when we diligent in what we do. I mean, everybody great. We're all great. Even you, one man. This is the only show that
they civilize you people, man. Just stop that.
Excuse me, don't bring that ethnic sentiment, because if that is it, I will bring the negative out of it.
What did that just say now? What is that?
Because these Ogun State people, especially the Jebus, they are the ones that corrupt the rest of the Yoruba. Morally, they corrupted everyone. Everybody.
They are the problems of Nigeria now.
They are the problem of the Southwest. They are the problem. You don't want to like you. They are two one is already in the town. So anyway, everyone. See, they started it. I don't remember when criminals we bring your long spoon to come and eat with us. You see, how come the down Southwest there's only Ijebu that will bring El Rufai? Anyway, but even one man, let me praise you a little bit. Is this our only show? And I've been on other platforms, even though this is the only place where even people with different view, people with that opinion, can come in and view their opinion without being subject to personal ridicule or being, where you see other people, finding it hard to come on this show. Everybody, we all have that camaraderie among us, even though we disagree. But this is the only show that you can come in, protected, and without being insulted on the personal level. But, and I give that to you and every other person on this show, even though we have our moment, our heated moment and all that. But those are my favorite moments. Those are my favorite people. Not favorite people, but people that I enjoy listening to, most time. And by the way, I want everybody to understand that I'm not a local guru, so those people that term me as a local guru, I just like to enjoy.
No, nobody's calling you a local guru. Only wine,
Yeah.
only wine. You're senior boy now. Only wine.
That is not true. Every time I get
hold on. Dewale, I've got something for you. Nobody's calling you. Nobody's calling you a logo guru, but people point you in this direction.
Life is too short, one man. Life is too short, one man. We have to live it to the fullest. Occasionally I will employ everybody in this show. Try red wine and see how your life will turn around. Red wine is good for your soul and good for your health as well. But
I agree with you. It's the elixir of life.
Yeah. You don't have to.
You know that there's a ritual to drinking red wine. You know that there's a ritual to it.
Yeah, of course. But everybody have their own style.
Do you know what the ritual is?
You have to sniff it and smell the.
No. The first ritual is not to buy cheap wine. That's the first one. And then the second one is when you open the bottle, you have to let it sit for a while so that it oxidates.
Exactly.
And then the fullness of the texture goes in. Yes, you have to air it.
Who rush their wine? Nobody rushes wine. You can't drink wine and rush it. Where are you rushing it?
And then the third ritual is never to put red wine. Only a barbarian puts red wine in the fridge. I've seen Nigerians do that. So you have to open it, let it sit, and then you have to make sure that you have at least a quarter of the content of what you are drinking in water. So that's the ritual for drinking red wine.
Well, everybody, I see all those European style of drinking wine. Look, if you have a leftover and you don't want to pour it out, you can put it in the refrigerator at least for a day.
Red wine?
Yeah.
You put red wine in the fridge.
You can preserve it. No. Wait,
don't say beyond this platform. Don't red wine.
Wait, woman. If you personally, I don't open red wine except somebody's with me, and if I open a bottle, I must finish it.
My God.
I don't want to waste it. Yeah, why not? So if
it's one of the most fattening things. In fact, that's why I stopped drinking red wine. It's one of those the most fattening things out there. Red wine.
It's in the same group with vodka because of the sugar content.
Maybe your own metabolism, somehow it's not fattening.
When you down a whole bottle of red wine,
check the Italians out now. The Moroccans.
If you open it,
they drink it with a lot of water. They eat a lot of olive as well. Those people.
Oh yeah, of course. And
it's good. And it's good quality wine, and they don't put it in the fridge like they were.
No. I don't put my wine in the refrigerator like the entire bottle. No, but if I don't finish it and I love that wine, I will refrigerate it the following day.
No. Are you drinking fruit juice like Lambrusco or whatever, or Moscato?
No.
Those fruit juice that they put in the wine.
No, Colata, you can preserve it. Some people have wine cooler. Some people don't have wine cooler. But for you to preserve, because once you open it, you have to put the cork back and preserve that texture, that taste. It's going to lose the taste anyway because once you
open it, don't finish it. It's
No, but you can put it in the wine fridge though. If you put it back in the wine fridge, I don't think it will lose.
It's going to oxidize regardless.
Right. You're going to lose the taste. You are going to lose the taste one way or the other.
Even if you put it in the wine fridge?
Yes. But you won't lose it completely. So the best option is to preserve
if you just put it on the table, try this next time. If you open the red wine and if you have still like a glass quantity left, if you put it on, just leave it on the table, and when you drink it the next day, I promise you it'll be a richer texture. But don't put it in the fridge. Don't put it in the fridge.
I love to put mine in. Like I said, some people like to drink their red wine with cheese. Some people prefer, with steak. Something, just like you said, the ritual. Some people like vegetable, steamed vegetable where they're drinking their red wine.
Let's carry on salivating, please.
I love mine with pasta. You have a good pasta. The other day I did prepared chicken Alfredo with a good Italian wine on the side, and have a good time in the evening. But I love it when with family and friends come around and everybody's sitting there. We can finish the entire bottle or even open another one. So that is what I like. I don't like
that's the best way to drink, actually, in the company of others. Not
every time you have people around. So occasionally where you just only you and no other person that likes alcohol or the red wine at home, then you have no option than to pop it open and sometimes you finish it. You still have enough time to finish it up, which is a good thing, but not trying to do that not every day.
You have a nap afterwards, Abi. You have a nap afterwards.
I don't have hangover on the red wine. No, I don't get drunk for even finishing the bottles. No, I don't. Until Pago, I don't get drunk.
All right.
I don't get drunk.
All right.
No. Anyway, it's been a pleasure on this show.
Sorry. Did you give us your woman?
Sorry?
Did you give us your woman of the year?
Oh, woman of the year. I was joking around earlier. I was talking about the lady of easy virtue. But I think Lata talked about the Gloria Ndozi or whatever his name. The lady that played for Houston Batch, right? If I'm going to give it to her, I'll give it to the entire team. But I will say that at least the entire team make us proud. But if I'm to look beyond the social and go to politics, I'll give it to Oluremi Tinubu because she stood with her husband. I think people get better, especially the politicians. They get better by the age and years. When I see her, the way she stood with her husband, even at the hardest time of their political career, she was there, back and front. There was a video where she was even serving, the kitchen cabinet of her husband in France. Then, and I said, look, despite this woman's during the Ramadan, despite this woman's status, she still find time to, cook for her husband, and that tells you about the kind of wife.
Do you think she's pretty?
Oh, of course she is. I mean, come on now. If you're not answered, don't go and marry somebody ugly. So marry somebody who is prettier than you, so you can have a good-looking kid. I mean, that woman she's beyond just not being bad. She's pretty, super pretty. And once you have ballet and you have money to throw around, of course, beauty will come out. And nobody is ugly anyway. It's just that you are not rich yet. You look like a second version of Obasanjo. But she stood with her husband, and I give her credit for that. Through thick and thin.
Wait, that's not true. That nobody is ugly.
Well, like I said, that woman is actually a sickle cell, right? Sickle cell carrier, and she's above 60 now, so that tells you that she beat the
odds.
Yeah, it's around 30 or 40, I can't remember, but she's above 60 now, so that tells you that woman is strong and brilliant, because she was navigating the political landscape with her husband. So to me, she's a very strong woman. She's a very diligent wife and dutiful wife. And I give her that credit, because today she's not loud. I mean, she's not the kind of first lady that is in your face in the news. I mean, if you look at her profile since her husband became president, she has been keeping a very low profile. You can't have two captains in the chief, and he has been there before. She understood the terrain. She knows how to navigate it. And today, whenever you see her in the news, she's always in the news for something positive, something different from what her husband or whatever, the big boys are known for. So I give her that credit as the woman of the year. I mean, she was there. So yeah, I give it to her. But there are a lot of women that actually did great in Nigeria that we can point to. Earlier, you mentioned Apoti and Ireti, Kingibe. Yeah, these people have also, the fact that they are also even involved in politics. How many of our women are into politics? It's like a taboo for a woman to be in politics. Whether they term you as a wayward person.
Look what happens to them when they try. Look at that Banani woman that they try to chop her head off because she wants to be governor.
Yeah. She was the favorite of the incumbent anyway. But they'll put you in a box, and it's very hard. We've had a lot of brilliant female politicians that will have gone far, but because of this limitation, that number one, you won't even get to the place where you will be able to embezzle money. So that set that barrier, against you. And sometimes, most of the time, they're having meetings. Not every one of them will leave their children and husband and go have meeting in the dead of the night. So they have a lot of hurdles, but for those who are actually still practicing active politics, I mean, I give them kudos, and that's why any one of them that imagines, I don't ridicule them, because it's like the playground of the den of lions. So even your favorite, this Uju Kennedy of a person. She's been subjected to some lot of ridicules lately, being termed as inefficient, effective minister.
Is it the one that wants to sue the United Nations, Abi?
Yeah. You could see the passion in her, but sometimes she needed a little bit of guidance, a little bit of professional.
Wait, can I ask you a question? So are you saying she can sue the United Nations?
I beg you, you go and sue United Nations.
She can sue anybody.
No, she can sue them. She can sue them. I don't understand why everybody is making jokes of her.
Misplacement of priority.
I don't understand why you're making fun of her.
She has the fire burning. She has the passion. But even if you're going to make statements to that effect in the public, there's a way you can do it. You don't have to say you want to sue United Nations because of awarded money to Nigerian women. No, just to me, she needed to be coached.
She was the same one. She was the same one that took cameras to her hospital.
Wait, I
she's trying to hard to impress. She's trying to very hard to impress our principal. I mean, we could all see that when in America we say kiss ass, right? But I mean, looking at that, we're talking about how many women are in Tinubu's cabinet. If you look at the portfolio they are holding, it's not as powerful as when Disney was in charge of petroleum resources, right? Or in charge of finance ministry. So she's trying her own best in her own way. She just needs a little bit of tutorial. But I give all of them credit. Even the emerging ministers, the lady from Edu and the rest of them, I give them credit because these are young ladies, just in their 40s and now becoming ministers and all that. So I give all the female and all the women in politics, I give them credit. I give them kudos for even trying in the first place. Now, but I hope and I wish they can give them more opportunity or even bold enough to take that big step. I mean, by now we're supposed to be having at least the female governor in Nigeria. But can they compete with the men with the resources, that needed to be expended? Can they even, our political landscape is full of what is it? So you can call it one name. So it's a cesspool of criminals, of vultures.
I want to agree with you that women cannot compete with men. The problem is that women doesn't stick with each other. If women can if they can form that habit of sticking together with their fellow women that contesting for political position, they will go a long way in defeating men in most of the elective positions. Yeah.
Okay. Question: are women good leaders?
You know why?
Are women good leaders?
Of course.
Hold on. Why? If you go and take the statistics of voters, you will see that more women than men. But their inability to vote for their fellow women, that is why you see them.
But they're not good leaders, though. That's
hold on, Dewale. The reference point for leadership in this country, in the United Kingdom, is Margaret Thatcher.
Yes.
And the reference point for leadership in Germany is Angela Merkel.
And in India, and how many Angela Merkel have you seen in Germany after she left? How many Angela Merkel have you seen?
No, it's not the quantity. It's the hold on. It's not the quantity. It's the quality.
I'm not saying all of them. You have to understand where I'm
coming from. No, you are querying if women have leadership. The times are globally that women have taken leadership, and I think we had Indira Gandhi. Yeah.
What happened to Denmark Prime Minister? And that's one
even
of
the daughter of the East. What's her name now?
What is the question this guy is asking? Even during the time of Angela Merkel, that was when the Germany had the best of the best economy.
Yeah, I'm not, man. You're not understanding.
And Margaret Thatcher as well.
Wait. Yeah. I'm not disputing that women can be a good leader. I'm just saying that. Have you seen where a lot of women? You can see a lot of women are not good leaders. They're few.
What do you mean?
They are good leaders.
Where? Tell us.
Because they never give them a chance to be in a position of authority.
They never been given a chance to lead. You are saying a lot of women.
But you just mentioned two. You just mentioned two people now. They gave them a chance.
They were very successful, and they governed well.
Exactly.
So what do you mean? Where is your own questioning? What is the response?
But there have been a lot of women that have been in the leadership role, and we can see that a lot of them they can't live up to that task. Where there are few that were able to live up to that task. That's what I'm saying. I just mentioned Denmark to you. I just asked you what happened to the leader of Denmark, the prime minister.
Just mention one country, and we have mentioned like three.
including
You
that
didn't
of
mention 3. You only mentioned 2.
the
And
Pakistan.
you only mentioned 2.
Hold
And
on.
I can tell you a lot more. If you want to
Pakistan.
go at it, I can give you a
Pakistan
list.
that was shot dead. Okay.
Okay, the question now is this: does that make men? Does that make men better leaders than women?
No, well, see, when it comes to the toughness, the things that they have to do, a lot of women cannot withstand that, and it's not their fault. It's never their fault. It's just that
that's not my question.
Margaret Thatcher fought the Falkland War.
Yeah, well,
not only Falkland War.
During that time, is she giving birth? During that time, does she have to deal with family issues, like with kids and all of that?
Ronald Reagan has a hand in that.
There's a lot of things.
No, she had to deal with family issues. There was a time that her son was
got missing on safari.
She was outside government. She was outside government that time. She wasn't in government. She already left when her son got in trouble in Zimbabwe. She already left. So she wasn't in government when that.
No, that's another Zimbabwe is another different incident. The one he got missing in East Africa during a safari trip. That's what a woman is talking about.
Oh, okay.
See, I don't know why for that question, because in reality, you can. There are ways to measure women in leadership position. Don't limit that to the political space.
I'm not limiting.
The workspace. Wait now.
I'm just saying that
for
there's so much
example,
stuff they have to go through
Okonjo-Iweala
that
and
makes it tough for
Dora
them to be in a
Akunyili.
leadership position.
Wait now, Okonjo-Iweala and Dora Akunyili, they can be a typical example, right? Now,
At what age? At what age?
Wait, Farabale. How could it's a decision whereby they kidnap someone's parents and you still stood your ground to do the right thing? Akunyili, see the way those people that were counterfeiting products, that were doing fake drug, killing, pine people with their products.
Sorry, Ola, I will come back in a few minutes.
What?
I'll come back in a few minutes. Just let everybody know.
Okay. So look at that woman. Still took his decision, stood on it. So are women good leaders? Yes, they are good leaders. So I don't know why we think they are not when they don't have the numbers like men in the political
Let me also add to what you're saying, bro. So it's good that you mentioned the Dora Akunyili. So the thing about women in leadership here is women are far more courageous than men. When you find a woman that says, "I'm going to do this," that because the genetic makeup of women makes them a go-getter. When a woman swears she's going to do something, she's going to do something. She'll probably die doing it. That's why you find the few chances we've given to women, majority of them has all done well. The very few chances we've given to women, and you see that in people like Dora Akunyili, with all the fights and everything, even in her sickness. Good luck with begging her to retire. She refused. She served till she had her last breath.
Wait, and does that mean that's a good leader because you have to stay in a position till your last breath? That makes you a good leader.
No. She was not in she wasn't in position, but she was active. But the thing is, like, what did she remains the best DG of NAFDAC till today, and she was very outspoken, and nobody could dominate her. I keep saying in this, I keep saying anywhere I go that the day we put a brave woman as INEC chairman in this country, that's what they will get our best election. A brave woman, not any woman.
Let me quickly mention this doctor Adedevo. What's his name?
Let me just finish.
Where were the men when that woman just risked her life to save Nigeria from catastrophe of Ebola? See, we can't discount
and the Ebola woman too. The Ebola woman too. So, but the point is that I asked my auntie once when I noticed from their listening that why is it that most bank managers are women? Why do you guys always choose women? She told me it's very simple that even you talk to board directors and board managers, they always tell you when they want to put somebody forward to, they just choose the most courageous woman, not just any woman. But there's this thing about women. in terms of administration. Even when you go to schools, there's more school principals are women, because there's this courage that women have that if they say our target is A, they will go to the moon and back to get that A. So women should be given more opportunity in Nigeria politics. I think that is one of the things that's going to change this country. Not just any women, but courageous women, and we have a lot of them. And we need, but then the things you listed is limiting them because of the over transactional politics we practice. You get what I'm saying? When we move to politics where people can actually get voted for without the transactions that's going on now, then you will see more women like Akpoti, more courageous women will start emerging, and you will see that women, when they say we are going to do this, you can't stop them. If you like, form the highest cabal in the world, you can't stop that lady. That's a woman for you.
All right. Ola, whilst we're waiting for you take the floor to and to the conversation. Then moments that shaped the year, man, woman of the year, and panelist of the year. Ola.
Okay. Mine is so straightforward. When I want to choose my man of the year, is the INEC chairman in the person of Professor Mahmood Yakubu. See, people can try to discount the impact of that man, because you need to sit down and really look at the courageous thing that man did. We can only talk of how people went to IRF and tried to make some kind of manipulation and try to do things. But this guy, for the first time in history of Nigeria, we managed to eliminate, if not absolutely, at least by at least 99.99 whatever percent, that the country made it very hard for any ghost voter to come in and be accredited and vote. It was the reason that people were not brought in from across the border to come and vote. So the guy did a lot, and you can talk of the controversies, but it's just the beginning of the process that can be transparent, So that's my that is the person I will give man of the year. Then there's this athlete, this lady, Toby Amuson. He represented us well by breaking by setting a new record in 100 meters, and that one he represented at the global stage. So I respect at least one of those people that take the beam light away from Nigeria and say, no, Nigeria are this, Nigeria are Yahoo boys, Nigeria are that. So she was able to represent us internationally. So a person like that, there's no way I can't mention the person as my woman of the year. Then for the panelist of the year, we have to put things in perspective. See, it depends on who you are. I'm here to learn, irrespective of what I've known in the past. If I stop learning, if I don't learn new things, then I'm just an illiterate. That means that so once you stop learning, so there's nobody here that I've not learned one or two things from. The only person that I so much dislike, sorry to say, that I don't want, was a guy here yesterday that called himself a Skibidi or whatever that good for nothing. Sorry for using that language. Whatever that
Ola, just in that space. I'm addressing that space still. So let's leave that space in abeyance for a moment. I'm investigating what actually happened yesterday.
Okay. So aside that, I think everybody, you've contributed to me.
Don't use the Kulata escape. We want a name. We want a name.
No, I didn't use Kulata escape. I stated that one right.
Why you kept saying Kulata?
Because Kulata didn't give us a name. He said, "I love everybody." That's what he used that one to escape.
Look. See, those people that promote ethnicity, they are just telling us our problem. There's a difference between someone trying to keep quiet and you have that kind of bitterness within you, and you are not speaking up. So that's someone you are losing information on benefits. You are not even understanding what is happening in your environment. So for those that promote ethnicity, they keep telling us the reason why we should sit down and renegotiate how we relate with ourselves in the country. So I give it to them. And for those people that try to destabilize Nigeria or whatever you call them, they've done well too. They are okay in their own. So there's no way you look at it.
Ola, please, before you continue, did you just mention Mahmoud Yakub as your man of the year?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I did.
Although I dropped off, I didn't understand your reason.
Okay, my reason is this. It brought new things to Nigeria. For the first time in Nigeria, they were not carrying voters from across the border to vote. So some kind of vote they used to get in some certain region were not there. Even without what Yakub did, there's no way under the heaven and on this earth that Obi could have won Tinubu in Lagos. So when you look,
okay, apart from that, what you just said now, did you know that our electoral system has died more than what it used to be? As in, it is in the lane of no amendment again. Even after the court case and everything. Do you know that?
Hold on, Ola. Sorry, how do you mean?
I mean that a lot of confidence is lost.
By whom? By whom? Ola is confident in it enough to say that it's the man of, and Ola is the second person to say that.
Let me come to Ola. Let me come to Ola. He's the second. I'm not there when the first person said it. But
I'm the third person to agree that Mahmoud Yakubu is the
okay, maybe because it favors you, but my own is this. Because
it favors Nigeria.
Okay, it favors you. No, it does not favor Nigeria because we are talking about moving our electoral system forward.
Yes, but and that happened in this cycle.
It didn't happen. The reason is this. This man gathered all the youth in Abuja, in Lagos State, promised them electoral transmission of results. Forget about what happened in the...
Forget electoral transmission of...
Let me finish my talk.
Hold on. You've been with this platform for long enough now. Forget electoral transmission of results. Now we've addressed that.
I will not forget it because
hold on. You'll still get your say. Electoral transmission of result, it affects nothing to do with the election. What affects the election is the votes count, is the votes cast and the numbers counted. So whether they transmit it or the fact that they transmit it does not affect the numbers that was the vote that was cast or the
collation is manual.
It doesn't affect anything. Okay. So forget that.
That is when you support people that don't trust their word.
No. Go with the logic.
I'm not going with any logic. I hold people by their word. I don't go with logic.
Right.
Yeah, how can I go with logic? I hold people by their word. I will hold Mahmoud Yakub by his word. I don't go with law. Law can say anything they want to say. Law, maybe whatever they want to say in the law doesn't concern me. But I hold Mahmoud, just like Ola now coming to tell me that I should come by 10 a.m. and receive a token from him. Then I go there, he tell me no, it's not available. Maybe I should come next tomorrow. Then he tell me not available. How can I trust Ola again? I will only hold Ola. I will only hold Ola by his word that he told me to come by 10. But when I came, he disappointed me.
Okay.
Let me finish here, one man. I will lose my talk. Let me finish. I will lose my talk. If I go to law court and took Ola to the court and say Ola told me to come by 10 a.m. to collection, they will ask me, is Ola owing me anything? I said no. He said it's just a promise. So but for me, with my right sense, I hold him by his word. Maybe next time he tell me to come, I will not listen to him.
Let's stay with your analogy, Ekene. So Ola asks you to come at 10 a.m. to come and collect a token. And then just when you are about to make your way, and he said now that token now, you can come and collect it the next day. So when you get there the next day, did Ola present you the token? Was the token as you agreed and expected and all of that? So is it the that Ola said come today, and then today was no longer feasible, come tomorrow? Is that what breaks it? Or is it that the token was actually given to you?
No, it breaks it. The reason is this: just go and study the Japanese. Go and study the Japanese. Yeah, study their law.
What about the Koreans?
Once you make one, no, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the trust. You understand? Study the Japanese. Once you make a promise to a Japanese, or a Japanese make a promise, in fact, you see, the Japanese they commit suicide for not fulfilling a promise. That's their level of integrity. You understand? And that is what we lack in our system. And it's quite unfortunate that educated people don't understand that level of integrity that you have to wear, even after being educated, that you can wear that level of integrity in you. To speak the truth to the society. Let me finish because I am somehow moved by now. See, if you don't wear that level of integrity, even as educated as people are, that's what baffles me in our society. Go and study Japanese. Study them.
You don't really understand my basis of choosing Momo. Just listening to me. Then if you agree, if you do not agree, well, that's my opinion. I'm a process person. And I believe that process can be fine-tuned. What the foundation Mahmoud laid down today will lead to greater credibility tomorrow. What I'm saying now is this. Ekene is Ekene. Nobody could have taken his fingerprints to the polling unit and confirm his biometric that I'm Ekene. What I'm telling you is this. Even where you are, like maybe 90,000 voters, suddenly 90,000 voters became 20-something thousand just because we were able to use what they said bimoda, or what they call BVC, or whatever they call it, because they were able to use that one to eliminate multiple registration, and we use that one to eliminate ghost voters.
Ola, let me tell you this. Ola, for me, all those
can I just let him speak? Let him speak, yeah.
You see what Donald Trump told us when he was advising us. He said, when you guys do not turn out, when you do not vote, you are giving room for politicians to use the balance now to rig election. Just imagine someone is saying, okay, in this particular electoral division, we have 20,000 people. Whereas 20,000 are the original people there. But now 20,000 went to vote, and someone now used the remaining 70,000 because of that registration to now dubiously rig the election. That was eliminated under Mahmoud Yakubu. Whether you like it or not, you can argue against facts, because there's one thing to say facts and another thing is to argue against facts. So it depends on the truth. You can't limit the efficiency of the electoral system to viewing Potter. You understand? Before now, no way under the heaven and on this earth will Obi have won Lagos State. The fact that Obi won Lagos State.
I'm not talking about even who win or who didn't win. I'm talking about integrity.
Forget all that now, Ekene. You've already said that. There's nothing integrous about him saying that. And by the way, he told you that the transmission might no longer be possible even before the election ran. You cannot hang your hat permanently on the transmission of an election. The transmission of that election impacts nothing on the election. What impacts on the hold on. What impacts on the election is the votes and the collation of that vote. So whether it was transmitted today on the day or the following day, the numbers remain constant as the numbers. and that is just it. So forget it's integrity. Don't forget all that because
okay, one man. I am quite marveled that the way I take you tell me to forget about anything integrity.
No, I'm not. It's not integrity. No, but it's nothing to do with integrity. What is the integrity? Well, okay, what is integrity in the narrative you've presented?
What I said is this: you can follow Mahmoud down to during the pre-election, the preparation for the election, what he said and how he comported himself.
Right. What did he say?
Good,
what did he say?
Trustworthy. He even had a youth concert in Abuja. Right. Organized all the concert with celebrities and all that. Tell them, I promise you, this is the one thing I will do for you as the youth of this country. This election will be transmitted. You will see it real time. We match the results with the one that is coming that they are collecting manually. It's very clear. A lot of youth attended it both in Lagos and Abuja. And he built their hope on that. Okay, and the youth began their campaign. So let me finish up town. So, and that is the integrity I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what the law says. That is where he killed his own integrity. It's just like you, one man. I know you for something. And any day you disappoint me on that, it doesn't matter whether the law says it's right or wrong. But for me, I'll begin to have negative impression about you. That's how life is. You understand? And I am very, and everybody knows that when he couldn't fulfill that promise, he now refer us to the law. He now no longer remember the promise he made, both in Chatham House and the youth concert he organized almost everywhere in Nigeria. I don't care whether the result was favored me or not, but my own problem is this. There are the way you do things. People don't need to argue it. Whether I lose or won, whether Tinubu will lose or win.
No, hold on. We already know what you're saying. By your perception, them not being able to transmit the election in real time, they destroys the whole process.
No, I'm talking about the person of Mahmoud Yakubu. People say that he's their role model. I fear for those people that say Mahmoud Yakubu.
He did an excellent job. He did a first-class job.
That means if you did a first-class job to you, one man, I fear you.
What do you mean? What do you mean you fear me? Did you not? Okay, what are you disagreeing with in what Ola said? When we used to get votes from the north, do you remember in 2019? There were actually mayors and functionaries of state in Niger Republic coming to Kano State to campaign for Buhari and promising him votes from Niger Republic. We had, hold on, we had in real time people that were younger than the age of 10. We saw them lined up in the north casting votes. We saw all this. We saw fantastical figures. We saw ballot snatching. We saw guns and roses. We saw all of that. And none of that came through because these guys sanitized the space. We saw fantastical figures coming out. We saw bastardized electoral processes up to 2023. In 2023, we saw more realistic numbers coming out of the electoral processes. We saw surprise results coming out to reflect the will of the people. We saw a structured and an organized process. We saw science brought into the system, and we saw traditional strongholds being upturned. All of this under the leadership of this man. And you're saying because he didn't transmit something, then it's rubbish. I mean, come on, Ekene, man.
Ekene, please, can you give me a portal to interject? Can I go?
Please go ahead.
Okay. So, one man, I think what Ekene is trying to put to you that maybe he's too focused on Yakubu Mahmoud as a person in terms of integrity, that he's not speaking to the actual thing on ground. One man, the question you asked Ekene is the question that comes with it is, what made INEC and what made the National Assembly include that electoral real-time transmission of results? What do you think? What lacuna do you think they were trying to cure with it? Are you aware?
To enhance the process.
No, that was the particular lacuna they were trying to cure with it. And
Which was what?
Justice Okoye was expatiated on that on his media tours before the election. Okay, so maybe you don't know. So let me say what he said. Now, in previous elections, and let nobody bring the standards of previous election and use it to justify this election, because guess what? If the previous way of doing election was what they stipulated for this year, obedient movement will not. In fact, we all be home. We will not put our money into it.
No, you can be home. You keep saying you'll be home. You can be home, and election will still take place, and and people will govern over you still.
Exactly, that's the point, because we know how elections was before, so nobody would have bothered. I'm just telling you. So the point is, the lacuna they were trying to cure was the main issue with previous elections. So the main issue with previous elections is what we call the collation center magic. So the riggings does not happen in the polling units. No, it doesn't. The riggings happens in the collation centers, and that's where structures come in place. Those state governors in charge with their with their voice in the local government centers take control of those collation centers. In some of them, where they can overpower the electoral officers and manipulate results. So what the new guideline, according to Festus Okoye, was supposed to do is that, okay, we might not be able to take full charge of those structural interferences by the subnaturals, which is the state governors in their states, but we can outsmart them by uploading real time from the polling unit level to the IREF, so that if people can view it directly from the polling unit, whatever magic they are going to do at the collation centers and at the LGA collation centers, if you do it, it is going to be different from what is uploaded in the IREF. I'm coming. Wait now.
Yeah.
Wait, let me learn, please. And anything I'm saying now, anybody can go and download all Festus Okoye's media tours, because I followed all of them, and then we listen to him verbatim. Now, and according to Festus Okoye, when those there's variations in what is collected at the collection centers, he gave it a 98%. It should be a 98% tally, nothing less than that. When there's variations in that, then he has to go with what was uploaded on real time at the polling units. Now, the reason is because most voters, they already know that the magic where the governors and their local government chairman and ward chairman comes to manipulate elections, usually because nothing like ballot snatching again because of beavers. Now they have to focus on the collation center. Now to also treat that lacuna, you have to do real time from collation center. Now voters, the only thing that INEC had to use to convince voters was to tell voters that, see, we know you guys are afraid that even if you come out and vote, it might be manipulated at the collation centers, which we know what happened. In fact, one man in River State, nobody could enter.
No, all right, don't take us to River State, because Ola actually,
yes, and in many other
Ola has the floor. So
in many other states, one man, no agent was allowed to enter some collation centers. Some governors, Yaya Bello hijacked collation center. He hijacked the electoral. He did the same thing. He repeated the same thing in the governorship election. So the point Ekene is trying to tell you is that the only thing that engendered trust.
We had Ekene. I think you've made the.
The only thing that engendered trust in that election was broken, and that is going to cause.
No, that wasn't the only thing that. That's what you are hanging your narrative on and your excuses and whatnot for your loss.
I know I was very clear.
You were clear, but it doesn't cohere with the things that actually changed this election was the introduction of technology into that space. So you are biometrically captured. You have all of your beavers. You have to match against the registered person, and the votes are cast somewhat electronically documented in an electronic space. So it's not the usual system. And once that is done, that is already captured in that moment in time. So whether it is transmitted or not, that is secondary to anything, and that doesn't add any credibility to anything at all. The system itself is what adds the credibility to it, and that is essentially the point. So if you are saying all of these people, they could not go and manipulate, they could not manipulate anyway, because the technology blocks the traditional portals of manipulation.
No, it doesn't. The only thing the technology captures.
Okay. Let Ola just carry on, my guy. We can loop around this forever. Ola,
Can I say something before you, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we are not trying to understand the betrayal of trust is what Ekene is complaining about. Mahmoud promised us a lot openly that election results will be electronically transmitted in real time. He didn't just only promise Nigeria, he promised international community. He went to Chatham House and he said all of this. But only for this crooked man, 3 days to the election, to say, look, election will not be electronically transmitted in real time. That is 419 right there. That shouldn't happen. With all the billions given him, everything that he has promised, 3 days to the election.
Does transmitting it electronically significantly impact on the outcome of the election?
In real time.
Yes. Yeah. Does it significantly impact on the outcome of the election?
Oh, yeah. Nobody knows.
No, I'm asking you.
I can answer that if Ola doesn't mind. I won't take more than 5 seconds.
I have a question for Kulata, actually.
Hold on. Yeah, let
me just quickly answer it. Yeah. It has nothing to do with the result.
Thank you.
The reason it has nothing to do with the result.
Hold on.
The reason it has nothing to do with the result. EC8A, police has copy, your agents have copy. They're going to collate it in the LGA or Word. That's where they're collating. You can do your own parallel collation. It's not if it's uploaded or not. You all have your copies. So it's
how many agents came with this?
Hold on a sec. Let me just land. You're supposed Labour Party said they have agents. It's up to them to have their agents. So you have no excuses.
How many INEC officers
Uptown, you have to let other voices in now.
You have no excuses. You can run your own parallel collation. That's what why each major funded party have their own, whatever they call that thing, something situation room or war room, whatever they call it, and they can easily see the results. So it's not real time. Nothing means nothing to the results.
Okay, but that was my question. I was going to ask actually, because I think Uptown was asking that he believes that those numbers were tampered at the coalition center. My question is, if that is what he believes, and that's what they believe in the Labour Party and the obedient space, did Peter Obi argue that case in court that they were tampered at the coalition? Did he argue for that? Okay.
But that is hold on. That's the damning point now. What damns the whole narrative is that the thrust of the pushback against this election was not significantly about the numbers, but about that transmission, because that was the central theme that they harped on about the most, which is a non sequitur.
Babaji, let me say this. Babaja. Let me say this, Babaja. Even if they don't want to understand, but let me
he said
let
that
me conclude one man
at the center that hold on.
I believe
only way they mess with the number at the coalition center.
Hold on.
That's what Odom was saying. So I'm trying to understand if that is true. Why didn't your candidate argue for that?
All right, hold on, everyone. Hold on, everyone. Hold on. Let Ajale Koko land this point. Ajale Koko.
You see, Kolata made a very, very good point there. That from ECH 8 or something like that is the form that carry the election result. And that form, copies is given to all agents, including police and all that matters, stakeholder in that election process. So, yes, Kulata is very right. Whether it's electronically transmitted in real time or not, that is the form that carries the election report.
That's the election right there, isn't it? That form is that's the election.
But what we are saying is that can we have a person like Mahmoud in such position to promise the country people so much to believe that, yes, for the first time, we're going to have election result? Because election result being carried from one point to the other, that is what is responsible for falsification of result. Because between the ward and the local government, they can change the figure. So if it's going to be transmitted electronically in real time, that totally kills that
perspective.
That totally kills that situation where people can falsify.
Ajale Koko, your party agent must be in the game because your party agent has copies, police have copies.
Oh God! Wait now. You see, whether your party agents have this or party agent, once somebody has been declared the winner and is given result, you will assume office. Then you will have to go to court and go and fight it out, and that will last a month or stuff like that. So to prevent a situation where court or judiciary will have to announce election results for us, let us make it public, in real time, the election result, and everybody can see it. This is what this man has been promising us.
Very simple. I don't know why it's so hard.
Only 3 minutes. I mean, it's not good.
Just simple as that.
Okay,
it's not good.
Just keep to your word.
Even look at the portal, the election results sheet. You see, first you see altered figures. You see. I mean, it's embarrassing. You see the way they paint. You see the way they paint. Hold on now, Ola. You see the way they paint, the color, they change. I mean, it is not good for us as people. I mean, it makes us look bad, like we are.
Ajale Koko, that form is subject to amendment so long as the amendment is annotated by all of the people there. Yeah. Hold on. Let Ola just carry on now. Let Ola carry on.
You see, Ajale Koko, even as credible as Option A4 was, some politicians still came out. If not because IBB annulled that election, some people will still go to court to fight that. That is telling you about the credibility of an average Nigerian politician. So no matter what you do,
you are making another.
Wait, I'm not making anything.
Ajale Koko, let him expand a little bit.
I'm not making anything. You understand? Nigerian politicians, they will never agree to any result. So coming back to this 2023 election, I focus on the process. No process is 100% perfect. You can always improve. I've told you my condition. I laid my criteria. Someone decided to expand to someone that was not legally tenable. That I promised you something. I promise you what I think. But if I later realize that, this thing is beyond my capacity, there's nothing I can do. Don't forget that Mahmoud fought tooth and nail to make sure that thing will be transmitted to start with, while some politicians didn't want that thing to be transmitted. Right. He fought tooth and nail. So now that it didn't work is something you can always work on that in the future. No problem about that. Get it right. Immediately,
let him
expand on his thoughts.
Immediately politicians realized that beavers eliminated their ability to have duplicity of voters. Immediately, the politicians that were not supporting diaspora voting, all of a sudden, bam, they started telling you, oh, let us include the diaspora. What's that telling you? It's telling you the success of that election, because it was during the time that people are now saying, oh, let us include diaspora. Oh, people say, wake up. People in the Niger Republic too, they are diaspora. People in Chad, they are diaspora. These guys, the politicians, they will go and legalize those people from the Niger Republic and start voting in the next election in the name of diaspora. It's telling you, these beavers we are talking about, this process sends some member of the National Assembly that passed the law themselves, send them out of job. It sent them out of job. So how do you prove the credibility of election that even send those people that even decide the law away? What exactly do you want after that? That you now key into, oh, because he promised. What is promise? Can you prove the promises in the law, in the court of law? Follow the law. Mahmoud promised, but Mahmoud is not the law of the land. So let us follow the law of the land and forget about the promises that someone gave you. To me, I'm standing on my feet. Mahmoud, God bless you wherever you are. You are my man of the year, and may you grow from strength to strength. May God grant you a wisdom to even do better the next time. If you don't like it, good for you. That's my own man of the year.
Let me make my submission, please. You see, I'm not against you loving Mahmoud Yakub and his fraud, but my point is this: why can't we in this country promote integrity for the progress of this nation? We see people that say things, that say yes today, tomorrow they say no. We say that you say that they are your role model. How can we create the country that we want? It's just like you're talking about Mahmoud Yakub, you love him and all that. Take him in a place like Japanese and know if Mahmoud Yakub will even get a nursery school teacher position in that country. Nobody will give it to him. You can try that. You think the world don't see? You take person as your role model. When you look at that person, how the world perceive him. You think Mahmoud Yakub, you go to a place like Japan and say, I want to apply for a nursery school teacher position, and they will grant it to him. And you make him your role model, and you say, God bless him. God can bless him. I'm not saying that God will curse him. But you see, when are we going to stand up to build a nation of integrity, where people say yes and their yes become yes, where people say no and their yes become and their no become no? Somebody promised something, and the excuse you are telling me now is that at the eve of the election, he now found out that I cannot fulfill this promise. Why then go and make such promise? You would have stayed on the lane that, okay, election will be transmitted, or just make it normal, whether transmitted or tell us it is not mandatory. For every one of us, we know, yes, this direction that this man is going to. The kind of assurance this man gave to Nigeria, no INEC chairman has done that in the history of our electoral system. You can check it. He traveled around the world. He hosted youth concert and all that, both in Lagos and Abuja. No INEC chairman has ever done that. He was so confident that it's going to work. He has tried it in Ekiti. Nobody argued that. In Anambra, nobody argued that. In Osun State, nobody argued that. And he now relied on that and said yes. He even hold mock exercise and said yes, this is perfect. Just to come to the eve of election and change the goalpost, and you said it's a role model. We are not going to survive with this kind of approach.
That's your own assessment, though.
No, it's my assessment, and that's how it is. Let me finish one man. That's how it is. Let's begin to tell ourselves the truth. Tell people, don't see people, nations that kill themselves. It's all about integrity.
It's not the truth because you lost an election.
It's not because I lost an election. I'm living in Nigeria. One man, it's not because I lost an election.
You live in abroad. I live in Nigeria. I enjoy Nigeria more than you. I tell you that. If it is sure for you that you know that you love this country and everything that is happening in this country, you love it. Come to Nigeria. Let's stay together and survive it.
And participate in election.
And participate in election.
What's going on.
I'm a political party carrying member. I live in Nigeria. I transact in Nigeria. I do my things in Nigeria. I love Nigeria more than you.
Let me tell you this: Obi losing the election has nothing to do with results being transmitted in real time. It's entirely.
No, it's not Obi losing it. I'm not talking about Obi. No, one man. It losing election. It gets me angry. I'm not talking about losing Obi. I'm not talking about Obi losing election. Don't bring it to that narrative.
Of course, it's
not about Obi.
That's
it's not what I'm talking about. It's not. I'm not talking about Obi losing election. You don't know the direction I'm going to.
Hold on. If Obi had won the election, would you be here belly aching?
If Obi had won the election and was not transmitted the way Mahmoud Yakubu promised Nigeria, I will still criticize Mahmoud Yakubu. That's my point.
Somehow I don't believe that, but
don't believe that somehow. But that is my point. You cannot tell me that you want to do this and the next tomorrow you do another thing.
It is entirely about Obi losing the election. That's what the belly aching is all about.
I think that is the problem.
It's not entirely about him. It's not entirely about him losing the. It's not entirely about him losing the election. It's entirely about building a nation of integrity. It's about building a nation of integrity. See, but when I see people that I love so much, the people I trust too much, that will help to build that integrity in our nation, they start to cover all these evil men.
So much. Oh,
they support evil men in our society. People that kill the system. They kill the system of this country. We're supposed to have the very good electoral circle.
We've had the best electoral cycle that we've ever had in the history of that country.
We cannot even hold an election
under the stewardship of Mahmoud Yakubu. We've had we have had an election that has reflected the will of the people more than we have ever had in the history of that country. And all of the skittish results that we've had right across the length and breadth of that country indicates in that direction. The best election so far. The fact that it was not transmitted in real time does not in any way negate from the excellent job that was done in this cycle. It doesn't negate to logic and reasoning. It doesn't. And the fact that it was lost an election,
Can we stop doing this?
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, let me just make this last point. Yes, let me just make this last point. It is implicit in contesting.
I am a better Nigeria. I can prove that.
Can you hold on, Ekene, 1 second? It is implicit in contesting the prospect of losing. So if you are competing for anything, there can only be one winner. So you lost an election, lick your wounds and try next time. Forget transmission in real time and whatnot.
This is nation building.
Forget nation building. Since when have you ever cared about the nation? Were you not Biafran 2 seconds ago? BT, you wanted to come in.
One man, you need to hold yourself. I think you're switching to that.
One man, not the show. One man, not the show. You know the show. My God, is somehow.
No, hold on. Not you personally. Hold on. Maybe you should listen. Not you personally, but your narrative space. Your narrative space was entirely about Biafra not quite 2 seconds ago.
What do you know about my narrative space?
Like I said, not you personally. That obedience.
I'm the one speaking here. No.
But
I'm not what I'm speaking for. Ekene knows what he's speaking for. Ekene knows what he stands for. I know what I stand for.
Please indulge me, please. Before we continue, let's make one thing very clear here. There are no super.
It's very messy for real.
Hold on, please. There are no super Nigerians. Like everybody loves Nigeria in their own way, in their own right. So please, if you're going to make an argument, don't comment about you love Nigeria more than anybody else. You don't know him personally. You don't know.
I'm a super Nigerian. I love Nigeria more than you. We can argue that. I don't miss word.
You've looked at them.
I don't care when I talk. I'm a super Nigerian. I love Nigeria more than you.
You have not
if you love Nigeria, we argue that.
You've
Yes.
lost your goddamn mind for that comment. You don't know me. You don't know anybody. You don't know anybody now. Do you know people? What people do behind the scenes? You don't know them now. It's online.
Ekene, you don't love Nigeria. You love Biafra, and you are living in Lagos.
Now, people do stuff from Nigeria that you don't know about. It's online now. This is online. This is YouTube. Do you know me personally? You don't know me personally. I don't know me personally either. There are no super Nigerians. Okay? Cut the crap.
Oh, I'm a super Nigerian. I will not cut it. I'm a super Nigerian. You can say it, but I continue to say it. I'm a super Nigerian. You can argue that. If you have time, we can argue that. Me, I don't say things that I don't know. I don't say things I don't trust. I'm not Mahmoud Yaku. I said I'm a super Nigerian, and I stand by it. I love Nigerian so much. So you can argue what you want to argue. I'm not Mahmoud. I cannot change my word because anybody here can say what I'm saying is not right.
No, you can make it. Well, don't question people's law. No,
I'm a super Nigerian.
Hold on. That's good for you. You can make your point about your love for country, but don't question other people's loyalty to their country as well. They love Nigeria differently than you do. Bro, their own loyalty.
Bro,
okay?
You know, bro, sorry.
Don't say that you are better.
Calm down.
You are better.
Sorry.
That attitude is not productive.
Bro, see, do you know how exactly I feel now? If the person that called me Biafra now, if he knows the sacrifice I made for this country in the last week.
No, I'm not you personally. I already said that. Not you, but I'm not. You are not a Biafra.
I went around states in this country.
So
somebody is coming to reduce our efforts. To some online YouTubers that is doing IPOB. That's what they want to reduce our efforts because we are fighting for this nation. Maybe the nation Kuku device. What are we even doing here? People put down their lives here. People want this nation to progress. People want the structures that's holding us back to be dismantled. People are speaking up. If we don't speak up, they'll say Nigerians are those guys. Nigerians are not speaking up. Nigerians are watching.
You are liars. You are all liars.
You are speaking up. Now, people want to tribe shame people. Now, people want to speak up. People want to tribe shame people, gaslight people with tribe and ethnic sentiments so that they will go back and so that status quo will continue and everything will continue. When the nation sinks, and all of us will see sink. So it's not even uptown. I'm not necessarily.
You see, when people say they love, when people they say they love Nigeria, but they're not ready to live in the economy that they campaign for. They are not ready to share with the economy that they campaign for. They are not ready to share with the insecurity they campaign for. They are not ready to share
the opportunity to leave Nigeria.
With the bad roads.
I have the opportunity to leave Nigeria.
With the bad roads they campaign for. They are not ready to live within that space.
I have bought party card. I have bought party card. I'm taking part. I'm advocating.
Let me finish up that. And when I come here, when I come here, I speak. I live in Nigerian bad road. I live in Nigeria bad economy. I live in Nigeria insecurity and all that. I survive it every now and then. And I say I love Nigeria. People that stayed there tell me that I'm not more Nigeria. I'm more Nigeria. I love Nigeria more than every one of you. You can argue that. I stand by it. I travel wherever I want to travel. I go where I want to go. Even when they say there is insecurity, I still beat my chest. I want to go everywhere in Nigeria and survive. And I'll continue to do that. Nobody can take me away from Nigeria. This is my country. I love it so much. Well, we have, and I see things that you guys don't see in this country. I can bet you. I see things that you guys don't see.
Sorry, guys, can I
continue
interject?
to build on that.
I've been quiet. Can I interject? I think you guys, I think you guys have lost track, lost focus of the conversation now. And you've entered your feelings. What we're talking about is what Mahmoud did. What he did as a job. Like, Kene, you're saying he broke your trust. At the same time, you're also trying to say a man cannot come back and tell you something I promised you is no longer possible. That's not a tenable argument, right? Because he promised, and then he also came back before the election. If he didn't come back before the election and did whatever he did, you'll understand. But it was written in the Punch, in papers, that they're not going to do the electronic transmission. And for someone that works in technology sector, there are many reasons why you may not be able to do things. There are many technical reasons why you may not be able to pull what you planned off because of so many things. And those could be one of those things. And from a material standpoint, No candidate came and went to court and said, my result was manipulated. Here's my ECA to prove that it was manipulated. So I don't know why we're catching feelings over something that's not material.
Was there a time that Mahmoud came out to explain why they couldn't use? Did they give any breakdown of the reasons what happened? Anything?
One of the reasons was, I think there was some hacking attempts or something like that.
But
they had to take the server down.
Did they like have any press conference explaining that to the public? Because I think
he did endlessly, and Festus Okoye as well. But that was drowned.
Because I'm always wondering, why all these emotions? Why everybody getting emotional all of a sudden? When are you trying to say that server cannot break?
No. The reason why I become emotional, Kulata, is that we guys see men that kill our country with the lies and hypocrisy, and we continue to support them.
But that's why I asked you a question. Can I come back? If I promise that I'm going to supply you crate of Coca-Cola, can I come back and tell you, I can no longer supply you crate of Coca-Cola?
No, you cannot do that.
Why?
You cannot do that. Yes.
If there's a reason.
You don't have a reason for that. You don't have a reason for that.
Every contract that is written.
Go and check other countries that build their nation. The way
I live in a country that built a nation. I just went to another country that built a nation.
Let me finish. You see, this word integrity in Nigeria, it doesn't play any role in our system. People downgrade it too much. But that word is a priceless word that a nation can imbibe and use it to build a very great nation. But in Nigeria, we think that everything can go. I won't continue to do that.
I don't want it to appear like I'm speaking grammar. But
no,
have you heard of a term called force majeure?
You're saying things I understand,
I want to ask you, have you heard of something called force majeure in a contract? Like, it basically means shit can go wrong. And what Mahmoud came to tell us was shit went wrong. And you have to take his excuse. Except you can't prove that he lied.
You have just went and borrowed another thing to cover him up.
I didn't borrow anything. He explained.
You cannot explain this to a common man on the street. That woman that roast corn in the street. Because all this thing you are talking, it doesn't mean anything to them. You see, when you come
laws are not written. Laws are not written based on people that sell corn.
What Kulata is explaining is something is promised, but then something happens that makes that promise no longer tenable. Are you then going to leave aside what's happened that makes it no longer tenable and hold the person still to that promise?
You can't.
Yeah. I can hold him.
That doesn't make any sense.
It makes sense. I know what I'm saying. I know when you're into business, you know what I mean. You understand? When you deal with people like Japanese, Chinese, and all that, you know what it means. It's not a talking stick. You understand? So if you're into business and all that, you will understand what I mean. It's not because of all these politics and all that.
We have businessmen here, okay? So it's not just you.
I know you have businessmen. You can do it. You still have other. I'm not arguing that. Don't know nobody here is a businessman.
Once again, there's no super Nigerian. I'm going to say that again. You can't disagree. We all
Baba T, there is a super Nigeria. Let me tell you, Baba T, let me tell you. You see that word. If you have time for that, we can argue that. I say I'm a super Nigeria and I love Nigeria more than you. Baba T, I beat my chest and say that. You cannot take it away from me.
You don't love Nigeria more than anybody. You love your Igbo land. You are IPOB.
Okay, everyone.
Let's not make this. Let's stop this ethnic nonsense.
Do you think everybody's a fool? They are not fools here.
You know I have all of the levers to stop you. I
apologize, man. The reason why that is because he's basing his so-called love for Nigeria. That therefore, whatever he says is more credible than everybody else. So he's right and everybody's wrong. That's what he's basing it on. That he loves Nigeria more. So therefore, he's supposed to know better than everybody else. That is
I don't know better than everybody. That's all what I mean. But it's not. No. In terms of knowing more than everybody, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that I love Nigeria.
About Nigeria should be held to higher regard than everybody else.
No, it's not what I mean. I know what I feel for my country. So my love for Nigeria is wanting the growth.
He's wanting the system to be more credible. He's wanting the system to be more enjoyable, more to build more integrity in our system.
Bro, listen.
I am
That's
passionate
what you
about that.
did in 1966. You turned Nigeria to one nation. It's you in 1966. That's what you people do.
Oh, Ganil, John, now stop. Don't do this. Don't do this.
Everybody else on the platform, just like you, Ekene, is my point. We all want that to happen as well, but we are also very realistic, very practical as well. Is the point?
No, I will not. The only thing I failed to do, Babati, is fell into the brew of somebody like Mahmoud Yakubu coming to deceive me. Mahmoud cannot deceive me
your
now.
argument is
Well,
not.
I know what
Hold on. Your argument is just hold on.
What I mean is this. Let me tell you this.
Your argument is not tenable.
No, whether it's tenable or not, but what my argument is this. Kulata, I know when, if I'm dealing with you now, I know when you want to deceive me. And if you deceive me, I know when you deceive me.
So my has point no is basis. That's what I'm saying.
You're arguing. My point is this. I know in the law of the country, it might not be based. It might not have any basis.
It's not even law. This is not even law. This is almost common sense. It's like you're arguing for.
To me, Kulata, you're not telling me with my common sense that you deal with me. And I don't know when you deceive me. If you deceive me, I know you deceive me, Kulata. That's my point.
What you're arguing for.
I know you deceive me.
Relax.
That's my point.
Relax. What you're arguing for is 100% certainty in all circumstances. That does not exist in any contract. Any business contract, and damn you well, I've seen a shit ton of them, including the ones in Nigeria. You cannot argue for 100% certainty. There's always a clause. If something can go wrong, damn well it may go wrong. It will go wrong. There's even a name for it. So that's why I'm saying, like, you cannot say, okay, if you promise something, then it's guaranteed. No, there's a space. There's wiggle room to say, oh, I cannot deliver it because X, Y, Z.
Kulata, I wish you know
Wait, let me land.
I wish you see the effort being put in place for that electoral act.
Let me just.
The effort they put in place for that electoral act, only for
we
to come
both
up with
watch
all
the
this
same TV. I've heard you. We watch the same. We both watch the same TV shows. You have to say that excuse that was given by INEC is wrong, and you have to be able to prove that it's wrong. If you cannot prove that it's wrong, you have to take them for their word. That's how it's done. No matter how much you shout or you feel disappointment, if they say we cannot pull something off, you have to take them as their word, except you can find some shenanigans, which you cannot find. If they could have found something, they will have taken it to court.
What makes it different is that whether I feel disappointed or not, Kulata, I still continue to push. You see this Nigeria, I'll continue to push, I'll continue to vote, I'll continue to converse for a better country. That is why I say I love Nigeria and I'm a better Nigerian.
Yeah, but Ekene, we are all canvassing for that. It is really what people, certainly I won't say people, but what I am saying, we're all canvassing for that. And we are all, but I am canvassing for that as well. I'm not sure that there's anybody here that does not want an improved Nigeria. But how that improved Nigeria manifests is where the conversation is. And people are acknowledging the quantum leaps in this particular electoral cycle. There is no equivocation that vast improvements were made in this cycle. Is beyond question. All the data are there, and you cannot then diminish all of those achievements just on the narrative of they did not transmit electronically, when even in the twilight of that election, just in the last 11th hour of it, the guy said this might not be a possibility after all, and even the electronic transmission was not a real deal breaker.
By the way, one man, Labour Party had about 40%. They didn't have enough polling guys, right, to cover the election.
At all, they were reliant on PDP agents. Mostly.
That's a problem. If you don't,
can I interject, please?
You don't have enough agents, but yet you want to go to court and argue that some places were rigged. Where's your proof? Where was your agent? How did you get 6 million votes but can't cover 175,000 polling votes?
Yes, Babati, can I ask you to what you are saying, please? The first question Ekene should have asked himself is very simple. The process of the election was clear to all. there were votes in polling units. Votes were recorded in Form EC8 and were given to various party agents. Remember, it is not only 3 political parties that participated in the presidential election. There were up to 11. So that means we have 11 polling agents. We have the security forces. We have the polling presiding officer. There are like 6 or 7 people that will have the same copy. What about the voters themselves? Some of them took photos. These are physical evidence. What you are telling Nigerians here today is that result being uploaded, your first can ask yourself a very good question. Does it deviate from the physical result in the hand of so many people? Thousands of people that voted, everybody have this result in their hand. Does it deviate? Is there any changes in this result? If there's no changes, there's no basis for you to continue to talk about the point you are trying to say about integrity or no integrity. When you do business, you make example of China and Japan. I ask you a question. Have you lived in China before? Like you said, oh, I live in Nigeria. I know Nigeria more than the rest of the people. There's tons and tons of times that I've done business with Chinese and they cannot meet up with the production, with the quantity. They will ask for more days. If you have been in a setup like that, I don't know how you get your goods. Do you go to China to get it, or somebody bring it down for you? So you cannot just say because of and this election proves so many things. Most of the governor is an easy pass for them to go to the Senate. Nobody will dispute it. Several of them lost election. New people that does not even campaign at all, they get a form, they never campaign. But because of the movement, because they like Obi or they like Labour Party, they were voted in. This is one of the best elections since 1999. I would say it's even the best one since 1999. Let's give kudos to this guy. He has done his best. We have new set of leaders and people can see the vote. When you go to the court, you cannot say, okay, the result being declared physically is different from the one uploaded, whether in the real time or maybe a little bit later. And when we talk about real time, there were election results uploaded into that portal and they stopped it. And by 9 p.m., the same day, they started uploading again. What else do you want? And you continue to castigate. You continue to tell us that you are the best Nigeria. You know Nigeria more than. What are you talking about? Are you the only people in diaspora? That is their choice. And they have family members in Nigeria that give them up-to-date information. Some of us, we do travel to Nigeria yearly. We have people on ground, even more than you, that they will tell us exactly what is going on.
Remy, I want to make a final statement. I just want to go.
Let me conclude the 1 minute and then you can make your final. What I want to tell you is very simple. Don't always come here and be telling us you are super Nigeria. You can tell us in your own mind you can be super Nigeria, but that doesn't mean that you are better than the rest of Nigeria. Everybody know how or what they have been doing to help that country. Because you live in that country does not mean that people that stay abroad, they have not lived in Nigeria before, or they don't know what is going on in Nigeria. I just want you to stop that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's a good point, but I still maintain my word.
You don't understand the basis of this argument. Is that Mahmoud, the man of the year. Somebody choose Mahmoud.
I
totally understood what they are. I've been listening to you guys for more than 2 hours.
Hold on. Do you agree with that choice that Mahmoud
I totally
is the man
agree
of
with Ola that Mahmoud is man of the year. I totally agree. 100%. I totally agree.
Okay, that's for you. But my point is this. You know, there is this Osadebe music that says, the kings that deceive the people that he rules. Every day he comes out to tell us, there is a tiger that place, there is a tiger that place. Let's go and chase it. We come out, all of us, we go there, we not see any tiger. Another day he will come out and tell us, there is tiger there, there is another tiger there. And all of us will come, let us come and chase the tiger. All of us will go. We go there, we didn't see any tiger. The king that deceived the people that he rules. You understand? But one day, he will come out and tell us, there is a tiger there, there is a tiger there. And lo and behold, there is a tiger there, and people will not come out again to chase the tiger with him. And that tiger will consume him. That day is coming. And that is what I believe in Nigeria. You understand?
Let me say this. The main issue. I mean another point rather that we are not putting into consideration is that the Senate and the Rep was transmitted electronically in real time. Why didn't Mahmoud transmitted that of the presidential in real time? That is the question that we must ask this man, and that is where we have to check his integrity as a person in charge of that position to manage our election, electioneering.
I want to ask you a question.
Process.
You know? I have a question for you.
I have Babaja, the only thing is this. I thank you so much for.
Let me ask Babajali Kuku a question, please. Sorry, Kene. Babajali Kuku, did you hear one man and Kulata and everybody saying that before that election, there was a report in the Punch newspaper that this same Mahmoud you are talking about said that maybe they will not transmit that election real time. Did you read something like that?
Hold on, this is not the matter. We treated it.
No, I just asked you a question. Just answer.
Hold on. Listen. You can't just tell us, oh, there's not going to be an election, and it ended there. Why is only the presidential that is not going to be transmitted in real time?
Are you
why will the Senate election is election? Hold on, election is election. The Senate election with that of presidential was held the same day, and you transmitted that of the Senate in real time, but only the one of the president that was transmitted. We have to hold on. The question is that what is responding for this? There should be investigation set up on this man. Why did he fail to do this? Why did they cancel it? We want to know because of the future.
Ajali Koko. See, this man came out before the election that they were attempting to attack the servers. Now, the thing is this.
Is it not the same server? Is it not the same server that transmitted this thing?
Cyber security is not, you don't profile cyber security like that. They are a category, you know. Now, the presidential stake is totally different from the senatorial and those people and the rep that you are talking about. So
let me tell you all that.
No,
hold on. Before he came out to say, oh, we are not going to transmit this man was interviewed and they asked him question on the security of that server. This man confirmed that everything is well secured.
Ajale Koko, the fact that he said that thing is secured means nothing.
He said it's secure. He said they have test run it. He said they have done this.
Ajale Koko, it doesn't matter.
We are well prepared. They are ready.
See.
What are we talking about?
Wait, I know. Mahmoud, we only.
Ajale Koko is IPOB sympathizer.
No, this is not sympathizer.
The only thing I question here is the integrity of Mahmoud Yakubu, not what has happened. The integrity of that man. That people refer to him as their role model.
When you have a person managing your electoral,
so that's the only thing I question.
Your OB and your IPOB member.
When you have a person managing your electoral processes, and now is action called for questioning, and you say we should not ask him questions. We should just abide by what he said. I mean, that is a complete.
I don't know what to say. I want to ask you some questions. Please, sorry, I just want to have only two questions. Babajali Koko, first and foremost, when that election, the results have been transmitted, did you follow it?
What do you mean?
Day, did you follow the transmission of the result? Did you follow it that day?
Which result? Which one?
The presidential election.
What happened? Tell me.
I mean, did you follow it? Did you follow?
Take him to where you want him to be.
Okay. What I want to tell you is that when the results are being transmitted, initially, the result of the presidential election was being transmitted online until it get to a stage where it stopped. And they stopped it for so many hours. I don't know what is going on. And that same day, by 9 p.m., they start transmitting the election result again. Initially, from in the afternoon, they started transmitting the
result when it came out before the election that is not going to do that. What are you talking about?
No, and listen to me. At least I'm telling you what transpired. I'm telling you that.
All right.
They transmitted the result live.
Who
got to a point, they stopped it.
Who?
In the INEC portal, they transmitted the result of some of the presidential polling units. They transmitted on that portal, and it gets to a point.
So INEC is acting contrary to Mahmoud. I mean, what are you talking about? This man came out 3 days before the election that is not going to do it, and now you are
trying to tell you that.
So that will tell you that that organization is not a well-organized. It's not a reliable organization that is capable of.
All right, Remy, ask the last question, and then I want to get back to all that. Yeah.
Is that from what I deduced or from what I saw that day, the results were transmitted to a point, it stopped, and it continued by 9 p.m. the same day. So my question to you, Babajide Koko, is that from those live results that were transmitted to that portal before it was stopped, don't you think that INEC as an organization have fulfilled their promises? Their promise that the result will be transmitted live. Whether it stopped because of glitches or no glitches.
No, that's a failure to me. That's a failure to me.
Okay. So that's what I just want to say.
That performance that you describe now is a failure. You can't start something and end it halfway. If
they start a football match and there's
all right, Remy.
That's a failure. That's a failure process right there. It didn't perform well. We should say it clearly. It's not because of Obi. It's because of our country, and it's because of the future of our country. How can we have our election being managed with such mismanaged like that? Our electoral process.
We should
give a man that failed this process the man of the year. What kind of mentality is this? I can't get it.
All right. Ola, I want you to give us your woman of the year. I want to get to BT Prince Daddy.
Now. Don't talk.
Have you given us your panelist as well?
I said no. I learned from everybody. The only person that I don't like is the person you said I should hold on that yesterday.
Yes.
Everybody, even both the positive and negative one, I've learned.
Yeah, but there must be one voice that you especially enjoy.
No, I'm not even playing politics with this now. I'm not even being diplomatic. I've learned from all people, and you see, some people even made me aggressive. Nationally, when I came to this platform, I wasn't used to being aggressive because people were just pushing me aside. They say, when the like of Mike just came, oh my goodness, they raised my voice as I learned how to shout. I learned how to even. You see, I've learned from so many people. So it's difficult for me. Is it Babati that I will now mention? You know what I've gained from Babati, even both openly and privately.
Babati, you've gained showing off from Babati. It's the show off.
I gained a lot from Babati.
It's the show off of the platform.
So see, even in the Ekene, everybody.
What of Adewale? What did you get?
Oh my goodness! I learned a lot from Adewale. I learned from Uptown. Everybody, honestly, because everybody one way or the other improved me, and I'm saying this thing with all sincerity. I'm not playing diplomacy. I'm not playing any politics. You understand? So I just take everybody the way they are and I learn from them. Thank you all, and I appreciate. That's what I love you about that.
All right, brilliant. So I want to get to BT, Prince Daddy, and Remy before I bail. We kick it off with you, BT, because you were here earlier and then you had to go attend to matters. But you gave us your Woman of the Year, but you did not give us your Man of the Year. And then in the course of conversation, we were also picking the Panelist of the Year. So those spaces that you've not yet covered, BT.
Well, okay. So obviously the Panelist of the Year is me. Everybody knows that. So
yes, of course.
For me, modest, I have to tone it down. So that's clearly me, but that's not even the issue. All jokes aside, the Man of the Year, I think it will be Tinubu, for what he overcame. I mean, from his own tribe, from his own political party, from his own friends, close associates, from the knucklehead in the CBN, Emefiele, from Tinubu himself, from Buhari, from the southeast part of the country. I mean, he went through a lot. People question his mental health. Even I had doubts at some point, one man, on this platform. The alleged pee on the body, Bula Balu, we having doubts of how it can fund the elections when the monetary policy came into place. And he found a way around it. So to me, I think when we look back in the 20 years from now, I think at this point we can put his name close to the likes of Awolowo when all is said and done. In terms of, I think it's a better version. It's a well-seasoned version of just the politics. Okay, not in terms of achievement because it's not done enough now. I think he's a man that learned from the mistake of Awolowo and MKO. He studied their strengths and their weaknesses, and he made some changes. So he's politically skilled. He's gifted politically. I mean, you can see how he intervened in the politics of Rivers. I mean, so he has that it factor when it comes to politicking. He's very gifted. So I would say for a man to have the way he overcame that difficult terrain for that elections, I think, in my opinion, is the Man of the Year. And years from now, he might, if he does well in office, will be the greatest politician Nigeria's ever seen. Oh, man.
All right, brilliant. Excellently delivered by BT. So on next, let's go to Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, the conversation wraps around the events that you feel shaped this year in Nigeria, and then your Man and Woman of the Year are Nigerian, and then of course the added on bonus, your Panelist of the Year. And please don't bail out with feeble excuses like Ola and Kolata did. Prince Daddy. Prince. Do we have you, Prince? Oh, okay, let's go to Remy whilst Prince is not yet with us.
Remy has to choose somebody from Ogun State. No pressure, Remy.
Okay, no, I'm not going to choose somebody from Ogun State. I will still give the honor to Mahmoud again. I say it this way: there is all obstacle in front of Tinubu. I would have given it to him, although he surmounted everything all and he became the president. But the man that really make him to not really help him to become the president in a fair and free election, in an election where all this opposition cannot prove at the court of law that their numbers were not the one uploaded or the physical result. This man has done a yeoman's job. This is the first time since 1999 that we are going to have an election, even as Obi, maybe we can call it an underdog, that because of the way he campaigned, he was able to win some states. This is a true reflection of what really happened in that election. This man have done a yeoman's job. Whether you are calling his integrity into question, for this particular election, for the Beavers machine to expose and to make sure that things went accordingly. I doff my hat for him. He's the man of the year for me. And you can see that though they take a lot of people to the court of law, they are not taking them to the court of law based on result of election. Most of the cases are just about pre-election matters or some frivolities. I doff my hat for him. He's the man of the man. He's the man of the year for me. And no matter what everybody say here, nobody can tell me a human being is perfect. Even those people that are questioning his integrity. Everybody are doing one business or the other. A day in their life can say here categorically that they have all met up of their obligation. They have not like, okay, I cannot meet this obligation this time around because of this reason or other reason. So for this, and we all know that the election was uploaded and it stopped at the time and it continued at the later of the night. What I was expecting is that people will now say, oh, the result uploaded on the RF machine is totally different from the physical result. But none of that in the court of law. So I give it to him. He's the man of the year. My woman of the year, fortunately, we go to Asisat Oshoala, the footballer. It's not easy to be consistent. For you to win African Female of the Year 6 times. So if not because he's not a man, I would have put him in the mode of Ronaldo. Although he cannot be in the same class, but he has shown consistency. He has played with pain even in the last World Cup. This is a woman that never gave up. And with all this achievement, she remained humble. So these are my man of the year and woman of the year. And when we come to this platform, I will be very objective. There are some people's views and opinion I'm not comfortable with, but nothing I'm going to do. Everybody have opportunity to express their opinion. But my man of this platform, I will give it to Kulata. I see him as a man who is not biased. I see him with a man that come up with facts and figure. I see him as a man who research before he talk. I see most times when he talk, he want to back it up. He will go and look for.
Is Kulata an Agbadorian by your perception?
No, that is what's called rational mind. And rational mind view most time, although I don't know whether he's here or not. I don't know whether he's playing game, but his opinion, I don't know what to say. It's not, most time not comfortable with me. But for Kulata, he's a data man, and he always back his action with facts and figures. I like this kind of man. And to me, he is not biased. If I want to pick a detribalized man in this platform, I'll probably pick him. And to me,
above Ajanle Koko, I thought Ajanle Koko was the most detribalized, apart from myself.
If we talk about Mr. Baba Ajanle Koko, sometimes, I'm sorry, Baba Ajanle Koko, I saw you sometimes a little bit confused. I don't know whether you want to dance to the left or dance to the right.
Supporting the military on the platform, calling for, supporting the coup plot.
So some of it is something I am not also comfortable
that's
with,
why
but I still cherish.
But when he's done the right thing, I would say, yeah,
I cherish your.
But when it's failing, quality. And we said, oh, this man is not doing right. To you, the Agbadorians, Ajale Koko, he doesn't know what he's doing. So,
Baba, you forget that. Baba, you forget those guys.
Yeah, maybe just leave them alone.
When I talk about,
let's just leave them alone. So
leave them alone.
They can continue to champion the man that has brought that ship to Nigerian people for reason that yes, it's a.
I never hear you call people. No, I never hear you call people Agbadorian before. This is my first time hearing you refer to people as Agbadorian for Ajale Koko.
No.
Do that.
Don't
and then let me finish.
Remy, before you continue, Joma Binu. Ajale Koko said Tinubu brought hardship upon people because sometimes, see, this is where I'm not comfortable.
No.
Ola, can you?
Is it not a statement of fact?
I
mean, go and talk to the people that live in Nigeria now. All of you living abroad, including myself, I want to say, oh, everything is okay now. Go and talk to people on the ground. Even God just traveled there.
Baba,
I was there.
do you know how much
I was there some months ago. I saw the hash. What are you guys talking about? People cannot even drive their car anymore. Because they cannot afford to buy gas, to buy petrol. People abandon their cars. I mean, just stop it, man. Let me just leave it.
Yes, Ola, hold that conversation in abeyance for when I hand over to you, and then you can let Remy round off. I was actually looking forward to hearing from Prince Daddy, but I think he lost connection somewhat. Remy, back to you.
Okay, so sometimes I see Baba like Ajale Koko opinion a little bit confusing to me. Sometimes I place him in this particular sport, then at some time it deviates or change totally. So, and when we talk about human interest, sometimes I don't understand him truthfully. It's like he's dancing around the corner. But with all this, I do my heart for him for his leadership quality. When it comes to resolving crisis on this platform, no man beats Baba Ajale Koko. I know what he's fighting for. He's looking at it as a welfare society, but unfortunately, Nigeria is not wired that way. I will analyze based on what is on ground and how that country is being wired and made constitutionally and things cultural and everything. I will base it on that. If we are looking at it from the welfare society, which we are not doing in Nigeria, it's totally different. So, and of course, this country has been mismanaged for several decades. You don't expect to turn it around in just one day or 2 months or 3 months. It will take a cycle of 16 years of good governance for we to really have a good. So my woman on this platform is this woman. She lives in America. I forgot her name. It's not Dupsy or the other woman. I don't know.
Princess Rosie.
Thank you. That because when she talks, she's always calm. And then when she analyzes, she has a kind of short voice. She always analyzes very well, although she's not forceful. So I like the way she handles herself. So I will give, although I didn't see her for a long time, but those periods that she always came, I think to me, she's the best among the peers. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So somebody was asking to tot it up. And I think, unless I miscounted, I think Tinubu, from all of the arguments, emerged the man of the year, closely chased by Mahmoud Yakubu, with Obi holding his traditional space, which is third. So I think Tinubu emerged the man of the year. So in terms of the woman of the year, it's somewhat convoluted, not a lot of push. Babati came up with a psychedelic name from Kwara State, a name that we should probably pay attention to. People spoke about the footballer lady as it sat, and I think her name occurred more than most. So maybe but equal tie-in with Natasha Akpoti, I would say.
Nobody even brought up that name to be most of that month. I thought
people brought her up as well, actually. Yes. Yeah, it's probably a three-way split for the women, actually, because Toby got a lot of mention. This Asisat got a bit of a mention. Natasha got some mention as well. So somewhat a three-way tie with the women. And in terms of the panelist of the year, is Captain Spock himself. Captain Spock seems to be who people are. If you know, you know.
I know he's that.
You know, the guy that only speaks in robotic, clinical, data-led way.
You know what woman I was supposed to choose?
The tax man.
I can't do that because the man abandoned the debate to go and chase baby in the comment section. He left. We are debating here. He abandoned us here only to go down there to go and be chasing to your man in the comment section.
Well, there you are now.
For that.
That's a man that has his priorities right.
Very sad, unfortunately.
All right, gentlemen, the real delight, and a special mention to Ajanle Koko, who held the session, because for a moment I thought, okay, I'll just read it out now, but Ajanle Koko held it steady, and here we are. So here we are. Mentions Peace Forever. He comes in with the Canadian coin. So thank you, Prince. And there is Joel of Nashville right there, acknowledging the ghost bars, as Choma will call it, that has gone on for a good 12 months on the platform. So that's just still poking at somebody or the other. That's Ola before he made the decision to come join us. Ola carries on still, so that's still Ola right there. Chioma speaking to her favored panelist, Ajanle Koko and Kulata for her. Kulata gets a mention from Team Jack, so that's Team Jack right there. And RD comes in, who says Kulata still, but Ogbeni a toss-up between the two.
We can't pick Ogbeni because of the KBC thing. That knocked him out of the. I was about
no, but he came back to take his victory because the KBC thing apparently it was just a ceremonial.
But that's not true.
Yeah. Because it's been bullying me on WhatsApp that I must mention that he got it right.
Don't let them. That was they were trying to spin the story. No.
Yeah, there was an afterthought. Yes, of course. Yes, you don't know what but look at that. The way that guy is disgracing the. I don't even blame the Oba so much. I blame that Adepoye because he seems to be doing it far too often. But there it is. Ola, indicate that you're ready, so I can build.
Yeah, I did hear. So we are going to start another journey now. Yeah.
All right.
Taking Pacific route, or we are taking Atlantic route. So the people will dictate.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to you, Ola.
All right. Yeah, thank you, everyone. So we are going to continue where we stopped. So Ajanle Koko, I beg guy, are you still there, Baba?
Man of the year. The man is angry. You didn't pick it for
No.
Who is angry? Angry over what?
Over one man of the year.
Let's just face the fact of, because of that man Mahmoud, this thing is, there's no wrong, there's no right answer. This thing is all about opinion. So that's why I was surprised that we were even stressing so much. You see, I'm a process person and I've handled projects and I've even joined sales people to deliver products. Baba, you're a product person. So many times we will say, okay, we're going to deliver this product next month, and something may change and we deliver the product 2 months after. Now, I was privileged here that there was in 2014, we were supposed to deliver a product to City of Toronto that they will use in the mayoral election. Things changed. We didn't meet up with that time, the exact time. We now just got a workaround. So would that tell anything about my integrity? It don't say anything about my integrity. I just work within my environment. What my environment allow at that particular point in time. Now, I see we were trying to compare the senatorial election and the presidential election. Now, see, if someone that is not a Nigerian is saying that, then I will understand. But if we the Nigerians we are saying that, then I would start wondering whether that person is in Nigeria. Because we know that the most troublesome election in that country is presidential. Then the next one to read is gubernatorial. Well, you see, so the election, senatorial election and the National Assembly election, they don't come close. So when people, aggressive people, don't forget, do you know how many intelligent and cyber experts within the obedience space? Now, not only obedience space, when we come back to that of Tinubu space too, we have them expert too. So we have experts in cyber space that they can try everything possible to get access to that server. Now, if your server is being attacked, the best thing for you is to take that server offline immediately, because an hacker will need that server. We need the internet to get to your server. So, but within the law was not mandating the transmission through electronic means, right? It was just a process that the guy, okay, people there think, okay, if we add this one as nice to have, you know, Baba, I don't need to explain this as a product person, you know, we have pain points, we have nice to have. IREF is a nice to have features to our voting system, not the pain point. The pain point itself is BVAS, that will not allow politicians to bring people from the Niger Republic to come and pretend that they are Nigerians. So we are not looking at the systems, but we are just looking at the promissory gesture to not discredit. We are not looking at, oh, why is it that, oh, we don't have the turnout to be like it used to be before. We don't have the results to be like it used to be before. We focus so much on IREF. That's what I'm saying. We've managed to eliminate all multiple voting. So, you know, to me, as a process person, as a technology person, any way you see it, I understand technology when the processes within the technological space. And I will tell you that Mahmoud has done the best thing. In the next election, we can only improve. And I believe that in the next election, we are not going to take BVAS out. BVAS has come to stay. Like I said the other time, that immediately politician knows that, oh, BVAS is the next thing to go. People that didn't agree with diaspora voting last time, they started agreeing with the diaspora voting. And me too, I fell for it. It was right on this forum that I realized the risk. So when I said everybody is my person of the year, I know exactly what I was saying. I was an advocate of diaspora voting. But when I came here, someone said, don't you know that people in the Niger Republic are diaspora? People in Mali, they are diaspora. That it quickly came to my mind that, oh my goodness, I've been stupid all the while. And this is why, you can never be omniscient in your gesture. You learn from the people. I've learned so much from the people right here. Because if you are falling for that trap, say, oh, diaspora voting, oh my goodness, you can never beat those people that want to use that diaspora voting to rig election. So to me, stubbornly, it's my opinion, you don't have to accept it, for the new process, for the elimination of fraud, for the fact that Mahmoud fought those people that didn't want Nigeria to use BVAS, that they fought them to stand still, and BVAS came to actualization. He's my man of the year, to me. So that is exactly what I'm saying. It's not about whether you so we can go on from that place, Baba.
Hola, good morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, people putting out that argument of real-time transmission or whatever they are calling it, they are just being mischievous. How can we have a whole election and you say because the election result was not transmitted in real time, that means the whole election should be cancelled? That means the whole election has lost credibility. And that is the only thing that you have. We should look at the whole process of election and you just pick one minute things and you want to use it to rob the whole election and consider that election as being not credible. I think is unfair. And for them to propagate it, and for months, even after the election, they are still saying the same thing. It shows that they don't have any other reason. They are just talk to that just to mislead people. We have discussed this thing on several occasions, but they still persisted mentioning this thing, and then they call it so many names: lack of integrity, lack of. Even those people, among people, Ekene, you are here. You are a businessman. Are you telling me that you have not failed one of your customers sometimes? That if you say no, that would be untrue.
Okay,
you
Mr.
can
Simba,
say you want to deliver.
I say no.
Let me finish. Let me say this.
I say no. I can give you instances. I say no. Even to the close of this market, I have a lot of business to do, but because I couldn't meet up, and let me finish. Because you came to me when they bring in their list. I tell them no, I cannot meet up. Market is already closing on 23, so hold it till January 8th. I said no. People will collect it and then travel. Then when they come back,
Ekene, you are in Igbo land now. Do your business in Igbo land.
So I said no.
Forget about this thing that you are doing now.
I'm not as foolish as
you are. Forget about this thing, Ganiyu. Ekene, you cannot use yourself as a standard. And you are not the only one doing business, and you can't say you are the best businessman that we have. So if you are doing certain things, I think.
Apologies, Simba. Very sorry. Ganiyu, I don't have any issues banning you from the platform. It is not really anything of. Don't attack people personally. I've told you this privately. I've told you this publicly. So just don't do it. Attack their narrative, but don't attack people personally. And please, I don't want to have to tell you this again. Don't.
Okay, Simba, please continue.
Okay, so Ekene, we have even on this platform, we have so many people that does business, and you cannot tell me that having failed on one or two occasions that means that you don't have any integrity. That's not the definition, and you can't just paint it like that. That's what we are trying to let you know. If you have been following, because the way if I assess you, this is the first time you are following election in Nigeria critically. Maybe because you have a candidate that you are supporting. But there are some of us here who have been voting in Nigeria since 1992. So, and we have been following the election. We know the trajectory of our election, and we have been following our electionary process. We know even me, I'm aware of, I participated, I was still not at the age of voting in 1983. They knew what transpired during 1983 election, Shagari election. When Shagari won with 12 million, Awolowo got 7 million votes. You understand? So you can imagine
you can say this is the first time too much focus on Nigerian things. Not that the first time I participated. I've already voted, but the time I've begun, like when Jonathan lost his second bid, I felt so bad about it. When Jonathan lost.
Okay. So what I'm telling you now is that if you look at the 1983 to date, that's about 40 years. So some of us have been following the election in Nigeria, and we knew what transpired during the election in Nigeria. So if you are saying that
you can add 2007 general election to it, where the one of us
no, I'm just telling him. So if you follow the election from me, as I'm telling you, from 1983 to date, I can give you what happened in those elections that we had. We have option A for in 1982, where we are queen, and everybody followed their candidate, and see that election was cancelled. 1999 election, 2003, 2007. This we know, and we
Simba.
Yes.
Is option A for not even the best election that we should be practicing in that country?
Exactly. But the only issue with that option A for now is because now people will not be able to vote. The only thing I have against option A for people cannot vote according to their wish, because if you know somebody, you will not be able to come out.
What about underage voting in the north? And that option A4, you see,
it went well then. It went well then. You understand? But now,
it will eliminate vote buying. People will be ashamed because if you take money to go and vote, then they will see you that, okay, this is where you voted. But if you don't want to take money,
using option A4 today, that means Obi will not be there.
Because no. That's not the no. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I'm just when Simba mentioned option A4 now, I am saying that option A4 was very, very transparent. Everybody will know the election result right there. This is not even within the agent. They count it publicly and everybody know the result. You understand what I'm saying?
It's the same thing now. Even the election is counted publicly now.
12 years old, 10 years old, 11 years
old. The election is still counted publicly now. There's no difference between the counting during option A4 and what they counted now. What I'm saying now,
I think you are right on that. But the issue is that look, if you don't take bribe, if you don't take bribe from anybody, then you will vote your conscience. Nobody can force you that vote here or don't vote there. Nobody can threaten you because your conscience is clear and you want to vote publicly. This is where I'm voting.
Babayeko. So if you want to tell me that option A4 will eliminate vote buying, it cannot. The only thing that we will encourage more brutality. It will encourage more brutality because if you collect money, excuse me, sir. If you've collected money from somebody and you voted against a person, what do you think will be the outcome?
Oh, there's going to be a problem now. So
that's so to me, we encourage more of.
That's the more reason why you are not going to collect money from somebody to go and vote for that person. If you know you are not interested in voting for that person, you are not going to collect money from that person.
But the advantage of this enclosed system that vote according to your wish. But option A4, you can't do that. So to me, what we should be speaking about is how to perfect this system. That option A4, I don't think there's any place where they are practicing in the whole world now. It's cheaper. It's cheaper. Yes, sir.
It is cheaper. It is easier to vote, particularly for the older people.
They don't need. It's very cheaper. It's very cheap because all those national, all these ballot paper, whatever, is eliminated.
Yes, it's cheaper. It's cheaper and easier to vote.
No, Ajale Goko. See, option A4 is.
I think that should have been the model. That's one that Babangida did. I really like it because that guy brought.
No, I don't support it. It's no longer fashionable now. It's no longer fashionable now.
Simba, wait. See, Baba Ajale Goko, option A4 is at the risk of rigging. You know, rigging is not only when you give people money. It may be it's okay. This is my person. Okay, for example, now Ajale Goko may want to contest. Maybe we may be best of friends, but I don't really share the same idea with you when it comes to political ideology. And so if it's option A4, because I don't want to offend you, I will go and vote for you because people will say me that I vote against you. Right. So I will not want to do that. Right. So, but that is why that open secret, is it a secret? Open secret is better than option A4 because option A4 is open to rigging. That's what I think Simba is trying to explain. Sorry, God Logic. If you are there hearing me, you can please show yourself at the background because anybody we don't know, I'm sorry, we are not going to allow to the platform except we can see your face. Okay, thank you.